Hello, I'm glad to see you on my channel. The story begins with the emergence of a certain Reiki energy in 2023, and all living beings on Earth were affected by it. People began to awaken a certain force, and other beings also rapidly evolved under Reiki's influence. The food chain slowly shifted, humans ceased to rule the Earth, and the world changed dramatically over time. There are regions in the world that humans can no longer enter due to the emergence of powerful and mysterious races. The year's 2029, the human settlement of Greentown. The young man was in the Shunguan district, in room number 402, in block 6. The room's tenant was Huan Shan. The boy's expression suddenly changed and he wondered where he was. He couldn't understand why his neck hurt, or if it was simply broken. He thinks there is a bit of Reiki here, and stroking his head, he closed his eyes. He thought that there was a little bit of Reiki here, and if he absorbed even a little bit of Reiki energy, he could restore his neck. He closed his eyes in the lotus position and decided to use celestial healing. He needed to heal the physical damage, and by absorbing Reiki, he would restore his neck. As time went on, the interest rates kept rising. The boy hoped for a cure. Reiki is absorbed very slowly here, perhaps because there's not enough of it. He'll simply recover slowly and try to remember what exactly happened. It was as if he were in the emperor's palace. Life in the palace seemed very boring to him, and he was supposed to inherit his father's business and rule the world. Then his father appeared at the door, but the boy couldn't remember what he said, what happened next, and why he forgot everything. The main character sat in the lotus position and tried to understand why he was here now and what this place was. It's 100% restored and my neck feels like it's brand new. In any case, my neck problem is solved. He still feels a little uncomfortable, and why is his body so soft? When the boy looked in the mirror, he was very surprised and could not understand who it was, and whether it was really he who had changed so much. He raised his hands and saw a human body, and its distinctive horns had disappeared. What was going on? And the first thing he needed to do was figure out what this place was. This really isn't his body, and his soul is connected to this person. Can he restore this person's memory? The protagonist decided he needed to learn more about him, and he began to remember his past. The boy's name is Huan Shan, a 20-year-old male. His limbs are so weak and frail. He has little talent and no signs of awakening. His life is inactive. He has no prospects, and everyone looks down on him. He also didn't have the courage to confess to his childhood friend, Zhang Yudong. He ended up watching her with someone else. All the money he saved was used to pay off huge sums, and he still can't understand why he did it. He was nervous and hit his head on the wall, which caused a mild concussion, and he fainted. He fell and hit his head on a table he'd bought at a thrift store the day before. Although it was the best table, it also ended up causing his neck injury. That's how he died. And the cockroach even crawled into his mouth after he died. This man is a complete failure, and it seems his soul is tied to an idiot. He's simply a living corpse, but that doesn't matter anymore. At least he's finally freed from his father. Finally, he is free, and the prince's imperial palace looks like a prison cell. It is necessary to inherit the throne again, and now he will have his own identity. In other words, his father can no longer control him, and he can do whatever he wants. First, he must learn more about this world and also must think about what to do. Hanshan quickly went downstairs to Lao Ji. It was time to pay, and he shouldn't bother. He should just take the money. The man told Dao Cao that they had found him in his rented room. The boy asked if he'd take him, and said it was his first conversation. He asked him to wait and explained that he'd figure out the language. There was a powerful cannon strike, and the guy flew far, far back. One of them asked him to be careful, otherwise he'd kill him later. The second replied that his smile irritated him. The guy suggested pouring water on him to wake him up faster, and there it was, the whole thing in the yellow fire haze. He asked if this was really how they communicated with people, and they turned to look at the boy in surprise. At the time, they were sure there were no monsters, but what was this before them? The guy across from him really does give off an unusually monstrous aura. He said that if they greeted each other like that, their conversation would be short. The boy said that he actually sensed a monster behind Huan Shan. He felt a very powerful aura, and he doubts it was an illusion. He really wasn't hallucinating. It was the truth. He doesn't shirk responsibility for his actions, and he won't dare lie to him. He exclaimed that if the boy didn't believe him, he could ask Amon. Amon never lies. Amon replied that this time, Amao hadn't lied to him. Huan Shan was truly an extraordinary person, and at least he had the same strength as him, and he had probably fought him. During the battle, he felt a terrifying aura, and was very surprised by it. The boy wondered if the creature that had just struck him also had a human body. And why did it have so much strength? It turns out that absorbed spiritual power is concentrated in the cells through the veins, strengthening the body. And at the moment of attack, even stronger spiritual power accumulates in the fist. The guy said that the old man said that he had not yet awakened, and maybe it was still worth trying. Eamon replied that in that case, they would try again, and began to approach the protagonist. And Shan thought he had once again gathered all his spiritual power into his fist. Eamon unleashed a mighty cannon blast. Following this, a powerful explosion was heard, followed by a bright yellow flash. Eamon didn't expect this turn of events. His comrade noticed that he had blocked Eamon's blow. Moreover, he parries all his blows, and do these two people really have the same strength? Eamon is a man who awakened power, but he only recently awakened it. Eamon is still at the middle level of the initial stage. The guy with the knife in his hands decided that it was dangerous to fight with him, and he had to kill him immediately. The protagonist put his hand forward, and the enemy's sharp knife pierced it right through. The opponent noticed that he was using his hands to block the knife. This knife was simply impossible to pull out, and he could not understand how to proceed further. Huanshan thought that he had obtained a new knife with his bare hands and thanked his opponent. The man didn't expect that he would laugh at him, and what it meant with bare hands. He clenched his fist and asked to receive Amon's cannon strike as he approached. The man started shouting and asked the boy to stop immediately. He was seriously frightened by this turn of events. He doesn't remember what happened next, but it seems he used his technique. The man asked if he hit him, and Amon replied that he simply beat him up. Doesn't he always ask him what it feels like to be hit by a cannon and how he feels? The man said he didn't feel anything, just fainted. His face just hurt after he woke up, but his nose and bones were broken. And what it looked like then? Eamon said there was only one word to describe it. It was just terrible. And the fist flew straight into his nose, and a lot of blood splattered around. The boy launched into Eamon's massive cannon strike, sending his opponent spinning and falling to the ground. Amon asked his friend Amao to wake up quickly and asked if he was still alive. The protagonist apologized, saying he thought he was as strong as him. He blacked out for a long time, and when he woke up, he asked for an apology. The opponent was very surprised that this guy wanted to apologize. Huanshan said that if he touched him again, he would become exactly the same. The boys decided to run away quickly and sent the boy far, far away. They promised to definitely take revenge on him. And Shan stood with a sharp knife in his hands and continued to pick at his hand with this knife. He couldn't understand, touching his bloody hand, why his head was spinning. The human body is too weak, and if he loses more blood, he will die. The counting days have begun, and it looks like he should be a little more careful. The human body couldn't stop the sharp metal. Since the time when people began calling Reiki the recovery period, every species has evolved thanks to Reiki, including humans. But humans have no longer ruled the planet since then. And human beings are an old and backward race. A guy came into the room and called him brother. He said he'd repaired a door that had been destroyed in battle and that this was his name card. He could pay over the phone. 50 yuan for the repair and 5 for the trip here. He told his brother that he was busy today and if he needed anything he could contact him. And the quality was excellent and the price was low. But the main character looking at the phone immediately agreed, and suddenly his look changed. There was a photo of a girl on his phone, and he looked at it very carefully. This girl, Zhang Yukun, is Huanshan's childhood sweetheart. He noticed that there was nothing special about this girl. She should be seen as a relatively good woman, and seems to have never shown love and is better off with others. He wondered what this feeling was, and it seemed as if something sour had struck his brain. His heart felt as if it had been pierced very painfully. It's strange, but he has no wounds and is in great pain. People's environmental sensibilities have a profound effect on them. Humans are truly an interesting species. A person is also strong if they have a close friend by their side. If they're not strong enough, then danger could strike at any moment, which is very bad. This is the first time he lives his second life, which involves avoiding difficulties, earning a lot of money, and pretending to be a pig to kill tigers. Now he'll continue to live like Huanshan. Is this really where people live in this city? The city is filled with countless expensive houses. It seems like someone would have to be in debt for decades to buy one. Hospitals, movie theaters, supermarkets, sports complexes. These are the places most people go. After all, as long as he was here, he could satisfy all his vital needs. He felt like he was being held captive. When Shan has arrived at the place where awakened beings can cultivate. Before us is a green training camp. Because Reiki is being restored, more and more people are awakening, and training camps can help people learn to harness the awakening power. The training is expensive, and there are people who haven't awakened yet. They attend these camps to awaken. Two guys asked to see who was coming. One of them asked if he was mistaken and was still there. The second started laughing and talking about the Imperial Temple having collapsed. He hopes he'll wake up today, and he's already tried 3 times, but nothing has worked. His friend asks what he's talking about and says it's impossible for him and he can't even afford the tuition. They kept laughing and saying that he was too poor to pay for his education and asked if they could give him some money. The second guy laughed even harder and asked how little money he made. Could he really afford his education? The protagonist felt anger raging in Huan Shan's body. These people don't want to say hello, but rather want to hurt Huan Shan's heart. Although these people have awakened, none of them are as strong as Amon. The boy looked at them carefully. Their jokes are far weaker than what he experienced with his father. No matter what they say, he's much better than them. The boy laughed and decided he needed to remain modest and polite and not provoke anyone. But someone's foot was already on his face. The enemy approached him and streams of scarlet blood splashed around, falling onto the floor. Shan fell, hitting his back against the tree trunk. And he became curious about who was in front of him. A young man stood before him and said he didn't expect Huan Shan to show up here again. He assumed the boy had come to embarrass himself again. If Zhang Yukun mentioned his name again, he'd break his legs. The guy called the protagonist useless trash. Someone nearby said it was the angry brother from training camp, and he'd heard his family came from the criminal underworld. It was best not to anger this guy under any circumstances. Meanwhile, the girl told Cao Meng that she was fed up with him and why he was bullying Huan Shan. The girl asked if he was okay. The boys were talking about Zhang Yukun, the girl Huan Shan had liked before. What happened? And what's happening to Huan Shan's vision? Why did the world become brighter when he saw Zhang Yukun? He sat with his back against the tree, holding his head in his hand. The boy thought it had gotten even brighter, and that this was too much. Right now my heart rate is crazy, and my dopamine is just dancing. What's wrong with Huan Shan's body? Maybe it's lust, but that's not really the problem. He wouldn't worry about it. This fierce brother clearly loved Zhang Yukun. He had to show his attitude and withdraw from this battle with a clear expression. He couldn't hesitate to tell her this right now. Huan Shan approached the girl and said that he had not had time to tell her earlier, but he thought it was understandable. Huan Shan has loved her deeply since she was 4 years old. All his efforts are directed towards her. But now, Huan Shan, who truly loved her, has died. So he asks her not to miss him anymore and wishes her luck in life. The main character asked her to forget him if she could. She looked at the guy in surprise. The girl even blushed when she looked at him. The boy thought that a clear position was a good point of view. He easily ended the relationship and resolved the conflict without a fight, something he was very proud of. Before the main character could finish speaking, his opponent had already approached him and began to attack him. Zhang Yukun started screaming, worried about the boy. He was told that fighting was prohibited in the training camp and was asked to stop immediately. But he asked them not to make such a fuss. He was just saying hello. Then the man in the helmet said that the training camp had strict rules. If they wanted to learn from each other, they had to find a suitable platform. If they didn't heed their warnings, they would be severely punished. The guy got angry and said that this loser wouldn't even dare approach him. So what about this fool named Huan, whom he would pay for everything, and would he even dare fight him? Zhang Yukun approached the boy and asked if he was alive. Cao Meng had gone too far, and why had he beaten him? The girl promised to tell the coach everything, but Huan Shan said it hurt him to see him behaving like that. Zhang Yukun immediately apologized to him, to which he said there was no need to apologize, but simply asked her to be happy. He asked her to simply forget him. The girl asked what he was saying, and exclaimed that he was very important to her. The protagonist was very surprised and said she had misunderstood. He really was perfectly fine. Cao Meng was very surprised and asked the boy if he was really still alive. This boy, Zhang Yukun, was here, and he clearly wanted to die. Cao Meng pointed at the boy and asked him to get his butt into the ring. He asked if the boy was pissing himself, and if he was, he'd better stay away from his girlfriend. Had Meng really spent money on the platform, and should Huan Shan accept the challenge? Zhang Yukun mentioned that this guy was starting again. The protagonist then asked if he'd bought the platform and what that meant accepting the challenge. The girl explained that if he accepted the challenge, he would fight him on this platform. Injuries and wounds to the opponent were permitted. And this guy was an arrogant man with power who always used everything he could to humiliate others, so he should be careful with him. Cao Meng asked if he would fight and said he wouldn't have to pay or he would hide behind the girl's back. He'd seen plenty of weaklings like him, and he beat them up and won the girl's affections. He told Zhang Yukun that such a coward would only hide in a girl's arms and cry. He was no different from the weaklings he had beaten. The girl told the protagonist that he didn't need to fight him, and that it was better to just go where he was going. And Shan mentioned that it was a bit high up and quite difficult to climb into the ring. She called him crazy and asked him not to climb there. Cao Meng was very surprised and, smiling, asked if he had decided to fight him after all. The boy replied that he had, and that he would like to learn his kicking techniques. Zheng Yukun was seriously afraid for the boy, and everyone around him was also very surprised by his courage. The boys were talking about Huan Shan deciding to climb. Awakened versus unawakened. That would be a great fight. But Huan Shan is too stupid and will be swatted like a mosquito. The show was about to begin, and they needed to take a photo of Huan Shan, who was still alive. Zhang Yukun asked the boy not to fight, but to come down quickly. One of the opponents exclaimed that he wouldn't go down. Let him fight. Who knows? Maybe he'll win. He just had to wait until Brother Meng humiliated him, after which he laughed. Cao Meng told the protagonist that he knew he was an ordinary man who would never awaken, so he would let him strike first. Because he wouldn't have a chance to hit him a second time, the boy thought to himself that after he hit him, he would immediately send him flying beautifully. After Zhang Yukun saw his handsome face, she would definitely be drawn to him and be charmed by him. But before he could finish his thoughts, a large cannon strike from Amon came flying towards him. The guys started filming everything on their phones, being very surprised and couldn't stop laughing. The enemy began to stagger, stars flying from his eyes. He seemed to be clouded, and droplets of blood sprayed from his mouth. Did the enraged men really faint? The guy was knocked out by Huan Shan. The guy actually knocked him out with one blow, and the blow was simply stunning. This is the power of an awakened being, and he feels like he's at least at the intermediate level of the initial stage. Could it be that Huan Shan has truly awakened? Cao Meng, in a daze, begged his grandmother not to do this and not take his little bear-shaped cookie. Huan Shan, surprised, asked if he talked while he slept and what he should do. Wait until he woke up and fight him again or leave him alone. He asked the boys if they wanted to play with him while he slept, but they were terrified of the fight and unanimously refused. The protagonist heard his opponent behind him, who suddenly came to his senses. The opponent exclaimed, wiping the blood from his face, that it was a bad blow. He said that he didn't expect that he could hit so hard, but he still managed to do it. And Shan asked if he was awake and whether they would continue fighting. But his opponent asked if he had just fainted. The boys started filming everything on their phones. Cao Meng got angry and asked for the phone. He grabbed the phone and actually saw how he was knocked out, and it was too shameful. The boy really hoped that Zhang Yukun didn't see this and glanced at the girl. Zhang Yukun smiled slightly, blushed, and coughed, casting a contemptuous glance at him. She started coughing, after which she turned away and said nothing to the boy. He became even more angry when he realized the girl had seen everything. His image of an arrogant and domineering man vanished. Huan Shan apologized and asked if they would fight. The enemy exclaimed that of course they would fight. The protagonist replied that that was just fine. Cao Meng continued to get angry and exclaimed that he wanted to slap him. Cao Meng exclaimed, calling him a scoundrel, that he would destroy him and that his own mother would not recognize him. He approached his opponent and kicked him with all his might, wishing him to go to hell. The protagonist stepped back, and streams of scarlet blood began to flow from his mouth. The boys noticed that their furious brother was very strong and burst out laughing. Huan Shan was being beaten non-stop. The empty Huan Shan can't even withstand a simple blow. But the furious brother has stronger skills. Cao Meng continued to beat the protagonist with powerful kicks. The guys noticed that he was looking for the moment when the opponent would lose his balance. They asked him to dodge, because the furious brother's fatal blow could kill him. This is the furious brother's most powerful skill. Even a hungry lion wouldn't target a fully grown mutant water buffalo, weighing 2 tons. Legend has it that Cao Meng's blow could easily knock out a fully grown mutant water buffalo. This most powerful skill is called the Crescent Hammer Strike, and it is already approaching the boy. He dealt such a powerful blow that Huan Shan fell backwards onto the rocks and broke them with his body. Zhang Yukun began to scream, worried about the boy. The boys said that this was the end and that this was the final blow. The enemy was pleased and looked closely at his victim. The boys again talked about how, if he wasn't dead or maimed, his brain should simply be a pulp. Cao Meng smiled and said that he'd fainted for a few days. He hadn't forced him to fight, so if he woke up acting like an idiot, it wouldn't be his fault. Before he could finish speaking, the protagonist asked him not to worry and assured him that no one would blame him. Cao Meng was simply shocked when he heard his victim's voice. He asked what had happened to him and how he had survived. The boy replied that he hadn't even been in pain. Those around him were shocked by the hammer blow that lasted for half a month. Anyone who suffered such a blow was sent to the hospital. Huan Shan had only recently awakened, so how could he have remained unharmed? Cao Meng couldn't understand it either, because he'd hit him so hard and he didn't seem to care. He'd hit him several times, but he had no injuries. So why was he so scared? Han Shan explained with a smile that his kick had broken his neck. But fortunately, there was a lot of Reiki there, so he could restore it. Cao Meng asked how he hadn't died if his neck was broken. Even if he didn't die, he should be paraplegic. The main character began to approach the enemy and asked to show what it looked like. The guy couldn't understand what he was talking about. And Huan Shan raised his leg above his head. He explained that the force seemed to originate from the hip, with the aura concentrated in the abdominal diaphragm. The Reiki then moved into the thigh and gluteal muscles, and the resulting impact would be incredibly powerful. The guy thought that he had done everything correctly, and that he had learned this blow in 6 months. He was simply shocked and could not understand how he was able to repeat it, and how it could have happened at all. If this is a dream, he asks someone to wake him up quickly. And so he receives a hammer blow for half a month. The protagonist delivered a powerful blow and sent his opponent to the same stone on which he was lying. The stones flew in all directions, and the boys watched what was happening with their mouths open. And here in front of us is the director's office, the Department for Advanced Training, room number 705. When the principal heard about the application for first aid, he asked what this Cao Meng had already done. How did this student get into trouble? He was a very problematic guy. The man in the helmet replied no and was completely sweating. The director asked him to speak more slowly. The man then explained that it was Cao Meng who needed help. He had been beaten by a student named Huan Shan. The director was very surprised and said that she remembered that name. Han Shan actually knocked out Cao Meng. Cao Meng, who was at the intermediate level of the initial stage, now lay prostrate in the middle of the ring. The protagonist asked if he'd won and if he was free to go to class. But the lesson was already over, so the boy decided to go home. The guys were simply shocked and could not understand how Huan Shan suddenly became so strong, and if they had found out about it earlier. The main character was in the room and the guys gathered around him. They looked at him carefully and asked what he wanted to do. They decided that he must want to punish them, and they were seriously scared by this. The main character simply looked at them attentively and pretended to approach them. The boys immediately got scared, covered their heads with their hands and asked what he was doing. Huan Shan simply waved and said he'd see them later. He thought that even if he won, he should remain reserved and polite to avoid getting into trouble. The boys were completely covered in sweat and waved to him, promising to see him later. Huan Shan was glad to see everyone saying goodbye to him and thought it meant he'd shown his best side. Chang Yu-kun suddenly appeared in front of him. She looked at the boy carefully. The main character began to approach the girl, and for some reason, having approached her, he made a sharp movement. The boy changed his mind about approaching her, simply walked around her. The director held Huan Shan's file. She read that his awakening level was 0, his physical condition average. He had paid for 3 training courses, but he still showed no signs of awakening. Was the wounded man really the Cao Meng she was thinking of? The man replied that it was true, and he was completely certain of it. Cao Meng was indeed beaten by the protagonist, and his face was swollen and red from the blows. The director remarked that she'd already said it wasn't Cao Meng, and that since when had he gotten so fat? The man explained that it was him. His face was simply swollen. The student, Huan Shan, hadn't awakened and hadn't contributed anything to the training camp. He heard that he hadn't been coming to training camp for classes in the last few days. When he did, trouble ensued. The principal asked to inform him immediately that he had free classes in the main class tomorrow. The protagonist was walking along a pedestrian crossing. He heard his phone ring and read that the training camp had sent him a message and that he was already crossing the road. Suddenly, a car appeared at the crosswalk and the driver asked how he could use his phone while crossing the road. But before he could answer, he flew over the hood, flipping several times in the air. The boy fell unconscious near the car on the roadway and was completely covered in blood. The man asked Amon and Mao to take a closer look at the boy. He wondered if he was the brat who didn't pay. The guys immediately approached the main character, took a closer look, and said that everything was right. It was him. This was the guy who beat him up. Cao Lao Cao was the owner of the largest underground market in the city of Liuyin. He ordered him to be sent to the hospital and then told which hospital he would be at, as he wanted to come and see him. The boys started laughing and told their father that no problem, and he'd hit him pretty hard. Eamon said he'd call the police and report someone who'd been hit by a car. Meanwhile, the main character, completely covered in blood, was on his phone, talking about how he would actually be studying for free in the primary class. The kids were very surprised to see him lying in the middle of the road and still managing to check his phone. Cao Lucao said that being hit by a car and remaining unharmed, and also being able to defeat Amon, it seems like he is at least at the intermediate level of the initial stage. His combat power had already reached level 40 or even 50 with it. The man asked him if he wanted to become his subordinate, and asked him to call him father and work for him. He told the boy that he would help him repay the debt, to which Huan Shan immediately agreed. Cao Lucao was very surprised that the boy agreed so quickly. Huan Shan suddenly asked him to wait. He explained that he'd thought about his decision and asked to put it behind him, as he wanted to maintain a low profile. He was also still in training camp. The boys asked how he dared refuse the old man's invitation, given that he'd just had the chance to study in the main class for free. Huan Shan replied that he'd refuse because of what their family had done to him in his past life. No matter how terrible their torture, it won't help. He will never agree to anything he doesn't like. Then one of the guys pulled out a bladed weapon and, approaching the boy, shouted that he would kill him now. Han Shan managed to get away before he could punch him in the face and explained that he was simply defending himself. Cao Lucao asked his comrade Wei Chu to teach him a lesson. If he did, he wouldn't call that guy, and this was his chance to show his best side. The man listened to his father and told him not to worry, as his strength would be sufficient. All he lacked was the ability. Huan Shan asked if he had a prosthetic arm. Lita replied that it was a mechanism and that he was a human awakened by technology. And why did he, a scoundrel, look down on him? Eamon thought about how Wei Chu hated being looked down upon. But he didn't want to be near this guy under his father's roof. But when he starts proving his strength, he immediately becomes upset, especially when he's next to that guy or when he's underestimated. Wei Chu didn't even spare the child and the old man who begged him. The protagonist, clutching his head, said that scientific and technological awakening sounded very cool. He wondered if the man was a scientist or a minor inventor. Wei Chu laughed and exclaimed that he was his sister's little inventor, and he should know when not to look down on someone. He said that even if he were to kneel down and beg for mercy, he would continue to break his hands. Suddenly, the man launched a superjet attack as he approached the main character. Scientific and technological awakenings are equal to their physical awakenings. They can create and operate extremely powerful mechanisms. He called the boy an idiot and said that he was already behind him, hitting him with all his might with his prosthetic arm. It hit the boy right in the chest, and streams of scarlet blood began to flow from his mouth, and he began to cough very hard. Wei Chu said that scientific and technological awakenings are rarer than physical awakenings. Furthermore, he had reached the highest level of the primordial stage, and his combat strength had reached over 80. Why did he hit him so hard? He could die. The man asked his father to calm down and be assured that he wouldn't die. With his protection, that shouldn't happen. They were shocked that he could stand there as if nothing had happened. Cao Lucao asked if he'd really hit him hard and why he was so fine. Had he really eaten porridge this morning? Huan Shan clenched his fist and asked to receive a mighty blow. The man managed to dodge in time and put his metal hands in front of the protagonist's fist. Cao Lucao asked Wei Chu if he could handle him, and asked if he should call that guy to come. Wei Chu asked them not to do this and said with a laugh that he was confident that he would fix it. He started using a high-pressure rocket hook and said he was more reliable than this guy. He began using maximum power and a new high-pressure jet strike. The protagonist was lying on the ground bleeding, and Wei Chu was standing next to him. He said that even if the boy was at the average level of the initial stage, he would still faint for a day. But the man looked at his hand and noticed that the mechanical system was almost completely broken. Eamon called Big Brother Wei Chu a fine fellow, and said he was the one who could defeat Huan Shan. Cao Lucao also called him a good guy, but said he almost screwed him over. And now his things run out of juice, and he's completely unreliable. Much worse than that guy. We'd have wondered why his mechanism had no power. He'd been using its battery all day yesterday to play his games. When he returned to recharge that night, he'd had a lot to drink and used the battery to throw a drinking party. He's the boss and says everything, whether it's right or wrong, but he looks at everyone with no respect and will never change that. He has no power or opinion of his own, and he never admits his mistakes. He's the boss as long as he gets paid, and he'll think he's right. He just needs to do what he has to do and simply defeat the enemy in front of him. The man, thinking about this, suddenly felt that someone was behind him. He saw the protagonist before him and, horrified, asked what had happened. Huan Shan asked why he had suddenly screamed and startled him. Chao La Kao asked how he'd managed to wake up again, and they'd said Huan Shan was immortal. Wei Chu wondered what was wrong with this guy. However, he wouldn't be able to get back on his feet for some time. Han Shan asked the man how he got faster when he used the thing. He explained that he wanted the same thing, but in sneaker form. Could this guy really be immortal? Cao Lao Kao exclaimed that he really couldn't, and then he'd call that guy. Although he didn't want to say it, he really was weak. The man called and asked where he was. He asked me to come here quickly. Liu Guanzhan replied that he was already on his way. He simply asked them to wait a little longer, as he was hungry and thirsty. Meanwhile, Zhang Yukun was thinking that she still hadn't decided whether to send a text message to Huan Shan. She feels selfish towards him, and may ask if he is injured today. She wondered if it was okay to ask such a thing, and she picked up the phone. The girl decided to just ask, since it was nothing special. Suddenly, she looked at her phone and realized the message had been sent. The main character was sitting near the phone and saw a message from Zhang Yukun, which made him very surprised. She asked if he'd sustained any injuries today. He wondered how he could make her hate him. He asked her to wait because he needed to answer a message. Although he wouldn't fight him anymore, he was giving in, and the man could leave without waiting for him. Leader wondered why he'd used his strongest attack on him, and why he could still access his phone. On top of that, he was out of energy. Everyone must have thought he couldn't defeat him. And now, Liu Guanzhan will arrive and finish him off. Then everyone will start praising him, while they will scold him and tell him how weak he is. He can't let that happen, so he will finish him off. He decided that with the next attack, he would kill him, and he would be the strongest than all the others. But before he could strike the main character, he completely ran out of energy. What if he's exhausted? He's always been so attentive, and that's why he never ran out of energy mid-flight before. It's all because of that stinking old dog who threw a drinking party, but he won't tell him anything. Someone exclaimed that Wei Chu fell straight from the sky. Cao Lao Kao asked where Liu Guanzhan was. The young man asked not to worry, and said he was already there. He asked if the guy on the third floor was the target, and then he started climbing toward the protagonist. When the man rose, everyone around ran in different directions because he was very healthy and frightening. The man greeted them and said his name was Liu Guanzhan. He was going to be a little rude, so he apologized in advance. Huan Shan also introduced himself and said he didn't need to apologize, as everything was fine. One of the guys exclaimed that their protector had finally arrived and was at the peak of his initial stage. He'd heard that his power was 99 and that this guy was screwed. Huan Shan told the man he didn't want to fight and that it was attracting other people's attention. He wondered if he would have to pay back the money if he won. Before he could finish speaking, the man said that they were about to start and tried to strike. Once the battle begins, it will be filled with terrifying awe and horror. Liu Guanzhan began to swing his fists and use the tempered fist of trust. The boys started shouting that Big Brother would kill him. Cao Lao Kao said he didn't want to call that guy because he was very hard to defeat, and the people he beat up could only die. The protagonist felt heavy blows and realized he was losing consciousness, but he had to find a way to escape. He was afraid he would lose consciousness if this continued. Liu Guanzhan prepared to deal more blows one after another to the main character. He approached him and began to use his seasoned fist of trust. There was a powerful explosion, and the boy flew far, far back, breaking stones with his back. Han Shan, a little frightened, said that he had never lost consciousness before. Cao Lokao asked Liu Guanzhan to stop because if he died, they wouldn't be able to return the money, and he didn't want to deal with the cops. The guy replied that he should have talked about money earlier, and then he would stop. Whether the guy dies or lives depends only on him. Liu Guanzhan said that it was not as difficult as it seemed, and he just wanted to play with it. He took his fist in his hands and said that he did not blame him. He knows he's a little nervous, too. He asked if anyone had texted him. The man said it was a pity he couldn't answer her, and looked at him sideways. Suddenly his gaze changed as he saw that the protagonist's broken arm began to heal. The man was simply shocked, and could not understand how this could happen, and how he began to heal. Zhang Yukun apologized, told him who she'd accidentally texted, and said goodbye. Huan Shan thought, she's texted again, and he really doesn't understand women. Liu Guanzhan was very surprised when he looked at the protagonist. The boy had started checking his phone again after such powerful blows. The guys laughed and asked if he was freaking out, since he was dead. Cao Lao Kao asked him what he was so happy about and called him Mr. Talentless. When Liu Guanzhan realized the boy wasn't dead, he thought they could continue playing. He decided the boy was a toy that would never break. Han Shan looked at the man with fear and said that he did not want to fight and he just wanted to live quietly and peacefully. But before he could finish speaking, a powerful fist of his opponent flew into his face, and he exclaimed that he could not refuse. If he doesn't resist, he'll kill him right here and very quickly. Huan Shan said, lowering his head, that he simply didn't want to fight. Liu Guanjian replied that he was truly disappointing him, and that he continued to behave this way. Or perhaps he was afraid he would kill him. The main character looked at him and asked him to try because he wouldn't be able to kill him. The man said he wanted to play with him, but he was still holding back. He'd make him famous by telling everyone he was immortal. He was weird and acted like a girl. He's like some kind of foreign prince. Huan Shan got angry and asked them not to cause him any trouble. The man had already hit him in the face with his fist as hard as he could and asked who was causing him problems. Liu Guanjian smiled wryly, picked up the phone and said that he had thought of something. Then if he doesn't want to fight, he'll find that girl and have sex with her. He asked the protagonist if her name was Zhang Yukun. Han Shan immediately became angry and asked what he wanted to do and approached the man. Liu Guanjian said that in that case, he would write where he was and she would come here. And if he didn't want to play, then he could just come and watch. The man exclaimed that the weak have no right to choose and cast a contemptuous glance at him. The protagonist approached the big guy and unexpectedly took his hand. He told her she had nothing to do with this showdown and asked her not to get involved. The man asked why he hadn't given up yet, or was he already willing to fight? Was it because of this girl? Liu Guanjian asked if the reason he would fight was because of the girl. But a woman is like clothing. He can throw away the old one and find a new one, and it would be foolish to fight for her. Liu Guanjian asked him again if she was the reason for his consent. Well, before he could finish speaking, the main character's fist flew into his face. The boy began to use Amon's big cannon strike, and the man flew far back. He fell, landing on stones that flew in all directions. Han Shan exclaimed that he really hated involving other people in his problems. Liu Guanjian said sarcastically. His face was a little scary. Cheng Yukun noticed that the protagonist had sent her his location, but it was already late at night. She wondered what he meant and whether he really wanted to meet her. The girl replied that she would start getting ready. She asked her cat to stop playing with her shoes, or perhaps she was giving her some hints. Cheng Yukun got into a taxi and asked the driver to take her to the designated location. The driver commented that she was dressed nicely and asked if she was going on a date. She replied that she wasn't, that she just needed to meet her friend. She was ashamed and simply wanted to disappear into the ground. Why had she dressed up like that? Meanwhile, the protagonist was very worried, and the wounded man sighed heavily. The boy thought that he would not be able to defeat this brute, since he was very strong. The maximum Reiki reserve in this body is 80. To defend against his attacks, he uses 50 units of Reiki. The aura he absorbs in this area is enough to heal. Han Shan realized that his Reiki reserves weren't sufficient to replicate his movements. He wondered what he should do in that situation. Liu Guanjian approached the boy and asked him to stand up. He asked where his aggression had gone. Chao Lokao asked the man not to kill him, as he had already told him so. They needed to recruit him. If they recruit him, he and this guy will form the strongest duo, and they will conquer this city. The guy wondered if this dog had really become his replacement. Liu Guanjian returned to his boss and said he refused. Cao Lao Cao became indignant, saying that he worked for him, and why didn't he follow his orders? Liu Guanjian replied that he probably didn't understand it right now. But for him, this opportunity was very valuable. 20 years ago, Liu Guan was 5 years old, and his physical strength was suspected of awakening. What a misfortune, and why did this happen? When the boy touched his toys, they immediately broke. The boy wondered why no one played with him. He broke other children's arms and said he'd just given him a gentle nudge with his palm, and that he genuinely didn't mean to hurt them. What nonsense. A gentle push doesn't break your arm. This child's mother asked me to push her. The boy was crying because even those closest to him were separating from him. He told his mother that they were all lying. They said he was a monster and they didn't want to play with him. The father asked him not to listen to them, but simply to ignore them. The mother asked her boy not to worry, because they were talking nonsense. He just needed to be happy. He was very surprised that his mother was talking to him and wondered why everything was so terrible. He just wanted to be happy like other children, so that when he made mistakes, his parents would scold him and ask why he couldn't be happy like everyone else. From that time on, he never smiled wholeheartedly, and no one would understand. No one would know how unhappy he was. A toy that never breaks. No matter how hard he hits it, it still won't break. The man thrust out his powerful fist and struck the protagonist. Could he really be a gift from God? And was he the toy he'd been dreaming of all these years? But suddenly the boy put out his elbow and hit him with all his might on the chest. Before the man could say that he should enjoy it, The boy began to fly back. He asked him not to dare fall and to keep fighting. He begged him and asked him to play a little longer. The man continued to frolic and exclaimed that this was the most fun time of his life. He continued to hit the protagonist harder and harder and thanked him for it. Everything around was covered in blood, and scarlet drops of blood fell directly on the enemy. Had he become disoriented? Lu Guanzhan wondered if the blow to his chin had given him a concussion. The man didn't expect this turn of events, but he was very amused and interested. He asked the boy to continue and where the little dinosaur had disappeared to. He kept calling for this little dinosaur louder and louder, but the dinosaur was much larger than all the surrounding high-rise buildings, which seemed to rise to the sky. And Shan was completely covered in blood and, approaching his opponent, called him a complete non-entity. Satisfying his own desires, he pays no attention to others like his father. The boy exclaimed that he was very irritated right now. Lu Guanzhan smiled and replied that he wanted to tell him that he had a great time. And Shan approached him and said that he had no idea what he was talking about, and how could he think only of himself? But the man continued to smile and thanked the main character for the fun. The boy approached him again and asked what kind of thank you he was, asking him not to irritate him. He began to apply his iron fist of trust and hit him with all his might. Cao Lao Cao was very surprised and exclaimed to his comrade that he couldn't afford to lose. He still had to recruit him. Could he really lose to him? What's wrong with his face? Why is he lying in that position now? Amon approached Guanzhan, picked him up, and asked him to wake up immediately. He exclaimed that the boy must not lose. His comrade started screaming and asked how he dared to beat his brother and let him prepare to die. Amon asked. Amon not to die under any circumstances, and the main character was already approaching the fat man. Cao Lao Cao thought about how he'd knocked Liu Guanzhang unconscious and couldn't afford to waste such a chance. He asked the boy what he wanted to do and explained that he was Liu Guanzhang's father. Huanshan replied that he was already tired of listening to his voice and that this voice was the ugliest of all he had ever heard. Cao Lao Cao was genuinely frightened and asked him to wait. He said there was no need to unleash his demons and asked them to simply discuss everything. He became frightened because the boy was getting closer and closer to him, and he felt no fear at all. He felt like he was about to eat him. But what was that thing in front of him? Was it the illusion Ama was talking about? He has no other choice but to use this technique, and he is forced to do so. Cao Lao Cao immediately fell to his knees before the boy and exclaimed that he had made a mistake. From now on, he was his big brother. He offered to help his big brother. He remembered he'd had financial problems, and from now on, he could indulge himself in anything, and he'd sort everything out. Huanshan asked if he was telling the truth and thanked him. Cao Lao Cao called the gentleman very polite. He asked to be added as a friend if any problems arose, and to be sure to write to him. He wished him a good rest and said they'd see each other soon. The boy immediately waved and left. Cao Lao Cao told his men they were leaving. He'd said everything would be fine. Amon exclaimed that his father had gotten away with it. Meanwhile, the main character stood on the roadway and looked somewhere ahead, covered in blood. He thought that this nightmare was finally over, and he needed to go back. He hoped that such a thing would never happen again. As he stood on the roadway, Zhang Yukun appeared in front of him. She looked at the boy with fear. There was fear in her eyes, and she looked closely at Huanshan, who was completely covered in blood. She asked the boy not to kill him, and said that he could be sure that she would not tell anyone anything. Huanshan asked the girl not to worry and said it was just a normal fight. Zhang Yukun agreed, saying she'd already assumed it was a criminal dispute and calling herself a fool. He doesn't know what she's thinking, but they're not bad people. One of them even added him as a friend. The girl was very surprised when she saw a photograph of Cao Lao Cao in front of her. She explained to the boy that he was the leader of the largest gang in the region. She asked if he was telling the truth. Huanshan asked her to give up, but she hadn't seen anything, and he genuinely didn't want to fight today. The girl said she'd keep her mouth shut. The boy asked her to go home, and she asked if he hadn't sent her his location. Huanshan explained that a man had taken his phone and sent it to her. This all happened because they shot him down, otherwise he wouldn't have fought them. The boy asked her to be careful and advised her to follow traffic rules in the future. Zhang Yukun was surprised and agreed with the protagonist. She thought the boy was worried about her. Hunshan flew into a rage when he heard Cao Lao Cao's words. It seemed that all the emotions he had experienced in the past were beginning to come alive, and this would only please the most selfish being in the world, his father. What he did, the crimes he committed, are unforgivable, and he has no desire at all to inherit his business. The boy decided that he would never be like his father. The boy told his father it was an interactive online game. He used his right hand to control shooting, and is left to control his movements. The little red plane is him, and he must avoid the bullets that his enemies shoot. If he sticks to these rules, he will always win. My father asked why the pink plane wasn't firing. They laughingly explained that his friend was joking and thought he was the one flying the plane. This is Princess Jane from the Kingdom of Cloud Butterflies. It's rare to find such a chatterbox, but she's very nice. The man asked how it exploded, and the guy laughed and explained that Jane destroyed it. And that's why he lost? Then the man asked if this was a provocation or some other kind. The guy replied that the princess of the Cloud Butterfly Kingdom dared to declare war on them. He got really angry and told his father that it was just a game and asked him to wait. 3 days later, another emperor's family sent their elite army to destroy the Cloud Butterfly Kingdom. Although the Cloud Butterfly Kingdom surrendered, it was still destroyed in a single day. The protagonist thought that he would never be as idiotic as him. He didn't want to inherit his throne and didn't want to do the same as him. But he still needs strength, and with this human body, he will not be able to resist his father. So why should he stand still? He needs to become stronger and take action. Through these few battles, he realized that people were truly changed by the influence of Reiki. They'd learned a number of ways to make themselves stronger, and they actually worked. From his experience in battle, he realized he didn't have to defeat them. He can simply count on regeneration and a new emperor and the perception of a new emperor. With Huanshan's body, he couldn't defeat Liu Guanzhang. Thanks to the emperor's perception and the new emperor, it became clear that Liu Guanzhang's fist possessed powerful attack power. This is precisely because a lot of Reiki is concentrated in his fist even before the blow. This ability also allows him to absorb his powerful aura every time he attacks. This helps him weaken his attacks, heal his wounds, and strengthen his aura. If he hadn't released so much of his slats, he would have become a big problem for him. Or if Wei Chu had a spare battery, he would have been in danger. Understanding the environment and evolving is the path to the top of the food chain. He simply must become stronger. Meanwhile, the girls were talking outside, and one asked the other if she'd heard about Cao Meng being beaten up yesterday. Apparently, the guy who beat him up was from the main class. The second girl was surprised that someone from the general class had beaten someone from the main class and said it was simply impossible. Then the girl smiled and laughed, saying that maybe he was just lucky, and after all, it was the main class. Chang Yukun turned around and told the girls that Huan Shan had defeated Cao Meng on his own, and that there was no need to pull the wool over people's eyes. Then the girl asked who she was, and if she wasn't the heroine Zhang Yukun, the one those two fools had fought for. She's really shameless, and they fought over her. She's just playing with them like a little brat. She never agreed to become Cao Meng's girlfriend. Then the others said she admitted it, and laughed. Suddenly the boy asked her to shut her filthy mouth if she didn't want to die. He asked her not to dare mention the main class. The girls immediately turned to him and agreed unanimously. Zhou Guanyuan is the leader of the main class and is close to the peak of the initial stage. He explained that although Cao Meng was a good student, he was too impulsive. Impulsiveness can easily lead to defeat, so this is just nonsense. However, it's not worth mentioning in the main class. If he hears anything like that again, he asks not to blame him for his rudeness. The girls were surprised and realized he was someone they shouldn't approach. Although he was handsome, he was too fierce. Zhou Guanyuan called them a bunch of naive people, and who dared to hit him? There was a guy nearby who was looking for Huan Shan and was very angry with him. He exclaimed that he would simply destroy him. Then the boy asked Cao Meng to wait a bit, but he was too ferocious and asked what he was waiting for. Zhou Guanyuan thoughtfully replied, "Nothing." He couldn't figure out what had happened to this guy and decided it was best not to talk to him right now. He continued to search for his enemy and repeat his name all the time, which never left his lips. Zhou Guangyun watched him carefully and thought about the main character. Cao Meng's anger constantly hampers his spiritual power, and now he fears that Cao Meng has surpassed the initial stage. Even he won't be able to defeat him in a few rounds. The boy called out to Huan Shan and asked him to come to him. He was looking for him and asking where he was, as he had come for him. The boy wondered if this was the man he'd beaten up last time. He decided he'd have to be discreet and hit him randomly this time. He should appear as if he hadn't noticed, like he was playing on his phone or scratching his ear, and it was a perfect plan. Suddenly, Zhang Yukun shielded him with her body and warned the boy to be careful. The enemy began using Amon's large cannon strike. The boys began to cover themselves with their arms. The girls noticed that Huan Shan had sent Cao Meng flying while he was checking his phone. Huan Shan is very strong and should definitely join the main class. Cao Meng, who had planned a sneak attack, was defeated by him. Huan Shan asked them to wait and said that everything was wrong. The boys were surprised how the main character defeated Cao Meng while playing on his phone and scratching his ear. This Huan Shan is too strong. These two guys even fight over the girl. The guy asked her to wait and said that it wasn't like that, and he didn't do it on purpose. But the guys kept saying he was so strong, it seemed like he'd join the main class sooner or later. It seemed that was precisely the main class's strength. Zhou Guanyuan thought about how, if you wanted to enter the main class, you had to undergo the strictest testing. Did he think it was that easy? Regardless of their talent awakening level or growth, students worthy of training would be admitted to the main class. They're like small fry with no common sense. Huan Shan said the training camp sent him a message yesterday saying he could join the main class for free, but he didn't know how to get in. Zhou Guanyuan was very surprised by this. How could he be admitted to the main class for free? He thought about how this had only happened 3 times. This guy had only recently awakened, and how could this have happened? But he'd met many people like that, who awakened through sheer luck alone, and they were the same. They'd wasted their resources by allowing him to study in the main class. Suddenly the students were warned to be careful, and all students were asked to evacuate the building immediately. They were told that hostage takers had arrived, and all students needed to return. Zhou Guanyuan thought it must be the mafia. Men with guns were asking the students to go back and report to the battalion commander and the coach. Everyone was asked to be more careful and not interfere. No fighting with people outside the camp was allowed. The guy lying on the ground asked if he was a coward or a scoundrel. He explained to those around him that he had called them, and they had come. Each of them would die for him. Cheng Yukun was surprised to see that Cao Meng had done it. The other guys asked what the mafia was doing at the training camp. Cao Meng began screaming and threatening to finish off the protagonist. He exclaimed that the boy was dead. Even if he gets kicked out of the training camp, he still promises to kill him. The guy took out his phone. He told his father that it was him and reported that Huan Shan had bullied him again. He wanted to show him how cruel the world was. The boy explained to his father that they were at the gate, then hung up. He pointed at Huan Shan and laughingly exclaimed that he was going to die today. Zhou Guanyuan thought that Cao Meng had truly made everyone in the main class lose face. He'd asked everyone to stay away from Huan Shan for a while. Everyone was ordered to return. The main character looked at those around him and said that he was right and that they just needed to hide. They reported that the training camp security guards were knocked off their feet. But who are these guards? These are just starting out. Cao Lao Cao appeared before them, smoking a cigarette. This was the largest gang in the area. Zhou Guanyuan was very surprised when he saw the assassin standing before him. He has many high-level, elementary stage masters. The man asked who here had a very high opinion of himself and said that he wanted to see the one who bullied his son. Cao Meng immediately approached his father and pointed at the protagonist. He said that this was the boy who had been bullying him. The man was very surprised, and the cigarette fell out of his mouth when he saw the main character. He immediately fell on his knees before his big brother and bowed before him. All the guys around were very surprised by this turn of events and were covered in beads of sweat. The man continued to shout and call Huan Shan big brother, repeating the word many times. The boy asked the man what he was doing there and called him names. Cao Lao Cao replied that he simply wanted to say hello. He slapped his son and asked him to hurry up and greet his uncle. He's his father's brother, so of course he should call him uncle. The father asked his son to get his act together and stop talking nonsense, otherwise he'd throw him out of the house and stop giving him any more money. He asked why his son had beaten them and said it was an honor for them. His father was his greatest support, and no matter what he did, he would always support him. This fortress is so powerful that it can withstand all attacks, but now it's crumbling. It seems that in this life, you can only rely on yourself, and maybe even the rain. He really is his uncle, and he doesn't care. He called him uncle and wondered why he was crying. He thought about his childhood memories, and his present self gave him candy and sweets every time they saw each other. Later, due to smoking, drinking, lung cancer, and liver cancer, he died. And then he forgot about him. Why does he have this feeling? As if everything inside him is turned upside down, and maybe this is a memory of his uncle's death. A memory from childhood. Cao Lao Cao asked his boys to leave and asked his son to let his tears out. This is the last lesson his daddy will teach him. Without tears, he would never have been able to stand up as a real man. The boys were very surprised by this turn of events and watched the car drive away. The main character stood in front of them and asked if anyone knew how to get to the main class, but wouldn't he like to explain what just happened? The boy explained that he couldn't get his bearings. As Zhou Guanyuan walked down the corridor, he thought that Huan Shan was a tough nut to crack. Not only does he possess enormous strength, but nothing is known about his family status. He wondered why he hadn't shown his power before. Was it really just a random awakening? The boy asked if they were scared. Zhou Guangyun thought that this boy was truly annoying. A red-haired girl appeared in front of them and said that they looked very confused. Did they realize they were late? It was Misu, the deputy squad leader of the main class. She asked them to hurry because Teacher Feng was very angry. The boy asked them to wait and said there was a reason they were late. The girl asked him to explain it to the teacher. The teacher said that they knew that he didn't like it when someone was late and asked if they were making fun of him. Zhou Guangyuan bowed his head and apologized to his teacher. Kaoman also bowed before him and explained that there was a reason they were late. The teacher asked the two to return to class and who the boy was. Huanshan explained that he had received a message from the camp yesterday, waiving his tuition and allowing him to join the main class. The man asked in this case to get out of here, and that's all he can say. He is the teacher of the main class, and only he decides which students are admitted to this class. He's just trash who didn't want to apologize for being late. He has no right to be in the main class. The boy called someone and, after greeting them, explained who he was. He said the primary school teacher had said he had the final say and now didn't want to let him in. Huan Shan asked what he should do. The boys thought he should hang his head and admit he was wrong. The teacher got really angry and asked what he was talking about. Misu decided this guy simply had no brains. If he provoked Teacher Feng, he'd never be able to join the main class again. Teacher Fen seemed lost in thought and greeted the principal on the phone. He asked what they had just discussed and said it was simply a misunderstanding. He asked them not to worry and said that he had said goodbye to the principal without any problems. Huan Shan asked the teacher if everything had gone smoothly. The teacher replied angrily that of course everything had gone like clockwork, and he asked them to hurry up and come in quickly. He said the boy would stand outside the door and listen from there. Huan Shan replied that there was no room to sit there, but the teacher exclaimed that if he had said to stand, then the boy should stand, and didn't he get it? Teacher Feng was very angry this time, and it was better not to provoke him again, the boy decided. The teacher asked everyone to be quiet immediately and asked for class to begin. Suddenly, the boy lowered his head and apologized to the teacher for being late. The boys decided that this short, fat man was definitely dead. The fat man explained that many people had blocked the gates and he couldn't get in. Feng grew even more angry and asked if they were deliberately trying to get to him today. He asked the reason for his lateness. The boy replied that everything was correct. He wouldn't lie to the teacher, and his reason was insignificant. Hunshan stood up for the fat man and explained that someone had blocked the gate of the training camp, which was why they were late. It follows from this that this boy did not lie to him. And the boys immediately turned their heads towards the main character and the teacher. Feng was very surprised that he wanted to protect him. He said that they had a serious conversation today. He asked the four-eyed fat man to get out immediately and said that he was expelled, and he'll express such an opinion about him that the training camp will no longer accept him. The boy fell to his knees before the teacher and begged him to please not do this. But the boy continued to swear to the teacher that he would never be late again. He could only come here because his parents had borrowed money, and he vowed to reform. Feng laughed and replied that that was better. If he wanted to learn anything in the main class, he had to listen to him. The dragon would hand him a plate, and the tiger would set it for him. He asked the newcomer if he understood him. He explained that he was giving him another chance, and now he asked to say hello one more time. But the protagonist looked at him sideways. He asked whether the man was playing with people's freedom and only pursuing his own emotions. He said that Feng was unworthy of being a teacher and was simply trash. Feng broke out in cold sweat from the protagonist's impudence, and everyone around him looked ahead in horror. The protagonist looked around carefully. The teacher was the best in the training camp. He explained that this was the first time in his teaching career that he had encountered such a student. Misu looked closely at the main character and the teacher, surprised by what was happening. The teacher got really angry and asked if the new guy had just said that he was trash. He then asked the newcomer to see what he was capable of, and they would begin with real combat practice, which would be broadcast live. He asked him to quickly ascend to the platform, and that was his order, which he was to heed. Zhou Guanyuan, watching everything, thought that it seemed like the teacher wanted to teach him a lesson. He asked Chao Meng if he'd like to fight him and show him what the core class was capable of. The fat man reflected on how the teacher had chosen the most ardent student in the core class, and that every battle he'd fought had ended disastrously for his opponents. Cao Men lowered his head and told the teacher that he refused. Feng asked why and said he could fight in his own style. But the guy replied that he still didn't want to. He started crying and saying that this was his uncle. He thought to himself that he had truly become his uncle. Memories of his real uncle were beginning to fade. The boys were very surprised that he was Chow Mung's uncle. Was he really so scared that he started crying? The protagonist said he came to the main class to learn a lot. He didn't need to compare to others. Teacher Feng asked him not to worry and said that he was better than him and better than he could imagine. Huan Shan said he understood, but he asked, who doesn't want to compare? He really intended to compare their strengths. Then he'd join him. Feng replied that he was the teacher and the boy had to obey him or he'd expel him. How could he compare to him? If he lost, he'd be expelled. Zhou Guanyuan thought the teacher wouldn't let him live. The boy shouldn't provoke the teacher. Huan Shan asked what would happen if he won. The teacher grew even more angry and exclaimed that he was the teacher here. And how could the boy still not understand that? Did he really think he could defeat him? The main character said that if he wins, he will allow that student to stay. He also has to stop speaking badly about others, and the guys looked closely at the boy. The teacher, lost in thought, exclaimed that he agreed. He asked her not to regret it. This man is simply unbeatable, and he asked me to come over and see who defends better. It's a game only men can play. The guys were curious about this device, and it looked pretty cool. Teacher Feng explained that he usually uses this device to train his defense. He asked the students to watch how to properly defend themselves. He said he would start with several tons at once. The man concentrated and began to twist his arms in different directions. Han Shan said that it seemed to him that the teacher was only lacking spiritual vibrations, and what was he doing? The teacher asked not to make noise, because this is a special ritual that helps to focus. Feng concentrated, extended his fist, which glowed with bright yellow rays, and began to use the Admiralty's golden shield. The boys were surprised by how powerful his spiritual power was. The protagonist thought that this teacher was truly impressive, and that his entire body could generate such a powerful aura. He started using his otherworldly perception. He can actually create a powerful aura in front of him, and it can actually help him block a serious attack. The protagonist thought he wasn't strong enough right now. He needed to gather some of his aura so he could copy it later. He was ready to repel a blow equivalent to 2 tons. Huan Shan began to gather his aura. He concentrated, closed his eyes, and began to accumulate this energy faster and more. The guys filmed the entire process on their phones and carefully watched what was happening. The teacher asked the students in the primary class to film the blow on their phones. He explained that it would be his honor, and a very powerful blow occurred. Teacher Feng said it didn't hurt at all. Now it was his turn to feel the force of 2 tons. And Shan asked if he was really okay. The teacher replied that he was fine, calling him a newbie. He asked if he dared to do so. Misu said that the teacher was very strong. But the force of 2 tons was very great, and he would die if he was hit by this blow. The teacher exclaimed that for a real man, this blow was nothing. He silently thought that something had happened to his strength, and he was confident he could block the blow. The boy wouldn't be able to withstand 2 whole tons, and he asked him to give up. The boy asked where he should stand. The teacher was very surprised by the automatic power boost. This button adds another ton of power. So, the countdown to an impact equivalent to 3 tons of force. The protagonist asked her to forget it and said it was all nonsense. Misu assumed he wanted to die. Huan Shan looked at the teacher carefully and asked if he had forgotten their promises. A blow equivalent to 3 tons of force began to be delivered. The teacher asked the protagonist not to pretend to be tough. He wanted the boy to simply run if he couldn't take it anymore. But Huan Shan concentrated, twisting his arm forward and bracing for the blow. The boys were very surprised when they saw the boy using Teacher Feng's pose. Han Shan looked ahead carefully and began to meditate again before striking. The teacher was simply shocked by this pose because the boy tried to copy him. He asked to stop this scoundrel and told Zhou Guanyuan to stop the car immediately. But the boy decided to use the Admiral's golden shield and lit up with bright golden rays. The teacher realized that the left hand gathers spiritual power in the right hand, and he had been practicing this trick for 2 years. He copied it just by looking at it once. Could he really be the super genius of the last decade? The teacher asked the boy to leave the device on and wait a bit. He was simply surprised and asked not to kill the chance to perform an incredible miracle. He looked at the protagonist and told the newcomer that he had complete confidence in him. The teacher asked the boy not to give up and said that if he stood firm, he would idolize him. Hun Shan concentrated, thrust his fist forward and delivered a powerful blow. It was painful, and he felt like his internal organs were badly damaged. But compared to his father's torture, this was completely incomparable. And his eyes lit up with some kind of passion. The boy covered himself with his hands and began to fly far back after the powerful blow. The boys looked at him attentively, and the teacher shouted, looking at what was happening. The protagonist began to straighten his torn sleeves and asked if he had won. The teacher and the other boys were simply shocked and looked at him with strange looks. The boy explained that the teacher had bounced a certain distance, while he had only bounced 10 meters. But Teacher Feng asked him not to say anything, and raising his hand exclaimed that he had won. He explained that he hadn't felt this way in a long time and would take good care of it in the future. He would receive plenty of resources and training, and asked him to continue in the same spirit. Misu said it was the first time she'd seen a teacher so happy. Zhou Guanyuan remarked that resources and training should be awarded based on points earned. The teacher exclaimed that he was the teacher, and he was saying he was weak. Zhou Guanyuan must test his strength with this 3-ton punch. Hanshan said that he was only fighting for resources and training, and did not need to pay special attention. He asked if the teacher would keep his promise and expel the classmate who wore glasses. He also asked them not to speak ill of him. The boy asked his name, and the fat man replied that his name was Chao Chiang, after which he thanked him. Teacher Feng replied that he would certainly not expel him, and the boy had indeed won, so he would keep his word. This world is too cruel to the weak, and only strong people can express their opinion. He can help others, but he can't help everyone. Sometimes sacrificing oneself for others is useless. The teacher advised the protagonist to gradually change his attitude towards this naive idea. The boy remembered telling his father to stop. If he didn't stop, they would die. His father said that if he intended to save them, he would die with them. He asked him never to do such a foolish thing as sacrifice himself to save others. Huanshan wondered who would want to follow the words of an idiot. As long as he had the strength, he would help them. And he hated the feeling of being unable to help someone. The teacher said that he really is an incurable idiot and he really likes it. The teacher exclaimed that the Reiki revival had been a disaster for ordinary people, as everyone around them began to acquire superpowers. But even after the awakening, this phenomenon hadn't stopped. But there are still heavens to be endlessly challenged. One must continue to work hard, conquer, and grow stronger by radiating light. Zhou Guangyuan was surprised by how happy their non-teacher seemed. Perhaps he really liked Huanshan and thought he looked so good on him. The rebirth of Reiki has impacted everything in the world. Not only people, but all living things in the world are evolving. I became stronger, and my overall physical fitness improved, resulting in a stronger human body. My control over mechanical equipment, its understanding, and its production improved. This enhanced ability to control technology is very rare. They say such awakened ones possess supernatural powers similar to magic. In fact, the place where everyone lives now is called the Sheep region. It's a protected and safe area. But there's also the Wolf region, and a more dangerous dark region. The boys listened attentively to their teacher and talked about how he had never talked about this before and what it all meant. Feng began to explain that the Sheep realm is a place where people gather, primarily those who have not awakened and those who have recently awakened. The Wolf realm is the place of the strongest awakened. And the Sheep realm is often a reward for the victors from the Wolf realm, who don't need to know what the Dark realm is. And Shan inquired about the conditions necessary to enter the Wolf realm. The teacher replied that he must at least reach the fusion stage. The boy asked what it was. Zhou Guangyuan was very surprised that he didn't know what the fusion stage was, or whether he knew anything at all. The teacher said that after ordinary people awaken and pass through the initial stage of enlightenment, they will reach the stage of fusion. Upon reaching the stage of fusion, spiritual power soars to an incredible level, and the peak of the fusion stage can reach 10,000. Hanshan thought that someone who had reached the pinnacle of the fusion stage could simultaneously confront 100 Liu Guanzhans. The teacher asked them if they had any questions, such as how to become strong. Naturally, the boy wanted to know. To achieve anything, they first need to understand the properties of the aura. Although Reiki energy is invisible, it actually has its own characteristics. Reiki energy is divided into 4 characteristics: fire, water, earth, and air. And each person can possess only 2 of these characteristics. Each awakened person has their own proportion of spiritual resonance. Their characteristics are Air 7 and Earth 3. The perfection of their characteristics will influence the power of the corresponding new martial arts. The protagonist asked why everything was so complicated. Misu said it was the basic course of awakening, and didn't he know that before? The teacher asked the boy not to worry, as he would gradually understand it all. These 4 characteristics act as checks on each other, and they must be careful when using them in combat. For example, if the combat stats of water and fire are at the same level and also receive a bonus for the damage dealt, they will receive a bonus. However, if the stat level is higher, its weight may not be taken into account. Teacher Feng said that he had told them a lot today, and it was very important for them to understand it. The protagonist started clapping his hands and exclaimed that it was simply wonderful and very educational. Misu couldn't figure out what was wrong with this guy. Hanshan said he had abandoned his preconceptions about his teacher. Although his character was so-so, his explanations were simply superb. He remembered the boy asking his father how to improve his defense. Looking back, his father had told him similar things and wondered if it was really that difficult. He explained that you improve your defenses when you're being beaten. My son screamed and asked what kind of ridiculous theory he had. He asked his dad how to improve his attack, and he explained again that it can only be improved when you get beaten. Feng thought about how he'd been a teacher for so many years, how he always held back his emotions, and how everyone hated him for it. He didn't really agree, and frankly, he didn't like being a teacher. But he did say that was the best explanation. The boys were very surprised by the teacher's reaction. They couldn't understand what was wrong with this situation. Meanwhile, the girl didn't think Huan Shan was suited for the main class, and after all, Teacher Feng's personality wasn't great. There was nothing wrong with being strict, but as the principal, she had to take care of that. In fact, unless something serious happened, she wouldn't interfere. The teacher approached the boy, hugged him, and said that no one had praised him in years. He offered to study with the boy after that, and he immediately agreed. When the director approached the door, she was as if blinded. The girl decided that perhaps she had been mistaken. She decided to forget about it while these guys were getting along. Suddenly her phone rang, and the battalion commander addressed her. The man asked the director to go to the battalion commander's office because he had to tell her something important. The director thought she could already smell that disgusting wine through the screen. She'd come if it was important, but if he deceived her, he was finished. The director told the boys that they could all go home, but he asked Huan Shan to stay and measure his level of spiritual strength and characteristics. The boy immediately agreed, and he asked him to stand there and be ready for testing. Chu Guanyuan told Misu that he thought she was worried about Huan Shan's initial spiritual power. She then asked if he was worried about the same. The man asked the protagonist if he had awakened yesterday. Most likely, he was only in the beginning stages of spiritual power. And Shan was surprised and asked what they meant by the initial level of spiritual power. Zhou Guanyuan replied that the initial level of spiritual power refers to the original spiritual power of a newly awakened person, and that only newly awakened people have spiritual power in the 30 range. The highest value is good talent, but of course that's not really important. Everything depends on one's own efforts. It's been 10 minutes already, and nothing's showing up. The higher the talent, the slower the results are calculated. Had he never heard of such a thing? What happened? Misu told the teacher that he seemed to have forgotten to press the switch. Meanwhile, the director had already approached the battalion commander's office and said that she had arrived. The girl looked seriously at the man and said that she hoped that he had called her on a serious matter. The commander asked Xiaogui not to be so strict, but to look at him and be kind for just today. He asked her to look at his little pet, which he had bought at a high price in the Dark Realm. This little mantis had the intelligence of a 2-year-old child. She says she likes this type of fish, the parrotfish he keeps, and he also likes these little fish. He asked her to forget and promised to give her all of this. After all, he was very kind today. The director remarked that he was as disgusting as ever. Then the man asked if it was because he was feeding him this food. Xiao Shui replied that his love of wine and his personality were also disgusting. The commander laughed and remarked that she had a very keen eye and asked to speak with her. A League of 5 district training camps across the city would soon be held. The winning camp would receive huge prizes, and he asked if she was interested. The director asked if he had anything else to say, given the amount of disgusting things going on here, and why he'd called her. He was saddened by the director's hatred, and she always spoke the truth. He explained that his worthless son also wanted to participate in this competition, but he knows his level isn't high enough to even enter the main class. But she can attend the main class and arrange for his son to attend as well. It's not good, but as a father, he's deeply ashamed. He promised to give her more awards than the winner of this league, and he would also give many rewards to the student who gave up his seat to his son. He asked her if she liked his proposal. Her primary school teacher was one of her former students. He listens to her better and asks her to talk to him about it and has high hopes for her. The director thought she hated this old man. Then he exclaimed, removing his hands, that he wasn't touching her, and asked her not to kill him. He laughed, and the girl exclaimed that he was disgusting as always. Turning around, she said that she was leaving, and he cast an admiring glance at her. There was a partial flash cut, and the man exclaimed that he was just joking. He again asked the director not to be so serious and said his aquarium was very expensive. Xiao Wei asked him to be careful next time, otherwise he would say goodbye to his hands. The man said his little one was both fierce and sweet. At least his little praying mantis was here. Did he really think of laughing at him, and he squeezed him with his hand very tightly. The main character stood in this tank and chuckled, a little scared. Zhou Guangyuan asked him not to worry and said he understood the boy was a little nervous after his recent awakening. Awakening primarily relies on acquiring an aura to increase spiritual power. So-called spiritual power actually measures the amount of aura in the body. His spiritual power is currently 94, while Misu's is 90, and these are high figures. Being just one step away from advancing, they are already like teachers, so he can ask them anything. The protagonist asked if this was real and thanked the guy. He explained that he wouldn't refuse his help. Zhou Guangyuan asked him not to worry and to trust him. Incidentally, his initial spiritual power level was 30. Such geniuses are found once in a century, and the boy glowed with golden rays. The device gave a 99% result. Zhou Guangyuan was simply shocked when he saw the Huanshan's spiritual power of such a high level. Zhou Guangyuan was speechless when he saw these figures. He still had some work to do, so he decided to go home. The teacher was also shocked and asked if his initial spiritual power level was really 99%. Misu was also very surprised by such a level immediately after awakening. It's impossible to describe this in terms of genius. The teacher asked the boy to stop playing with this phone. The boy explained that he just received a message. The girl was sitting at the table, holding a glass of juice nearby. She decided to ask Huanshan if he had a free minute, and she doesn't even know if he will answer her. The girl took the phone in her hands with hope and asked in surprise what was going on. Cheng Yukun asked if he had a free minute and said that she wanted to ask him something. The boy didn't even know how to answer her, and the kids and the teacher crowded over his head. She couldn't understand what was wrong with the phone screen and how these messages were suddenly sent. The girl apologized, saying there had been some kind of error, and she'd forgotten to turn off the screen. These messages were sent by accident. It was a huge misunderstanding, like a scene from a major disaster. If the boy didn't respond, it meant he simply hadn't seen the messages. Zhang Yukun exclaimed angrily that it was a complete accident. She couldn't even explain it all, and her eyes blushed as tears streamed down them. Misu laughed and said she'd let the young people play. The girl turned around and left, saying that she would not disturb them, and they were already next to each other. Cheng Yukun was genuinely worried, and taking the piece of paper with the text, said that firstly, she wasn't actually dating Cao Meng. She never wanted to be with him. He didn't know what had affected him so much, but she still seriously apologizes. She's not telling him this to start dating. She just doesn't want him to get hurt. She always considered him a good friend, but she treated him rudely. She didn't notice that it hurt his feelings, and she hoped they could start over. Huanshan, listening to her, replied that it was good. They looked at each other standing opposite each other, and there was some kind of awkward pause. A fat man suddenly appeared and told the protagonist that he had finally come and that he had been waiting for him for a long time. If it weren't for him, he would have been expelled. And to thank him, his father wanted to invite him to their home. He grabbed the boy's hand and asked him to come with him, thanking him again. He asked the girl if she was Huanshan's friend and asked her to come with them. The girl agreed, but then two guys appeared in front of them, greeted them, and asked them to wait a bit. They asked if they were from the Green training camp. One of the guys asked if they could ask them something. They asked if they knew a guy and said his name. The main character looked at the men, answered seriously that they did not know each other, and began to run away. The man said that they had a problem and needed to be caught and interrogated. It seems this is the man they are looking for. And they started to pursue these guys. One of them ran after him, and the second asked him to wait, and they saw a mirror in front of them. The boys couldn't figure out what kind of trick they were playing, or how they'd gotten away so quickly. These people had created a huge problem for them. An order came from above to find and kill a man named Huanshan. He himself had sparked the conflict with Xiao Lao Cao. If he doesn't want to join them, then we'll have to get rid of him as soon as possible. Cheng Yukun called this trick very good, and the fat man replied that he specializes in such items. In the end, he is not a good fighter, so he can only use such methods. When the man saw the main character, he asked if this was the same Huanshan. He was incredibly grateful for his help. The man explained that this was his best lamb noodles. He could always order it whenever he was there. Cheng Yukun remarked that it smelled delicious. Huanshan began eating and also said it was delicious. The fat man asked her to eat more, and he was glad he liked it. Today he truly didn't know how to thank him. If he were expelled, he wouldn't know what to do. They don't have much money, and he hasn't awakened yet. If he wanted to live a better life, he would practice much harder than before. Zhang Yukun told the boy that if he was able to enter the main class, it meant he had been studying hard. The protagonist asked what practice he was talking about. The fat man was very surprised that he didn't know about it and how he ended up in the main class. The practice increases the amount of spiritual power in his body. Hanshan listened to the fat man and, surprised, asked if it was easy. He answered again in a strange way, and the boys continued to sit at the table eating. The father and son bowed before the protagonist and thanked him. They asked him to come back any time and that he could eat whatever he wanted. The boys thanked him in return and said they would go then. The man couldn't understand why he wasn't happy or why he didn't appreciate their hospitality. But the boy replied that everything was fine and that this was his usual state. He's a reserved man who doesn't like to cause trouble. But when it matters most, he truly has a sense of justice. On the table there was a portrait with a photograph of a woman and a plate of apples in front of it. The fat man stood in front of his mother and told her that everything was fine with him and that he had escaped trouble today. The guy he first met saved him, and he would like to be friends with him. The father saw his son and told Zhao Chang that his classmate had left his phone at their place. He asked if the boy could return it to him, as he had a lot to do. The son immediately agreed and asked where he should look for him, since he didn't even know where he lived. Suddenly the two opponents saw the fat man and exclaimed that it was fate. Should they say anything now? Cold sweat began to trickle down the boy's face. The man apologized for keeping them waiting and who ordered these pancakes. Two opponents had already beaten the fat man, and he was lying bloodied on the floor, holding his head with his hands. The father ran to his son and begged him not to kill him. He asked what they had done to make him do this. Then one of the guys replied that they were looking for someone and that it was a man named Huan Shan. How dare this puppy get in their way? The man tearfully begged them not to kill his son and said he would do anything. Then one of the men asked, how about barking on his knees, since he was his little dog and he was his father? The protagonist, surprised, asked where his phone was. Zhang Yukun asked if he'd left it at Zhao Chang's house. The man actually got down on his knees and started barking like a dog to save his son. One of the boys exclaimed that it was absolutely disgusting and kicked him in the face, telling him to disappear. The old man actually did so, and the son ran to his father. The boys started laughing and talking about how he was protecting his son. He asked them to wait because he hadn't finished his noodle soup. Did he really want to die? He didn't know who they were. These are the devils that appeared in Greentown and killed many people. It seems they have reached the peak of their initial stage. Xiaoqiang called them scoundrels and said they would pay for it. The father exclaimed that his little dog was stupid and begged for forgiveness. He told his son that it was not easy to live in the present time and that in any case, one had to learn to bow one's head. One of the opponents laughed and exclaimed that the father's life was very difficult. The father told his son that his mother died in his arms and he couldn't help her. Without bowing to fate, it's impossible to survive. One of the opponents told the little fat man that it would all end if he knelt down and that he shouldn't let his father kneel down in vain. The second one said that it didn't work that way, and why was he even talking to him? The most interesting part had only just begun, and his father had saved him from his fate. They should respect such a heroic father, and if he stepped on his father, he would spare them both. And if he didn't, he would certainly kill them. The father asked his son to do what this man asked, because he had watched his wife die. Does the boy really want him to watch his son die too? He started screaming and asking his son to quickly lower his head and step on him. He explained to the boy that his mother did not want him to die, and he clenched his teeth and looked at the villains. The men clenched their fists as they approached them and asked them to obey immediately and not to argue. The boy exclaimed angrily that his mother would not have wanted this. She wouldn't want to look and see that he lives in this shit. He became very angry and exclaimed that he would rather become a person that his mother would be proud of. But one of the guys immediately hit him in the face with his fist as hard as he could and asked what he had just said. The man began to use the fire snake explosion, and a powerful golden explosion occurred. Is he still seriously thinking of fighting him? And he blew up his sunglasses. The man exclaimed, looking at him with contempt, that no one would help him and he would die here. There was another powerful explosion, and the man, in the form of a fiery snake, approached the fat man. The son asked his father for forgiveness for having to go through this again. This is truly a world without gods, not to mention justice. Mom is so sweet and hardworking, but in her free time she always read books. Then she was murdered by a roused drunkard. without any cause for compassion. How many years was the killer sentenced? What was the sentence, and why is he thinking about it now? He will always remember his mother's smile that disappeared from this world. Does he still have the strength to talk? The man began to beat him even more violently. He exclaimed that this is not the rule of this world, and he must say goodbye to this disgusting world. He asked the old man not to cry and laughed. He said that prayer wouldn't help him, and what he would do to him if he killed his son. He wanted to wipe that vile, disgusting smile off his face forever. He laughed maliciously and wanted to finish off this boy as quickly as possible. But suddenly a boy appeared who started using Aaron's big cannon punch. The main character appeared in front of them and, breaking the window, kicked the villain with all his might. The guys saw the boy and were very surprised by such a powerful blow. They saw in front of them their enemy whom they had been looking for so long, and it was Huan Shan. The teacher approached his director, and she asked what had happened. Feng explained that Huan Shan's characteristics had been measured. The girl asked to look at them and approached the sheet of paper. Meanwhile, the protagonist asked the villains why they were doing this. Then one of them replied that it really did hurt, and that's why he was asking. Han Shan was very angry and exclaimed that if he did not care about the reason, then he would answer for it to the fullest extent. When the director picked up the piece of paper, she couldn't understand how this was even possible. The incontestable test was performed by Tester Feng at the Green training camp. The man asked the boy to let him think, and said that perhaps the expression on their faces was so funny that it would make you laugh out loud. The fat man looked at the boy with tears in his eyes, and pain was visible in his eyes and tears were flowing. Han Shan looked at his opponents and told one of them that he would answer for this. One of them asked permission to introduce himself, and said his name was Qianju, his comrades was Zhou Mu, and they were from a shadowy organization. They were running the protection rackets for all 7 cities in the south, and they had come to Greentown to settle some business with Cao Lao Cao, and he heard rumors that Huan Shan had been very active lately. Would he like to join them, or would he rather be killed? The father was next to his fat son and held him tightly by the hand. The main character looked at the enemy. Chenju picked up a sharp cleaver and began to approach the boy faster and faster. He became very angry and asked why he was silent, throwing a sharp-bladed weapon at him. The man was very surprised that the boy knew defensive skills. Huan Shan began using the Admiralty's golden shield. The fat man was very surprised that the boy had started using Teacher Feng's skill. How could he use it so easily? Qianju asked why he should reveal his characteristics. He had fire and air. He personally had water and fire, so that would be his end. He called him a very pathetic weakling and said that such a scumbag like him could not defeat him. The main character looked at him as if he were a stupid person, his eyebrows drawn towards his nose. The director said that 100% performance was very surprising and had never happened before. Perhaps there was something wrong with the testing device. With the exception of a few awakened ones, there are only 4 combinations of characteristics: wind and earth, earth and water, water and fire, wind. But he has a full set, and all the stats are perfect. The teacher asked how that was even possible, and he was just some kind of cheetah. Meanwhile, the protagonist continued to fight his opponent, who began to use a fire snake explosion. He approached him with this blow, and a powerful flash of golden light occurred. He asked if the boy was using the shield again, and said that his fire fist would easily kill his wind shield. He asked the boy if he was really that stupid, and laughed, and exclaimed that he had already destroyed his shield. He wondered what the boy could possibly do to him. He could only watch as he beat his face in. Zhou thought about the fact that the winner of this battle was already clear. Huan Shan wouldn't be able to withstand this water attack. The director said that these results seemed to be true, but that was not the worst thing. If he chooses his skills carefully, he will be able to repel any attack with any characteristics. In other words, he's unbeatable in his class. The teacher was seriously surprised. The protagonist looked at his opponent and apologized for being a little rude. He landed many blows against his enemy and began to use a seasoned fist of trust. Jinjun's partner was seriously scared and wondered how he could have 3 characteristics. Perhaps some of the characteristics were fake, which he was very surprised about and could not understand. The fat man watched what was happening and was delighted at his comrade's abilities. He remembered the guy talking about crawling on his knees and barking like a dog. He asked the man to bow his head or promise that his son would die because he was such a pathetic weakling. Weak people are worse than trash, and the fat man saw a photograph of his mother in front of him. It's him, the one who will get what's coming to him. The boy began to use an improved iron fist of trust. The boy asked Huan Shan to teach him a lesson and make him pay for what he did to them. There was another powerful explosion, and the enemy hit his back, breaking the stones. He fell to the ground, hitting his head with all his might and bleeding profusely. The fat man looked at him again in surprise and thought that his blow resembled a demon's bloody fist. The boy stood and looked into the hole made by his opponent's body. The protagonist exclaimed that he hates fighting, and especially hates those who force him to fight. Chumiu told Huanshan from Greentown province that he was worthy of being noticed by a shadow organization. The main character looked closely at the man who had just said such loud words. He asked the boy to give it to him and said that they would leave, and that would be the end of it. Jiangjun asked why he'd stopped, and if he wasn't strong enough. He told the boys they were in deep trouble and at least they knew who he was. He promised that the shadow organization wouldn't forgive them, and that they could start ordering coffins for themselves. When he returned, they'd be in deep trouble. The man exclaimed, smiling that the killer would stop at nothing, and he would definitely kill them. Huanshan asked the fat man if he was okay after what happened. The boy replied that he would go down and asked when he would stop talking, as he was being too loud. Jiangjun exclaimed that he remembered them, and they would not hide from him anywhere. Just let them wait a little while, and he will give them hell. Hanshan approached with a blow and asked him to fall down already using a powerful jet strike. Jomu asked not to block the way and promised not to do anything to him if he moved away. He explained to the protagonist that he simply wanted to take this man with him. He lifted Jiangjun onto his shoulder and left with him, saying that the shadow organization would never forgive them for this. He asked them to continue enjoying life while they still could and said goodbye. The boys watched attentively as they left, with the main character standing at the head. The fat man told Huanshan that he had saved him again and that he was very kind to him. He didn't know how to repay him for it. The boy replied that everything was fine and asked them not to worry. He helped him because he was too angry with them. In that case, even if it had been a puppy instead of him, he would have definitely helped. The fat man thought about how Huanshan knew how to ruin a pleasant atmosphere. The boy advised his friend that instead of thinking about how to repay him, he should think about how to become stronger. This world is cruel to the weak, and no one wants to save others. If he wants to repay him, then he must first become stronger. To not let go of your grip in the face of adversity, you must try to survive and fight through it. He came back here for the phone and never picked it up. The fat man asked his mother to be confident and said that he would become as strong as he was and live his life with pride. Meanwhile, the main character was already indoors and hanging his suits on a hanger. It turns out that human characteristics of martial arts do indeed have such a noticeable effect. It's no wonder that every time he uses the Riot Police Big Cannon Punch and Riot Police Big Cannon Leg Kick, such a striking effect is seen. It seems that each combat skill needs to be assigned to a corresponding stat. Currently, only the existing combat skills are assigned, and he doesn't yet have any water combat skills. Then that fair-haired deer used a water martial art, but because he was so angry, he forgot to use the other emperor's perception. Being calm, he can't begin to learn. He was sure that calmness was the most important thing, but he could not concentrate. Huanshan wondered again where his phone was, how he'd gone back for it and not taken it. Meanwhile, the man called his son and happily told him he'd done it for him. Now he could participate in the competition, and then he needed to prepare properly. The son asked if he was telling the truth and exclaimed with a smile that it was simply wonderful. He smiled and told his father that he loved him. Meanwhile, the boys were already in the school building, and the fat man approached the main character. He explained to the boy that he had left his phone at his house yesterday, and Huanshan immediately chuckled. The teacher asked the boy in messages to hide his test results from everyone. They will temporarily announce that his characteristics are fire and air. He must avoid danger and keep this secret. The boy immediately agreed, and the fat man said that he saw something that he shouldn't have seen and swears that he will keep it all a secret. Teacher Feng said he wanted to inform them of the following before the class began. The city administration is organizing a league among 5 training camps: Fujin District, Beiquan, Honggu, Nanki, and Greentown. The Green Training Camp has already selected 3 main and 2 reserve members. The teacher began to name the main participants: Zhou Yuan, the main class leader, and Mi Su, the deputy main class leader. The 2 reserve participants were Huanshan and Chao Meng. Everyone around was very surprised. They were more surprised by why the main character was so strong, and he was only a substitute. Shouldn't there be 3 main players? And who was the third? The teacher closed his eyes and explained that it was a long story, and to put it simply, it was the battalion commander's son. Suddenly a voice was heard asking the students of the Green Training Camp to be attentive. There was a command for all students to immediately gather on the field, and the guys went outside. The students wondered why they'd been called so suddenly, even though they didn't know why. One of the boys asked to look up. They asked to be careful, and noticed that a very strong wind was rising. Is this really an evolved bird of prey in front of them, and what is it doing here? The guys asked her to move away immediately, and she landed in the middle of the field. A young man appeared at the door and asked not to panic, and said that it was just a greeting. He asked permission to introduce himself, and said that he was the son of the battalion commander, and his name was Ma Lu. Since he'll be staying with him for so long, he doesn't even want to interact with them. He considers them all, without exception, scum, and asked if they understood his opposition. The guys asked how much they were paying for their education, and what he was even talking about. This guy, the commander's son, explained that his father pays for everything out of his own pocket. He called all the guys not just scum, but also big losers, and laughed. One of the boys exclaimed that he hated him, and that he had become so arrogant because of his father. The second replied that he completely agreed with him, and that if his father hadn't held such a position, he would be nothing. Malu stared at the students and said with a sly smile about being arrogant, "Do they really think that he got everything only thanks to his father?" And they are really right. Absolutely right. He has his father's girlfriend, but do they have one? They don't have anyone, and they don't have a father as handsome as his. The boy called them just a pile of trash and started laughing again. The father greeted his son and said it was simply magnificent. Malu asked how it would go and who would take the microphone. He wanted to hear their opinions and let them speak with enthusiasm because he hoped there was a brave soul among them who would dare to stand up to him. Before he could throw the microphone, it ended up in the hands of a guy, and Malu asked if he had anything to say. Then this guy threw the microphone into the main character's hands and said that he had something to say. Cheng Yu-kun was afraid for the boy. Malu smiled and said that since he was so brave, he should come over and tell her what he thought about it. And Shan is not as arrogant as he is, and the guy decided that he should act as he usually does. He asked him to be persuasive, and of course, if he asked, he would say he wanted to see him alive. Huan Shan took the microphone and agreed to speak. What does good mean, and why does it seem like he's challenging him? He sure knows how to ruin the atmosphere. The brazen young man's father also said that the pleasant atmosphere had been ruined by this guy. The teacher approached the commander and asked if he had been looking for him. The commander smiled and replied that he had come at just the right time and asked to give something to the students who would take first place. Or was he really surprised because it was a bloody jade medallion? Could it really be him? This item is worth $1 million and can regenerate aura on its own, making it excellent for transferring spiritual aura. Carrying it with you during practice can increase the effect of the practice by up to 10%. The teacher was very surprised. Could this valuable thing really be given to a random person, and could he really have bottomless reserves? The commander asked to see the note, and he looked closely and was surprised. He was holding a golden death note, and he asked what it was. The man explained it was his drawing and laughed, but the teacher asked what he meant by it and couldn't see the connection. The commander replied that this golden paper was a guarantee that he wouldn't be killed. As long as he carried it with him, it guaranteed he wouldn't die in the dark realm. He meant that no one would lay a finger on him. The teacher was even more surprised and said the entire dark region was over 500 square kilometers. Could he really be guaranteed safety in such a vast area? The man exclaimed that he couldn't stand people like him, and why shouldn't he follow the example of others? While talking to him, he had already forgotten about him. He wants to continue watching his beautiful son's debut. What does he want to do? Will he dare hit him? Who is he? Does he even have the right to do that? It seems like everyone already knows how this will all end, and he's obviously just asking for trouble. The commander said he was truly lifted by the sight of his son's wonderful debut. He asked to show it on all 9 screens as if it were one big one. The blow was so strong that they even sent for help for the battalion commander's son, and Huan Shan himself was summoned to the battalion commander's office. The last student the commander summoned appears to be dead. Will everything be all right with the protagonist then? One of the boys exclaimed that he hated Huan Shan, but he hated the battalion commander's son even more, and hoped that Huan Shan would stay alive. The boy held up a piece of paper with a note about the golden paper of death written on it, and asked the commander if he remembered it. It was the golden paper of death that he had recently given him. As the owner of this paper, he handed it over to him, and now he cannot kill him as he promised earlier. The man, enraged, exclaimed that he was very angry and didn't care about that damn piece of paper. He promised to kill him without fail. The boys unanimously declared that they no longer wanted to watch his violence. He had already killed so many skilled and capable students, and for the sake of Greentown's future, it would be better if this guy stayed alive. The commander, clutching his head, exclaimed that he didn't care. He didn't dare touch his son. He promised not to forgive him, whoever he was, and exclaimed that this boy must die. The director asked to be careful because the commander is too strong and needs to be stopped. But the commander did not calm down and, clenching his fists, began to approach his opponents. It's as if he has turned into some kind of enraged tiger, and we need to be more careful. The man began to use the Tiger Roar Mountain Fist and was already next to the boys. The students wanted to defend themselves as quickly as possible, and each of them placed blocks in front of him. The man's strength was so great that they were thrown far back. A wave of incredible power began to spread to everyone who stood in this establishment. The commander's eyes suddenly changed, and he laughed and asked a question. The teacher asked the battalion commander if he had calmed down, to which the principal replied that he shouldn't relax. She explained that he hadn't yet recovered. The commander called the main character a brat and asked why he hit his son. The director asked the boy to run away, and Shan said that he forced him to hit. Did he really hit him? And as he said earlier, he will try to help others. He explained to the man that he would do this as long as he had the strength, and that they needn't worry. The commander was very surprised when the boy said there was no need to worry. What if he thought he'd helped Ma Lu and didn't even sense the commander's murderous aura? Had he really lost his fear? The boy asked if he'd said that yesterday, and the teacher replied that that was exactly what had happened. The man called Shan a brat and asked if he was pretending to be a fool in front of him. Does he really think that they will believe him, and everything around him lit up with a bright red light? The teacher thought that he could no longer breathe and began to call the main character. He asked me to look at him and tell him honestly whether he was telling the truth. Shan replied that he was indeed telling the truth. Teacher Feng was surprised that the boy wasn't afraid of the commander's murderous aura. Could he possibly not sense these spiritual vibrations at all? The commander was surprised that his murderous aura had no effect, and the teachers were surprised too. His intuition told him something was wrong. The commander asked the boy to forget about it, saying he was a friendly commander after all, and asked him not to take it all too seriously. He promised to give him B-rank treasures and asked if he wanted to increase his training pace or improve his skills. The teacher was surprised at how he was so easily throwing away such high-ranking treasures. The headmistress replied that he could do whatever he wanted as long as he didn't intend to kill Shan. The commander retorted that he could ask for whatever he wanted, and that he would still kill him later anyway. Shan decided to think about it for a while, and the commander said he was listening carefully. It was perfectly normal for him to be unsure, and he should just say what he felt most strongly about. He asked the boy to be confident, because there was nothing he could not do. And Shan said that in that case, he wanted to replace him as battalion commander. The boy couldn't understand what had happened to these guys. After all, he'd told them to ask for whatever they wanted. The teacher asked Shan not to do anything stupid in front of the battalion commander again. He explained that he couldn't be saved every time. Shan asked if he had provoked him. Master Feng replied that he was capricious and merciless, so it was best not to provoke him. He mentioned that the principal and the other teachers were still holding him back, and it wasn't easy to calm him down. He wondered if the boy had sensed the commander's murderous aura. Shan replied that he had. Then the teacher asked why he hadn't even moved. The boy replied that his father's murderous aura was much stronger. The teacher was very surprised and asked what stage he was at then and who his father was. Shan replied that his name was Adolf. After which he began listing a multitude of different names and said that he was stubborn and the great devil from Liz Kelton. Then the teacher asked if he was joking. The boys were very surprised and asked if the others had heard. Shan got out of it unscathed. But is this all true or a lie, and didn't he hit the battalion commander's son? That's what their teacher told them during their lesson. They say the battalion commander was so angry that he even smashed his desk because he couldn't teach Shan a lesson. Chang Yu-kun remarked that she hadn't even known about it. She'd thought he was still the same decent man he'd been as a child. He'd heard their teacher say something about the protagonist telling the commander he wanted to replace him. The guys laughed and asked if he was telling the truth, and if the battalion commander wouldn't let it go that easily. The commander would definitely destroy him. The guy replied that he'd already killed many outstanding students and no one could stop him. If he can really replace the battalion commander, that would be just wonderful. The teacher was very serious and said that that was all for today. The man asked 4 students participating in the league whom he had chosen to stay. He explained that they would be going on several low-level quests over the weekend to hone their tactics. First, they would need to download the app and then select the nearest low-level monster-clearing quests. The app shows them missions that are a priority for the mission center in Greentown. But something's wrong with the app, apparently. The remaining missions are only available near the city limits. He asked them to go and ask at the mission center. He's the training camp's teacher and has the authority to do so, so he asks them to go there together. The boys ask the protagonist to become the camp leader and exclaimed that they believed in him. The man asked the boy if he had any admirers. In front of them was the mission center. The storage bureau can also accept missions, and completing them can earn decent rewards. The man greeted the boys and asked how he could help them. He explained that he was the teacher of the main class at the Green training camp and would like to take on the upcoming monster-clearing missions. He explained to the teacher that he could select them in the app. Teacher Feng replied that the app showed only missions near the city limits remaining. Mission Center Secretary Gina Mon replied that this was the case for now, as all missions were currently unavailable. With the river recovering, the nearest low-level quests had long since been completed. Since they are from the main class, why don't they take on high-ranked missions? He suggested that we start with the first mission, which was to destroy the flamingo eggs. Since this place is far from them, they will leave tomorrow and begin carrying out the mission on the weekend. The boy approached his father, the commander, and asked why he hadn't finished him off. Father was acting strange, and lowering his head, he closed his eyes. Then the son turned around and said that he shouldn't tell him then, and he left. In front of us is the central railway station of the Greentown express trains. The teacher asked his students to come closer, and they immediately agreed unanimously. The commander's son turned to the boys and said that he was also a member of the League and asked if they had forgotten or wanted to leave without him. The teacher turned towards him and everyone looked closely at Ma Lu. Ma Lu explained that although he had not planned to participate in the mission itself, he was still part of the team, so he would go with them. This scoundrel thought that Huan Shan would soon die, and laughed, and exclaimed that this time he would solve his problem himself. Let his daddy wait a little, and he'll give him a huge surprise. The commander called the secretary and asked how everything was progressing, and whether everything was already prepared. The secretary began to assure the gentleman that everything was almost ready, and that they would go together to the border, where 5 high-ranking monsters would be waiting for them. But the man asked for the rank to be even higher, because he thought it was dangerous. Then they could only send 2 monsters. He asked to make sure they all died, and the man promised to arrange it for them. The commander thought about how he'd deliberately ignored him yesterday, but in reality, he'd been preparing this for him. He already wanted to see respect and gratitude in his son's eyes. The train is departing, and passengers are asked to follow safety regulations. The next stop is Greentown East Station. Passengers are asked to give up their seats to seniors, people with disabilities, passengers with children, and pregnant women. Incidentally, his initial spiritual power level was 30. Such geniuses are found once in a century. The commander's son couldn't understand what was going on and how they were training right there on the train. He'd heard that the students in the first class were always proud of themselves. They really don't relax at all. But regardless of them, his goal on this trip is to finish him off. The main character suddenly turned towards this guy, and he, frightened, became covered in beads of sweat. He couldn't understand what was happening and why the boy was looking at him so intently. Hanshan thought that this little Ma Lu possessed many water-based characteristics. This was precisely why he needed to learn water combat skills. He asked the boy if he wanted to fight him. Ma Lu immediately replied, frightened, that he didn't want to and asked what he wanted. Huan Shan replied that everything was fine and that he was simply asking to be hit and that he wouldn't fight back. Ma Lu replied that he didn't want to and wasn't good at it. He couldn't figure out what was wrong with this guy and decided he had gone crazy. The boy asked the teacher to come with him. He kept asking the deputy leader to switch places with him. And here before us is Greenwood East Station. The guys have already arrived at their destination. The teacher explained that it was the nearest station, but they would still have a long walk. Ma Lu asked if it was really that far and if it was just a wonderful place. Have they left Greentown yet? The place they're heading toward will become more and more deserted. It looks like no one really lives here. They are indeed almost at the border with the wolf territory. The place where they will conduct their mission is located near the border. A checkpoint will appear outside the city after a while. Do they want to leave Greentown? The guys answered yes and were asked their rank. The guy explained that they were all at the peak of the initial stage, and one of them was at an intermediate level of the initial stage. The man in the helmet advised against crossing that line, especially since they weren't yet familiar with the requirements. The teacher handed over his ID and said that there shouldn't be any problems. He's a primary school teacher at the Green training camp. In this case, they were immediately allowed into the grounds. Ma Lu asked if they'd reached the end yet and said he was exhausted. The only thing they needed was the desert ahead. It turned out they were still in Yongle, but they'd gotten quite a ways off. The teacher explained that this was the domain of E-rank monsters, and that higher-rank monsters were rare. Thanks to the combined efforts of the 5 districts, the monsters had long since been driven out. But E-rank monsters can appear at any time, and they will fight according to their training. He commanded Huan Shan and Cao Meng to use speed in offensive attacks. While they work together, they must understand the enemy's characteristics. After an attack, Han Shan should retreat, and she and Misu will cover him. The teacher then gave the command to Zhou and Cao Meng to attack their enemy and defeat him. The man began to use the power of the general's scattered stars and apply his abilities. The teacher clapped his hands and exclaimed that this was very good and simply an excellent tactic. This was truly very impressive. Zhou said that this wasn't enough and could be much better. They didn't need any praise and needed to raise their level. Misu couldn't understand why they were emitting such strong energy. The teacher said it was all good and asked them not to complain until they became stronger than this guy. This magical firefox monster was killed recently. This is also an E-rank mission, and if they bring back proof, they'll receive a reward. Fox fur can be sold to furriers, and the meat to chefs. The monster's dead body remains here for now. After the mission is confirmed, it can be sold, and the reward will be shared with everyone. The boys decided to move on. The bloody enchanted flying warrior they'd ordered was nearby, and would arrive at its destination within 10 minutes, so they needed to prepare some bait. In 10 minutes, a bloody enchanted flying warrior will arrive, and he only needs to leave a mark on the main character's back. And Shan will be served to this monster for dinner. The boy suddenly turned toward Misu, who stopped. The main character asked how he wanted to fight, but the guy didn't answer him. He slowly crept up behind him, and the boy kept turning around, not understanding what was happening. He keeps feeling like he wants to attack him, and he starts thinking about it. He doesn't want to miss out on the water's combat skills and needs to focus because he can't miss such an opportunity. Does he really think that he is playing with him? And then there is no need to turn around? If he didn't leave a mark on it, the bloody enchanted flying warrior would hunt him. Huan Shan said he didn't understand and asked if he was imitating a sand sculpture. The blood-enchanted flying warrior is a flying animal that possesses superior combat power in both air and land. Descended from dogs, this species has a fierce and explosive personality. Once domesticated, it retains these traits, is loyal to its master, and has a strong sense of territoriality. Misu couldn't figure out when this scoundrel would stop turning around. It wasn't too late to mock him. When nothing happened, the boy decided to go to Plan B and wanted to throw it right at him. When the bloody warrior captures Huan Shan, the teacher will try to save him, and then he will throw this 1,000-watt flashbang grenade. It will be enough to blind everyone for a few seconds, and while the bloody warrior flies away, he will take Huan Shan with him. Misu thought that he didn't care if they later figured out that he did it. The same fate will await anyone who offends him, and we must act quickly. The teacher inquired how the bloody, enchanted flying warrior had ended up there. He asked them to be careful and to move away, as he himself would stop him. Misu laughed, thinking that death had come for Huan Shan. He threw a smoke bomb and asked to smell the durian. When he saw the flashbang grenade flying, he realized that he had thrown something wrong. He exclaimed that because of Huan Shan, he'd mixed up his hands and thrown the wrong thing. The teacher asked who had just thrown the flashbang grenade and asked him to be careful and not fall into the monster's clutches. The monster had already approached and grabbed Misu with its paws, lifting him higher and higher above their heads. The boy asked everyone else to help him quickly because he was already flying away. The teacher asked him not to be afraid and said he would save him right now. He asked Zhou Yuan to prepare to catch Ma Lu. Meanwhile, the monsters had already surrounded them from different sides, and the boys became wary. The teacher placed the block in front of himself and began to shout as the giant lizard was already approaching him. That giant earth lizard, and why are there so many D-rank monsters here? Someone must have set up an ambush. The teacher asked Zhou Yuan if he was okay. Misu replied that he was badly injured. Zhou Guanyuan had been attacked by another giant land lizard, and she feared the wound was serious and required first aid. They clearly wouldn't be able to stop them, and the teacher asked the kids to hold on for at least a few more seconds. Feng thrust his fist in front of the giant lizard and it glowed with golden light. The lizard began to fall backwards, and blood spurted from its mouth. The teacher asked the children to step back. He started calling for help and explained that the team needed immediate reinforcements and that they had been ambushed by 3 enormous monsters. One student had been kidnapped, another had been wounded, and they were pinned down. The location was the eastern border of Yongle. The director burst into the battalion commander's office and exclaimed that they had an emergency. The main class had been ambushed during a mission, and she was requesting immediate backup. The commander immediately stood up and asked about the emergency situation. He asked how this could happen and said that he was very worried about them. Then they must rescue them immediately. Protecting the students is their top priority. As he said this, he pulled out his tongue and, smiling, began to laugh because his plan had succeeded. He started saying that it really amused him. Could it be that they were in danger and that he was really afraid of it? The man continued to roll around on the floor in different directions, and opening the door, saw that no one was there. He didn't find his son, and only found a note where he wrote to his daddy that he would return with a big surprise for him. The commander thought that his dear child wanted to give his daddy a surprise. He wondered if his surprise would be as big as his own. He called Teacher Feng and asked how things were going. The teacher explained that they had encountered numerous high-ranking monsters. One student had been kidnapped, and another had been seriously injured. The man asked who had been injured and who had been kidnapped. The teacher explained that class leader Zhou Guanyuan was seriously injured. When asked who had been kidnapped, the teacher explained that it was his son, and interference immediately arose. The commander was simply shocked and picked up the note. When he read it, he realized his son was there. And he'd been writing about this very surprise. The train was moving very fast, and the director and her friend were sitting in it. He asked how long it would take them to arrive, as the border seemed very far away. The girl replied that it would take about 40 minutes after disembarking the train. She's worried about whether they'll be able to hold out. It's very rare for 3 high-ranking monsters to attack directly. But first, they needed to save them. One of the boys, fully armed, exclaimed that he sensed a high level of spiritual power. Could the enemy really be attacking them? Meanwhile, the commander ran faster than the car, talking about his son. Malu screamed and begged to be rescued quickly. Then the boys asked if he could see that they were busy with 2 high-ranking monsters. The teacher exclaimed, looking at the 2 huge lizards, that they were too strong. He explained that he would detain them and asked the others to try to cure Zhou Yuan. The protagonist said he wanted to save little Ma Lu himself. It didn't matter what he said, he could die. And he just saved them, because they can't let him die. The teacher turned to the boy and exclaimed that he can't do this because it's too dangerous and this is a high-ranking monster. His strength is equivalent to that of an awakened being at the initial stage. His spiritual power can be 10 times greater than Huan Shan's. Misu said she could fly and asked permission to go with Huan Shan. They would only pursue, not fight. They would transmit the coordinates of Ma Lu and the blood-enchanted flying warrior to reinforcements. The teacher asked in this case to take care of yourself and not expose yourself to danger. He gave Chao Meng the command to protect Zhou Guangyuan with all his strength, and he understood. Misu approached the main character from behind and, clinging to him, hugged him very tightly. She told the boy that she would show him how good she was, and immediately smiled. She grabbed him very tightly and began to fly up, after which the boy began to scream in fear. The girl explained that she was turning on voice communication with all participants and transmitting coordinates to everyone. She was demanding immediate assistance from the team at their coordinates. She's Misu, the deputy leader of the main class. While her team was completing an E-rank mission, they were ambushed by several monsters. One student is kidnapped, another is seriously injured. The teacher defends the injured student against 2 high-ranking monsters, while Huan Shan pursues the D-rank monster that kidnapped the student. But why is the entire training camp hearing this? Or are they on the wrong channel? And what she just said? Apparently they're chasing this monster together. The boys, frightened, asked why this had happened and said they had to save him. After all, this was a direct path to death. The director continued to travel with her friend on the train, and he should arrive in 5 minutes. The boy said they were in a serious trap. The director replied that there was no turning back. Otherwise, Ma Lu would die. If something goes wrong, all 3 will likely die. She asks them to stay alive until they arrive. The monster that carried away the boy growled loudly and began to approach him. Ma Lu, with tears in his eyes, asked the big guy not to eat him under any circumstances. He was very frightened and began to back away and scream as the monster approached him faster and faster. Cold sweat began to run down his cheeks, and tears began to shine in his eyes. The monster was too creepy and growled at him. It approached him, and the boy began to close his eyes, deciding that this was the end. Meanwhile, the main character and the girl exclaimed that they found him, and he was here. Misu wondered where the high-ranking monster had gone, and why a lower-ranking monster was here. A rank is equivalent to the power of an awakened being at the fusion stage, with a spiritual power between 1,000 and 10,000. He's 10 times stronger than them, maybe even 100. Misu tearfully said that they couldn't defeat him. Huan Shan, after listening to the girl, looked at him in surprise and asked if this monster was really that strong. He had already opened his mouth to devour the student. The girl told the protagonist that they shouldn't come any closer, trying to stop him. She yelled at the boy and asked him what he was doing when he threw her off him. But the main character was already flying towards the huge monster, not listening to anyone. The students, watching what was happening, decided that he wanted to die and, with horror on their faces, could not understand what was happening. Malu continued to cry, begging the monster not to eat him and to call for help. He heard a familiar voice nearby. Hanshan was already approaching him to help and began to use an ultra-powerful half-moon hammer strike. There was a powerful explosion, and the monster began to fly to the ground, falling with a great roar. It was reported that the plan had changed, and Huanshan had entered into battle with a high-ranking monster to save Ma Lu. They demanded immediate reinforcements. Huanshan is fighting a high-ranking monster, the Golden Demon Monkey. The director couldn't understand how a Golden Demon Monkey of such rank could end up in Yongle. The protagonist asked little Ma Lu not to worry about protecting him from the monster and exclaimed that he was here. Ma Lu called the boy incredibly cool and exclaimed that he was simply incomparable and his hero. Tears streamed down his face, and he said he couldn't help but admire him. The boy cried on the protagonist's shoulder and called him so cool. Misu, on the other hand, called him too careless. The monster hadn't found them yet, and they could escape right now. Malu asked his brother not to leave him, as he had already become his hero. Huanshan asked if they should wait for reinforcements. Misu replied that she didn't know because the monster could notice them or smell them. He's gradually getting closer to them, and it's only a matter of time before he finds them. He's actually already opened his mouth and started releasing some kind of purple ball. The girl asked the boys to be careful and they stared at the monster. There was a powerful explosion, and a bright volley of fire flew in their direction. The monster began to hide in clouds of white smoke and growl in search of its victims. The guys looked at the main character and the girl noticed that something had happened to his right eye. Malu kept repeating the main character's name and tears flowed from his eyes. Hanshan replied that everything was fine, but his right eye was blind and he couldn't move his right arm. He asked how they were doing. Misu was surprised he called her fine. She explained that the mechanic on the left was completely damaged and she wasn't seriously injured. The boy asked if she could fly, but how could she take the three of them with her? This monster has a large radius of destruction, and if they do not fly, it will level them with the ground. Huanshan glanced at the girl with one eye and asked them to go first and said that he would catch up with them. Malu tearfully asked them not to do it. Misu also said it was a high-ranking monster and would die. But the boy asked them not to be so emotional and that only they would be able to fly. If he stays, the two of them will definitely survive. But if not, he might kill them all. The guys were simply shocked that the boy was ready to sacrifice himself for them. Malu began to cry again and cried out, clenching his fists, that he would stay with him and then they would all die together. The girl asked him to stop whining and hit him on the head with her fist. Huanshan turned his head to the side and exclaimed that he had already found them and that the two of them should get ready. Misu looked at the protagonist and the monster and asked him to come back alive. The boy already saw this evil monster approaching and was thinking about what to do next. But he continued to try to calm the boys down and ask them not to worry, but to simply trust him. He prepared to jump and began to run away from the monster very quickly and nimbly. The monster noticed him and began to growl very menacingly and angrily. He took the full brunt of the blow, and the monster began to chase him, while the girl with Ma Lu tried to take off as quickly as possible. The boy ran faster and faster, and the monster again released a purple ball in his direction. Hanshan asked the boys to fly away quickly, and the girl took the boy in her arms and lifted him straight up. The purple ball hit the main character, and he glowed in a bright fiery light, turning over in it. When Misu flew away, she began to watch him, and tears flowed from her eyes. She started calling the boy, but he was already in the volcano of intense red fire. She called his name, flying higher and higher, but he could not answer. The guys were talking about Li Su being the vice leader of the main class. The girl has lost Huanshan's coordinates. She requests immediate reinforcements as the protagonist is engaged in combat with a high-ranking monster. First aid is also necessary in this situation, as it is an emergency. The situation is too serious, and this help is needed as soon as possible. Zhang Yukun, hearing this, was very excited. Misu said that Ma Lu and she were already out of danger, and they were returning to teach Feng. The director explained that they would only be able to arrive at the site in 5 minutes and asked what had happened to Huanshan. The girl continued to fly with the boy in her arms and only said his name. She was very worried and the director asked her to speak more calmly. She listened attentively to the girl, but she continued to remain silent and only spoke his name. The situation was truly extreme, and Zhang Yukun was too scared. The location and battle coordinates were lost, it was reported. Misu began to cry, and and the tears streamed down her reddened face more and more intensely. All the students unanimously pleaded for the protagonist's rescue. Zhang Yukun covered her face with her hands, shedding bitter tears. The fat man who was his friend and the other students also began to cry, worrying about him. The director said that when he returned, everything needed to be left to them. She promised to do everything possible to save the boy as quickly as possible. Talman told his teacher that he could no longer restrain him, and he asked him to leave there immediately. The man used the Tiger Roar Mountain Fist and tried his best to hit the monster to save his students from danger and death. Both the teacher and the students were very worried and afraid that something even worse would happen. The monster was approaching, and the commander, when he realized that there was a problem with his son, was very scared. He didn't expect to see so many monsters in front of him, and began to scream in awe. The teacher asked the battalion commander to stop immediately, because the two could no longer fight the monsters. Suddenly a signal appeared over the battalion commander's head to be attentive. The girl was already flying up with Ma Lu, and the commander was very happy when he saw them. He was worried and quickly grabbed his son, asking if he was okay. Meanwhile, the teacher asked Misu what was wrong with her. The girl asked not to worry about her and said she was fine. She asked for Huan Shan to be rescued, as she had lost his coordinates. Feng asked the battalion commander to hurry and find the protagonist, but he replied that he would protect his son and would not budge. The son opened his eyes, and his father asked if he was awake, and he said yes. Tears continued to flow from his eyes, and he looked closely at his father, screaming. The commander asked not to say anything and said that Dad understands everything and is next to him. He asked to hurry and save Huan Shan, throwing his father away from him. Meanwhile, the monster was very angry, and his teeth were glowing with an eerie white light. A multitude of purple orbs loomed over the protagonist, and he couldn't understand what had happened. The spirit of a new emperor and some very interesting orbs appeared before him. This means he has a high stat level. Unfortunately, this exceeds his limit, so he can't learn it now. He was close to the monster and said that he could still use this purple ball. He put his hand in front of him and directed all his golden light energy towards the monster. There was another explosion of purple rays, and the glow touched the main character. The healing in the new emperor was complete, and the right eye and right hand were completely healed. Meanwhile, the director of the Green training camp spoke. They surveyed the immediate area where Huan Shan and the high-ranking monster were fighting. But despite the signs of a struggle they noticed, they did not find the boy himself or the monster. The search continues, and they're gradually expanding the area. The guys were asking where Huan Shan is now. The teacher asked the backup team to continue the search, and the principal was also with beads of sweat on her face, worried about her student. They suddenly reported that they had just found traces of his blood and part of his shirt. When Misu and Ma Lu heard this, they began to worry about him even more, and pain and despair were visible in their eyes. Zhang Yukun, meanwhile, covered her face with her hands and cried loudly. The boys couldn't understand how this could have happened. Misu exclaimed that she shouldn't have left first, so she would continue searching for him too. Ma Lu and Chao Meng also wanted to go with her. Zhou Guangyuan exclaimed that he would go too, since his body hadn't been found and there was a chance he was alive. The teacher remarked that he was seriously injured and that if he forced himself, he might even die. Zhou Guangyuan replied that he was fine and that they were classmates, so he wouldn't leave him to die. And they were all injured, so they needed to hurry and find him. Ma Lu thought that he was very guilty and that he was the only one here who had no injuries at all and that everything was his fault. He clenched his fist and asked everyone to find Huan Shan together. He wouldn't return home until he found him, and everyone began searching for the boy. The principal realized that Huan Shan was an important student in the main class, since everyone rushed to look for him. The girl decided to ask the reinforcement commander to continue the search, and they really do continue to search for him. The map contained the search range and location of the main character, namely the wolf area. The monster was running away from the boy, and he wanted to catch up with him as quickly as possible and asked him to stop. He asked him to stop running away already because he was tired of chasing him. The boy called this monster very naughty and said that now he definitely asked for it. He decided to use the Emperor's spirit against this monster to force it not to run away. The protagonist's eyes glowed with moonlight, and he threw a stream of his power towards the monster. He kept asking him to stop immediately, and there was a powerful golden explosion. He asked for more such balls to be produced. Then he would be allowed to leave. In his opinion, he still had very little spiritual strength left. Then the monster started to spew out many more purple balls, and he praised him and asked him to continue in the same spirit. Meanwhile, in front of us is the wolf's region, and it has long been dark outside. Amidst the incredible aura, a sand ship called the Lone Wolf appeared. A guy came out and called his dear captain. and asked if he was sure he wanted to use the propeller to gain speed. It was too energy intensive. But the captain replied that he was bored and should let it blow since he loved sailing. The city sent out a distress signal, and it seemed a high-ranking monster had invaded the territory. The captain replied that it was their problem and asked what difference it made. Huang Daoji, the ship's deputy captain, said he understood. He asked if they wanted something to eat, but the captain replied that he wouldn't let them play in peace. She said she'd call him when she was hungry. Cooking was labor-intensive, so she didn't want to waste time on it. Hu Xiaoyu, the captain of the Lone Wolf sand ship, asked him to get out of her room immediately and close the door behind him. The guy replied that he understood and left. The girl exclaimed that she was irritated when she was constantly interrupted. Now she can finally play in peace, and looking ahead, she laughed. The guy approached her again, and she became even more angry and asked what else he wanted. Huang Daoji explained that this high-ranking monster was a golden demonic ape, but it had now disappeared from Yongle. The girl asked what this had to do with her. The boy explained that he had just been ambushed. They were ambushed by the awakened at the initial stage and are now in the middle of the sands. The photos weren't very clear, but the device showed they were nearby. Now the girl became intrigued and asked how that was possible, or if their device was broken. Indeed, that photograph showed a large, demonic golden monkey. And here's an awakened being, in the initial stages, ambushed by the monster. Hu Xiaoyu was very surprised and seemed to see a mouse in the game in front of her. She grabbed the photo and asked if a mouse could really awaken like that, and that was very sweet. The guy was very sad to tell her this. It was said that an accident happened to a student of the main class, Huang Shan, while on a mission, and 5 days had already passed. The students approached the boy's portrait one after another and placed flowers next to it. The teacher said they now have a memorial to the students who died. He asked the principal if this had been the case at the training camp before. The director replied that the memorial had been personally made by the battalion commander's son. He had said then that he would not return home until he found Huan Shan. Eventually, after a long search, he lost consciousness and help arrived just in time. Teacher Feng asked the principal if the boy was truly dead. The principal replied that they hadn't found his body and that it had probably been eaten by other monsters. He died from massive blood loss or infection. Based on Misu's descriptions, his wounds were too severe. They also looked for him in nearby hospitals, but did not find him anywhere, which is very unfortunate. The chances of his survival were almost zero. The boys were all very sad and couldn't believe it. The Green Training Camp Heroes Memorial belonged to Huan Shan. All the students were in mourning and great sadness. No one could figure out what was wrong with Ma Lu's face or why his eyes were so swollen. The guy had a huge piece of paper in his hands, and the guys wondered if he had really prepared such a long speech. The students were all very sad and began to listen to what the guy wanted to read. He just opened the paper and couldn't say a single word as tears started flowing from his eyes. He tried to say something, but he couldn't start and kept crying all the time. After which he got angry and apologized to everyone and said that he just needed to get in the mood. He began to talk about that day that happened then. And again, bitter tears flowed from his eyes. He said that they would leave this day in their memories, and he would always be a hero to them. Everyone understood that he was very upset, but his father did not understand what he was saying now. The commander approached his son, and taking him by the head, asked him to say it for him. He said the tragedy that occurred 5 days ago is hard to forget. No one could have believed it, much less predicted it. This boy, Huan Shan, will always remain like this in their hearts, and it is too late to say goodbye or thank you. He really shone like a star for them, and it is unpleasant to admit what happened to him. The students and everyone around them listened with tears in their eyes. The man continued to read that all this was reality, that the Reiki period was more dangerous than ever, and that the world had long been shrouded in the veil of death. All they can do now is shed tears. He asks them to forget the pain in their hearts and continue working hard. Suddenly, when the man continued reading this text, the guys' views changed and their mouths opened. The commander continued to talk about how this world is very cruel, and miracles do not happen in such a world, and innocent thoughts only make them vulnerable. The boys opened their mouths even wider, and Zhang Yukun covered her mouth with her hands. The commander said that a couple of days ago, he even wanted to replace such a great commander as he was at his post. His heart felt like it had been pierced by a knife, and if only he could return to his youth. The man swore that then he would definitely leave the post of battalion commander and give it to the boy. He would let Huan Shan keep him busy for a while, and the man continued to say this desperately. He tried to do everything in his speech so that his son could at least calm down a little. Meanwhile, the main character, watching what was happening, exclaimed that he had finally returned. When the principal saw the boy, She exclaimed that he was wearing the skin of a golden demonic monkey. The teacher remarked that he was a great-ranked monster. Misu looked at his right eye and right hand and exclaimed that they were fine, and how could that be? Hanshan smiled and asked permission to explain everything. He said he'd only returned so late because he'd gotten lost and asked if they could readmit him to class, but the kids asked him to explain what had happened. The students could not understand whether he was really still alive in front of them. Huanshan turned to little Malu and Miss Misu and asked if they were all right. He exclaimed, looking at them, that it was very good. The girl thought about how he hadn't even had time to arrive before he started taking care of them. The commander asked how he hadn't died and wondered if that was the skin of a golden demon monkey on him. He asked how he had killed such a high-ranking monster. Huanshan replied that he had simply shed his skin and fled. The teacher was shocked and asked how he'd escaped. But he had to be at least 10 times stronger than him, so what kind of joke was this? The boy smiled and said that it simply turned out that his fighting skills were no good against him. The questions kept coming. Huanshan explained that he had run first, and then he had set up an ambush for him, and then he had shed the skin. Huanshan said that the golden demonic monkey had simply fled. But even if ranged attacks were unsuccessful, it was perfectly natural to fight hand-to-hand. As Misu remembers, his arms were broken and his eyes were blinded. Perhaps she really did get something wrong. Although what difference does it make? The main thing is that he came back, and that's enough for her. The commander approached the boy and exclaimed that he was very glad to see him back. They didn't really expect anything else. And the boy asked if he would give him his post. The commander asked if he had promised him such a thing. Huanshan replied that he had promised it just recently. Then the man replied that he swears and would gladly leave his post as battalion commander. He would let him take his place for a while, and the boy would laugh in response. The man continued by saying that if he had taken his place, he wouldn't have been able to participate in the championship. Furthermore, becoming a battalion commander requires meeting certain criteria. He's not old enough yet and just has to keep working hard and all that, and he also has a special gift prepared for him. He hugged the boy and quietly said that he could help him move to the stage of enlightenment and how he felt about that. Those around him were very surprised. Could he really do it? Surely it doesn't take at least 6 months to reach the peak of the initial stage. The director said she had helped with promotion once, and the process was too complicated and expensive. Is he really telling the truth about quickly advancing to the stage of enlightenment, and is that even possible? Hanshan was very surprised by this and inquired about the stage of enlightenment. The commander looked at him and replied that he could indeed do just that. Did he even know what advantages a warrior who had reached that level of development would receive? At the very least, his status rises. His value in the team inevitably increases. And ultimately, he can live better than others for the rest of his life. After advancing, he'll have access to special trading platforms, secret zones, and mysterious missions. He'll also need a significant amount of resources, so advancing to the enlightenment stage is just the beginning of his journey. Malu asked how difficult this process can be and why only a few manage to move forward. The commander replied that many awakened ones get stuck at the 99th level of the initial stage and live like that for the rest of their lives. Since they weren't yet experienced enough, he would tell them what they were missing. The man explained to the students that they lacked the will to take risks, much to their surprise. The level's completeness and richness mean it's impossible to absorb anything new. Simply by training and pushing further, you can overcome this barrier and reach the next stage. Many people truly experience emotional breakdowns and nervous breakdowns due to their inability to move forward. In despair, they simply give up and stop trying. And only at death do they understand the purpose of their life. Therefore, in despair, they will not be able to advance to the next stage. If they decide to give up, believing themselves weak, they will lose the chance to challenge fate again. He possesses immense power and immeasurable wealth, something they never dreamed of, and it would be no problem for him to help someone in this difficult task. Although this process is inherently quite painful, going through it is at least much better than simply giving up. With this holy jade medicine, which by the way cost him over $1 million, he can overcome the initial stage and simultaneously increase his spiritual energy. He knows they all dislike him, but he's the only person capable of helping their beloved Huanshan reach the next level. Could they really have thought he was some stupid villain from some anime or novel, and that it was simply ridiculous? But he won't cause them any more problems, and he'll help those they love, and the more they hate him, the more he'll help them. But even if they hate him, they should at least have a little bit of it. Idolize him, because he's the only one with true power. Let them know that no one has yet been born on Earth who would be fit to punch him in the face. The student said he really did irritate them, but he was right to a certain extent. He was truly the only one who could help Huan Shan. Did he always behave like this? The director replied that he did. Huan Shan wanted to speak to the battalion commander, but he asked her not to say anything. He asked not to be stupid, saying that he could move to the next stage on his own and that he should not think that it was so easy. He asked him not to refuse help from the powers that be, and the boy immediately agreed. The battalion commander exclaimed that this was simply wonderful and that they wouldn't waste a minute. He gave the order to install a high-precision device for measuring his spiritual strength and begin working on it immediately. Misu thoughtfully wondered if this would work. The teacher was curious how he could raise the boy's level. He couldn't understand how it was even possible to go from the 99th level at the initial stage to the stage of enlightenment in just half an hour. The commander had some kind of plan and decided to get started on it quickly. The teacher and director couldn't stand his behavior. The boy was already standing under the device, and the commander was shocked when he saw the 112th level. How can this be, and has this guy really already reached the stage of enlightenment? The commander opened his mouth in amazement, and everyone around him was also in shock. The boys exclaimed that Huan Shan had already entered the enlightenment stage and that he had reached the 112th level of spiritual power. They couldn't understand what kind of man he was. Not only had he returned after killing the monster, but he had also crossed the line. The protagonist was also surprised and exclaimed that it was incredible. The commander also asked if he was surprised. The boy asked them to forget it, because it was just a promotion. The commander asked how he could be so careless. The process of advancement is very difficult, and a person can even die. Could he really have risen through battle with a monster? And Shan replied that he didn't even know. Maybe even then he understood that he couldn't defeat him. And suddenly it dawned on him that he needed to somehow become stronger. Then unexpectedly his strength began to grow. But it seemed that this power had increased only a little bit, which surprised the commander very much. The boy continued to explain what happened next when the ball stopped in front of his hand. He explained that he'd entered a new stage without even realizing it. The boys exclaimed that he never ceased to amaze them. He said that since it was so easy to swing, recalling his promises to help him, why don't they see how the progress was going? This is of course something else. But even so, he will accept his help, and perhaps he will still give him that medicine. The commander realized the boy was talking about the Holy Jade medicine and said he had already entered a new stage. Huan Shan asked why he couldn't do it now, and perhaps he would become the battalion commander then. The man began to say again that he swears he would resign his position as battalion commander and let him take over for a while. Suddenly he exclaimed, throwing a bottle for him to take. Huan Shan thanked the man and said he would never forget his leniency. The commander asked him to say nothing and left. The director exclaimed that she'd never seen the commander so angry, and the teacher laughed. Huan Shan said that since he was alive, the ceremony could end. The boys gathered around the main character and hugging him, exclaimed that they were very glad that he was okay, and that a weight had simply been lifted from their hearts. The moment Huan Shan returned, the entire camp literally came alive. Everyone felt an incredible curiosity about this guy. But one day he will leave them, and will definitely rush upward to furrow the vast expanses. He is like a shining star, like a reflection of justice, and this is truly so. How Shan is such a wonderful person and completely unpredictable. As the fat man was making these notes, a boy suddenly appeared behind him. He exclaimed that Huan Shan had frightened him, and that something so terrible had happened to him in the middle of the night. The protagonist said that this wouldn't do, and asked why his house was unprotected. And what if that guy in sunglasses comes again and he's not around? He'll definitely die then. The fat man agreed with him, and Huan Shan said he had come here with one request. The fat man replied that if that was the case, he would agree to everything. The protagonist asked if he could create a device that could store his power. Then the fat man asked if he was talking about a container of spiritual power and how much he wanted to put in there. The father asked his son to eat more slowly and to call him if he wanted more. Huan Shan said he thought it was about 500. The fat man practically spat out his food and said that it was practically the same as combining the strength of an entire class of disciples, or equivalent to the average level of spiritual power at the enlightenment stage. Then the boy asked if this was possible, and the fat man replied that at least it should be studied. Huan Shan asked for a 10 in this case and raised his index finger. The fat man asked him to wait and said he couldn't guarantee everything would work out and where he would get so much spiritual power. Meanwhile, a woman greeted a guest at the Greentown shopping center and asked her to come in. A second woman was greeting another guest and told her that the blue spiritual silver deposit was located there. The girls were saying that the woman in furs must be rich, but it was a different shift. Then the second girl said it was her turn and 2 new customers had arrived. Meanwhile, the protagonist entered the room with his fat friend. Then the woman asked, "Not about these beggars, but about them." She said they didn't deserve to be here, so he shouldn't be stupid. Shan asked the fat man if he could find everything he needed here, and he replied that it was the largest store. The main branch in Greentown was approved by the Yongle Precious Materials Association. The boy said hello and asked where he could find particularly rare metals. He raised his hand and said he could find them. When the woman turned towards the boy, she asked him to come over and serve them. The main character looked closely at this woman, no longer surprised by anything. The girl came up and said hello, apologizing for the wait and asked what they needed. The fat man kept saying that this was all wrong, and the girl asked what exactly they were looking for. Since they had already walked around a lot, she was already tired of showing them and did not know how to help. The fat man began to explain that he was looking for completely melted and processed pure copper. Then the girl asked if he was really looking for fully melted and processed pure copper, to which she was very surprised. She exclaimed that it was a very valuable metal and she needed to consult with the manager. She approached the woman and mentioned that they had a very large request and would she be willing to take it on. They wanted fully melted, recycled, pure copper. The woman assumed she was teasing her and wondered if she thought they could pay for it. Although what difference did it make? They had to relieve the boredom somehow. She asked why she didn't take on the matter herself and that it would definitely be better for her to go get the general manager. Such a big fish needed someone more senior. She laughed at the girl because she really was the one who decided to go to this idiot. She wondered how he would react to such requests from a penniless student, and she couldn't wait to see. The woman covered her mouth with her hand and began to laugh. She felt that the chief manager would be in good shape today, and she wanted to see it as soon as possible. The general manager's nickname is the Golden Lion King. When angered, he resembles a bloodthirsty predator. He's fired countless employees in fits of rage. The man asked if they would be able to recoup the cost. He exclaimed that they should have asked the questions directly and that there was no need to distract him. The woman apologized and said she had gotten so nervous that she had completely forgotten. The man started to get even more angry and yell at her, saying that she had forgotten her head and now she was fired. The manager asked who had come for the goods, and the woman answered, pointing to the 2 guys. The manager became even more angry and grabbed the huge, soft sofa in his hands. He lifted the sofa as high as he could and began to throw it to the side. The guys were simply shocked by this man's behavior, but he put the sofa back in place. Unexpectedly, the manager greeted the distinguished guests and said he was very glad to see them. The guys sat down on the sofa, and he asked them what they wanted to buy. He apologized for not introducing himself and said he was the manager of the store and his name was Wang Pao. He asked that we call him less formally. The woman who'd been laughing at the boys was very surprised. The manager asked why she was still there and asked her to quickly make hot tea for these distinguished guests. He was definitely an unusual customer and knew what he was wearing. This is the skin of a golden demonic monkey, and common materials made from the skins of such monsters are extremely valuable. But this item is one of the highest quality. It increases defense against martial arts and boosts cultivation speed by almost 10%. This thing appeals to the monster's powerful aura. And the reason for his addiction is also because when a golden demon monkey is hunted, this coating prevents even a drop of blood from leaking. So this guy is literally carrying $500,000 on his person. What beautiful fur she has, and he can see that the boy knows his fashion sense. Shan smiled and replied that it was just cold outside, so he grabbed the first warm thing he could find. Manager Van approached the protagonist with a woman. He told the man with a smile that he could ask the assistant for anything he wanted. The worker poured hot tea from the teapot into the customer's cup. The assistant asked the guy with a smile, what else did he want? A girl named Xiao approached from the side and looked closely at the main character. The protagonist pointed after the departing girl. He demanded that Xiao return to them and serve them. The girl in glasses stopped. She looked at the main character in surprise. The woman told the manager that her scheduled shift had just arrived. A girl approached her from behind. The main character told the employee that she was not hospitable to customers. Van sternly asked his subordinate, "Is it really true that she was not hospitable to people?" The assistant turned away. The guy in glasses looked at her carefully and realized that there was disappointment on her face. Wang hugged the girl and told the protagonist that she was their responsible employee. Xiao promised the client that she would be happy to help him. The girl ran to the side and brought a large suitcase. She opened it and showed the customers ingots of pure and recycled copper. The main character handed the skin to his interlocutors and asked, "How much will this valuable thing cost?" The manager held the skin of a golden demon monkey in his hands. He told the protagonist that it would cost at least $500,000. The guy next to him was surprised when he heard that amount. The woman behind him was surprised to hear that such a decrepit hide was worth a lot of money. Sean asked his friend how much money he needed. The interlocutor explained that he would need 10 such ingots for 10 spiritual power storages. Sean asked the manager how much copper he could exchange for his hide. Wang told the client that he could get 5 copper ingots for the hide. The woman glanced sideways at the protagonist. She decided to herself that the guy wouldn't have enough money. The protagonist pulled out a small blue bottle containing a large pearl. He asked how much it would cost. The assistant told the clients with a smile that they would not be able to interest them with such trinkets. Wang excitedly shouted that he saw before him a holy jade medicine worth only $1 million. Next to it was the bloody jade medallion. The manager was very surprised. He said with surprise that all the artifacts were worth $4 million. After that, he began to calculate what he could buy with the items sold. The assistant was surprised and amazed when she realized that the things in front of her were worth $4 million. The friend glanced at the protagonist and realized he was very rich. Sean asked the manager, "Will this be enough?" Van told the protagonist in an excited voice that he had enough money and they would even return the demon monkey's skin to him. The manager handed the protagonist a document and told him to sign it. Sean extended his pen forward to sign. The client asked the manager whether he would have rushed to him with such enthusiasm if he did not have these valuable things. Van looked at the protagonist with concern. He didn't know what to answer now. Suddenly, someone ran up from the side and shot at the manager. The wounded Van began to fall. The main character was frightened by the shot. His frightened friend stood next to him. The stranger's bullet hit the manager and left him on the floor. Bandits ran into the room. The leader grabbed the girl with his hand and demanded that everyone lie down on the ground and put their hand behind their head. A security guard ran out from the side. He shouted that wanted criminals had run in. The stranger started shooting at the guards. Ha fell to the ground. He said with fear that the attackers were at least at the peak of the initial stage. The frightened friend grabbed his head in his hands and asked the protagonist why he wasn't lying down. Sean stood and calmly looked ahead. The main character asked the worker why she had ignored them before when they asked for help. The woman looked at the guy with fear. She didn't understand what he was talking about. The bandit held the hostage with his hand. He pointed the gun at the protagonist and threatened to kill him if he didn't lie down on the floor. The bandit with a gun angrily asked the main character, did he really want to die? The protagonist calmly replied to the attacker that the floor was a little chilly. The group of bandits were very surprised when they heard such calm words from the guy. The leader held a gun to the protagonist's head. He threatened to pin him to the wall with a shot. Shan looked calmly and angrily at the bandit. He shouted that he shouldn't have interrupted his conversation with another person. The bandit pointed a gun at the protagonist's head. He angrily asked the guy why he was looking down on him. Shen calmly looked at the attacker. A fighter shouted at the leader in a disgruntled voice that they were just robbers and that he shouldn't kill anyone. Another bandit shouted angrily that the police were already approaching. The leader shouted angrily at the guy that he was going to die now. After that, he got ready to shoot. The bandit fired his pistol at the guy. The protagonist defended himself with the Admiralty Golden Shield. She tried to free herself from the bandit. She pushed him aside. The leader rushed towards her and grabbed her by the head. The frightened bandit held the weapon in front of him. He couldn't understand what could block his attack. The main character looked at the bandits with fear and asked, "What happened?" Shen calmly told the attacker that he had said he could repeat it. The bandit looked at the guy with fear. The enraged fighters opened fire on the protagonist with their pistols. Shen held up a golden shield in front of himself. All the bullets hit it. The protagonist read details about the golden shield's defensive skill on his phone. He learned that the higher his spiritual power level, the more combat skills he could unlock from the other emperor. The bandits continued shooting at the guy with a pistol. Van glanced sideways at the guy, frightened. He was surprised that he was calmly looking at his phone when they shot at him. The bandit got even more angry. He continued shooting at the guy. Then he launched a small electric ball at him. The leader used a powerful impulse to break the protagonist's magic shield. The bandit shouted at the guy like an angry boss, saying that he was already convulsing from his stun gun. Shen calmly told the surprised leader that he had found out several details about the Golden Admiralty shield and about the perception of another emperor. Shen stood calmly with a phone in his hands. A bright glow surrounded him. He said in a thoughtful voice that the emperor's ability could be used for personal protection. He would be able to safely participate in battles and cultivate himself. The protagonist stood in the center of the hall surrounded by a bright glow. Bodies lay scattered on the floor next to him. The bandit excitedly told his boss that the protagonist hadn't been harmed at all by the electric ball. Another fighter, in a disgruntled voice, told his colleagues that they needed to run. Their opponent turned out to be very strong. Shen demanded in a displeased voice that the bandit let the girl go. Then they all had to go to the police station with a full confession. The bandit held a gun near the girl's head. He angrily told the protagonist that he would fire several bullets at her. The protagonist demanded that the bandit stop. He explained that this matter did not concern the girl. The bandit demanded money from the guy in a disgruntled voice. He threatened that no one would leave here alive. Shen discontentedly told the leader that for the sake of some papers he was ready to destroy his pride. The angry bandit sternly demanded that the protagonist give him money. He threatened to kill the hostage. The protagonist placed an expensive artifact on the floor. He offered the bandit the $1 million price and the girl's release. The bandits were very surprised when they saw the bloody jade medallion in front of them. The leader angrily demanded that the protagonist put his hands behind his head and slowly back away. Shen looked very carefully at the bandit and prepared to attack him. The protagonist swung his leg sharply. He used Eamon's enhanced cannon kick against the bandit. The main character suddenly stretched out his hand forward and grabbed the frightened girl with it. The Shen grabbed the frightened girl from behind and led her forward. She burst into tears in fear. The protagonist told the girl not to let anyone touch her again. She told the guy in a sobbing voice that she understood everything. The bandits prepared to run away. The protagonist jumped on them from behind to stop them. Shen looked piercingly ahead of himself, his eyes glowing red. The protagonist launched a fist of bright fire at his opponent. It was a hardened fist of trust. The attackers were thrown aside after the protagonist's attack. The guy said in a disgruntled voice that their technology was still useless. The protagonist calmly picked up the phone and started searching for something on it. The amazed people on the side looked at him in surprise. Shen stood calmly surrounded by large clouds of smoke. People looked at the guy in amazement and did not understand who he was. The main character calmly asked his interlocutors for permission to ask him a question. The woman promised the guy in a frightened voice that she would always treat him with respect. Van promised his interlocutor in a stern voice that they would now always serve customers with enthusiasm. Shen calmly asked those around him if they had a power bank. His phone was dead. Van was very surprised to hear such a question from a guy. The guy said with admiration that Shen turned out to be an amazing person. He became rich and easily defeated 3 criminals. The main character sat and thoughtfully looked at the bright flame of welding in front of him. Shen told his friend Ha that he wanted to see how he would create. The guy continued to weld something at the table. The protagonist asked his friend, "What kind of special technique is this?" Ha! Smiling, explained that there was nothing special about it. The guy started explaining to the protagonist how his device worked. Shen listened, but understood little. The protagonist picked up the phone and told his friend that he didn't understand him at all. Shen went outside. There, a guy with purple hair rushed towards him. He wanted to show him his new skill. The protagonist told his interlocutor that he could show him whatever he wanted. At this point, he activated the perception of another emperor. The delighted guy spat out a whole glass of magic elixir into the glass. The interlocutor held a glass of sparkling liquid. He explained to the protagonist that the elixir was full of beneficial elements, allowing the human body to quickly replenish lost water and electrolytes. The guy enthusiastically offered the protagonist a drink from a glass. Shen stepped aside and declined the offer. The protagonist carefully studied the table with his skills. He realized that he could not quickly master new skills. Shen sat on the roof of a large building and looked down from it. He realized that he had to become stronger. The protagonist imagined a large hand grabbing him by the clothes. He realized his body had very low stamina. There was no way he could escape. He couldn't fight his dad in such a frail body. Shen looked thoughtfully ahead and realized that he had to find a way to become stronger. A man in a yellow suit inside the building informed the guests that he was finished for the day. Then he asked if anyone had any questions. Shen asked the man what reward would be given for participating in the championship between the 5 training camps. The host read from a piece of paper that material rewards awaited the participants. Participants would be able to receive high-ranking items to enhance their spiritual strength. Professionals would also lead teams into the Wolf's domain to complete particularly challenging missions. The protagonist anxiously asked his interlocutor about high-ranking items and difficult missions. The man asked the boy again, "Is something really wrong?" Shen thought to himself with excitement and realized that he would learn much more when he went to the wolf's domain. Then he calmed his interlocutor out loud and said that he was only asking him. 3 days later, the boy came into his father's bedroom and said, "They are leaving tomorrow morning. Then they will definitely return victorious." The man was lying on a large bed, covered with a transparent blanket. He told his son that he could go wherever he wanted. He felt unwell and didn't want to talk about anything. The son told his father with a smile that he would not bother him anymore and hoped for his speedy recovery. The father, without turning around, told his son that he was getting better every day and said goodbye to him. The protagonist met his friend on the street. Ha opened his backpack and told his friend that 10 devices for storing spiritual power were ready. Ha created devices for storing power for the main character. They had buttons for absorption and release. The protagonist prepared to open the hatch on Earth. He saw that the golden demon monkey's orbs were still in place. Most of the power had evaporated in its uncontrolled state. Now he could store the remaining power in the device and carry it with him. A few days before the championship, people gathered at the stadium, shouting words of support for Greentown. The boys and girls looked at each other happily. The participant said thoughtfully that everyone was so lively this year. The manager glanced at the participants. He reminded them that last year they had placed last. The man asked his subordinates if they had any nadezhda this year. The man sternly asked the participants if they were ready. The fighters shouted that they were ready. The main character approached from the side with his friend. The guy asked his friends who they would choose as their captain. Everyone around him started pointing at the main character. People around were shouting that the main character would be their captain. Shen turned around and thought with displeasure that this nickname seemed strange to him. The protagonist looked at the table of 5 training camps. He didn't understand why they had to fight first. The man told the fighters that a far from ordinary fight awaited them. They would have to participate in other territories. The manager told the young people with a smile that he was not losing faith in them. The girl, Liu Xiaoyan, said in a thoughtful voice that it definitely wouldn't be worse than last time. The man glanced sideways at the girl with surprise. Her manner of speech reminded him of Huan Shan. A group of students were walking down the street in a big city. Someone said with admiration that Nanki looked more decent. The man looked around carefully. He told the fighters not to cause trouble on enemy territory. They needed to keep their phones ready and always check their team members. One fighter proudly declared that he would be full of confidence until his opponent, Shan, was defeated. A girl standing to the side asked the protagonist, "What is that guy talking about?" Shan explained to his interlocutor that he was testing his abilities on this fighter. Spectators stood on the bridge and looked in amazement at the people walking down the street. They were surprised that they were participants from Greentown. The spectators were muttering angrily among themselves. Someone said that it would be interesting to see how Dalao would crush the participants. The fighter heard people's words on the street. He threatened them. The man told the guy that he shouldn't pay attention to the fans. It's natural to be a laughingstock before a match. The manager demanded that the guy tear to pieces everyone who people in this city support. People from their houses peered at the participants and called them worthless. Someone shouted at the guests to quickly retreat before they were buried here. The protagonist walked with his companions. They looked around silently and discontentedly. The guests approached a large building. The man told them that the battles would take place there tomorrow. The Nancy district had allocated rooms for them at a nearby hotel. A man entered the hotel building and approached the receptionist. He received a room card from her for a double room. A guy next to him joyfully shouted to the teacher that he wanted to share a room with the main character. The guy in the room shouted to Shan that a life of luxury awaited him with him. He was delighted because of the fruit in the room and the bubble bath. The protagonist angrily told his neighbor to shut up. At that moment, his phone rang, and he replied that he would come. The interlocutor asked Shan anxiously, "What happened?" The spectators rushed at the guests and started throwing trash at them. They shouted at them to go back to their Greentown. The townspeople angrily threw garbage at the visitors. The fighter glanced away with displeasure. He shouted that people had no friendliness towards guests. One girl was injured after being attacked by passers-by. Her friend said with horror that people even threw stones. The fighter shouted in fear at the passers-by to stop. Someone slyly replied that he was trying to attract attention. A man with a microphone and a hood appeared from the side. He told the residents to beat up the guests as hard as possible. The leader told his subordinates in a very angry voice not to be afraid to exaggerate. An unfamiliar guy ran up from the side. He was ready to throw a stone at the girls. Shan put his hand to the side in time. He stopped the stone in front of the surprised girls. The leader glared angrily at the protagonist. He shouted to his friends that they would shoot all the guests. The man angrily shouted at his subordinates to kill people. There should be more fun on the streets. A sniper with a rifle appeared in the window. He was ready to shoot the guy with a rubber bullet. The shooter glanced through the scope at the main character. He was interested in his reaction. Shan calmly turned around and looked through the scope at the sniper. The protagonist turned around abruptly and threw a huge rock at the shooter in the window. The stone flew through the window at great speed and hit the shooter who was there. A friend anxiously asked the protagonist what he had just done. Shan calmly replied that someone had distracted him. The leader, in a frightened voice, asked Zhou Tian over the intercom what had happened to him. The protagonist spun around abruptly, extending his hand forward and pointing at the soldiers. Behind them stood a worried commander. The leader was frightened. He didn't understand why Shan was pointing his hand at him. The frightened man decided to himself that the guy had given him a warning. The commander shouted at his subordinates to retreat. He also demanded that they inquire about the main character. One of his subordinates informed the man that Shan was a very ordinary person. The commander said to himself in an angry voice that he would grind the main character into dust. A group of people gathered near a huge building. Inside was a huge arena. The guests sat in the stands near the large ring. They were waiting for the start of the championship among the 5 Yongle training camps. The guests experienced severe food poisoning. Someone shouted that they had a stomach ache. Xiao told her friend in a frightened voice that something had been added to their food. The teacher asked the protagonist in surprise why he was okay. Shan calmly told his interlocutor that he hadn't eaten anything and was looking for water himself. The man angrily shouted that the organizers had become insolent and had violated the boundaries of what was permitted. The guests in the stands turned around in displeasure. Someone shouted that their seats had been damaged. A spectator said angrily that water was pouring down from the ceiling onto his head. A man in a combat suit named Heituo yet jumped onto the podium. He was the captain of the Nanki team. The captain greeted his friends from Greentown. He said that the core principles of their camp were honesty and fairness. He looked ahead carefully and saw the main character appear near the entrance to the podium. Shan waved his hand. The captain covered himself with his hands in fear. He thought the protagonist was about to attack him. Shan looked at the frightened man in surprise. He calmly scratched his head. He got really angry because the guy looked down on him. He decided to beat him up and then finish him off in the end. The referee held a microphone in the ring. He shouted to the guests that the fighters on both sides should come forward. After that, he explained the basic rules for the fighters. He looked ahead happily and said that everything was fine. The soldiers angrily replied to the commander that they understood everything. The poisoned participants clutched their stomachs. They didn't understand what the organizers had done to them. The man turned around. He angrily asked the commander why he had poisoned their participants. He angrily told the guests that they could have grabbed a bite somewhere else and nothing would have happened to them. He didn't expect them to be so stupid. The girl with the combat helmet jumped up from her seat. Xiao said that the championship was getting more and more boring. The contestant grabbed her weapon and prepared to fight. A man from behind grabbed her by the clothes and asked her not to start fighting now. They could be disqualified. The commander sternly reminded the protagonist that he had wounded his brother with a stone yesterday. He threatened to take revenge on him today. Shan looked ahead with displeasure. The friend thought to himself that he had never seen the main character so angry. The blue-haired participant shouted at the commander that he had no right to even touch him with a finger. The commander pointed his finger at the frightened boy and said he wanted to be the first to lose. The referee began to rapidly count down the seconds until the start of the championship. The participant turned around in fear. He asked the protagonist to replace him. The commander looked at the guy with displeasure. He called him an insolent little man. He grabbed the microphone. He shouted in a stern voice that a participant could only be replaced after 5 minutes of battle. The frightened guy pointed at the commander and said that he did it on purpose. Someone with a baton ran up to him from behind. The fighter swung his baton wide and hit the participant with all his strength on the head from behind. The spectators screamed in terror as Malu was attacked and knocked out. The contestant lay unconscious in the ring. The fighter, holding a baton, angrily reminded his opponent that he had told him he couldn't be hit. The commander shouted in a stern voice to his subordinate, the Baitun, to turn around. A girl ran up from the side. She hit the participant with a powerful blow from the robot's steel hand. The contestant angrily shouted at her opponent not to use such nasty hands. The enraged commander pressed a button on the remote control. The girl flew to the side from the powerful blow. The fighters fell into the ring. Someone from the spectators shouted in fear that Misu Zhou Yuan had fallen. The girl was injured. She felt severe pain and screamed very loudly. The teacher shouted angrily that the organizers had manipulated food toxins. He angrily shouted at his subordinate that he wanted to hit that girl. The fighter kicked the girl with all his might. He shouted at her for daring to hit him. The audience was displeased when they saw the girl being poisoned in a vile manner. He was displeased when he heard the audience's words about vileness. The commander turned around in the ring. He angrily told the participants to try to defeat him. The battered fighters lay in the ring. The commander angrily shouted at the crowd that only the victors would go down in history. The rest would be buried alive, like manhwa. He stood in the ring and spread his arms out to the sides. He shouted to the people that the mayor of the Nanki district is his uncle. He will do whatever he wants, and he is the king here. The spectators waved their hands. They angrily shouted at the commander to kill the participants. He stood on the stage. He angrily told the participants that powerful people can bend the rules as they please. The commander touched his face with his hand. He said in an angry voice that he could make any rules he wanted. The spectators happily supported him. The teacher said in a dissatisfied voice that the competition had become meaningless. They couldn't stand it anymore. Xiao angrily told the man that they had to find and kill the rivals. The main character told the teacher that 5 minutes had already passed and it was his turn to enter the duel. The man turned around in surprise and called the boy by name. Shan told his companions that he wanted to win the main prize and they should not interfere with him. The protagonist prepared to go to the podium and fight. He told his friends that they should trust him. Shan jumped into the ring and sent the fighters flying with powerful punches. The teacher, frightened, asked the boy to be a little gentler. The beaten Ma Lu shouted after the protagonist to refute everything the enemy commander said. He shouted angrily at the guy for trying to scare him. The protagonist calmly explained to the man that only the victors would go down in history. As he parted, Mali told his friend that he could do as he pleased. Suddenly, someone with a baton ran up to the main character from behind. A friend shouted at Shan to be careful. The protagonist activated the Admiralty Golden Shield from behind to protect his back. The protagonist took out his power vault and opened it. A bright glow appeared near his hand. The fighter put up a ghost shield in front of himself to defend himself from the guy's attack. The commander shouted with a joyful voice that the ghost shield was a defensive skill of the Bi-Tong. A terrified Bi-Tong saw a bright flame and a large demonic head before him. He felt his opponent's characteristics change. The fighter could no longer believe that the protagonist was only in the initial stages. The participant became increasingly frightened. He commanded himself that he should calm down. The main character ran up from the side and hit the surprised button with all his might. The astonished spectators watched in amazement as the protagonist sent his opponent flying with a powerful cannonball. The Bai-Tong spun in the air. The fighter was thrown to the side after being hit by the guy and crashed into the stands with an explosion. A surprised commander watched from the side. The spectators looked at the battered fighter in surprise. The frightened commander called out Bi-Tong's name. A participant said in a thoughtful voice that she sensed the boy's attack level at that moment, at the fusion stage. After a powerful attack from the main character, Bi-Tong was thrown to the side and crashed into the ground. Surprised spectators lay around. The main character, without turning around, told the surprised commander that a lot can be done for the sake of victory. The audience listened attentively to the protagonist. Shan accused the commander of beating innocent people and bribing judges. The protagonist stood sideways. He told the commander that he was doing everything for victory. Shun explained to his interlocutor that they also wanted to win and that he should understand his anger. The protagonist glared at his rivals and said they could attack together. He promised to crush their pride and egoism. The stunned spectators near the stands looked at the body of the beaten Bitu, his head stuck in the floor. The fighter on the side told his angry commander in surprise that they could attack the main character with 4 of them. Spectators on the side shouted words of support to the main character. Someone even wanted to give him their daughter in marriage. Lu glanced thoughtfully at the boy from the side. She said he'd achieved fusion and was now doing something with his right hand. The teacher told his interlocutor that she shouldn't worry. Shan always has an ace up her sleeve. The teacher said in a thoughtful voice that the boy had changed his stats just before the attack. He was still going to have many surprises. The spectators' cries of support for the protagonist grew increasingly furious. He sternly demanded that his subordinate, Huan Tao, teach the protagonist a lesson. The fighter excitedly reminded his commander that Shanya couldn't even defeat Bi-Tong. He told his subordinate with displeasure that the protagonist's arm was injured after a strong attack. Now it was time to strike and win. Tao felt confident in his abilities. He promised the captain that he was going to fight. The fighter took off and flew up on his jet engines. Shan watched him closely. The fighter landed in the ring. He summoned a mechanical golden support to his aid. 11 Tao began to beat the protagonist with his cybernetic fists above his head. Shan quickly dodged to the sides. The spectators joyfully and unanimously shouted words of support for the Tao warrior. Tao watched with glee as he beat up the protagonist. Gradually, he saw that his opponent continued to dodge his blows. The participant looked on with displeasure and saw that Shan was able to calmly and quickly dodge his strong blows. Someone from the side angrily demanded that Tao finish the guy off. The fighter thought to himself with displeasure that he had managed to defeat his opponent. The main character jumped very quickly and sharply and found himself behind the frightened fighter. Shan accelerated very quickly. He hit the fighter from behind with all his might with a large cannon-like blow of the demonic monkey. Tao was thrown far to the side. Tao flew back after the blow and landed in the auditorium. He glared at the protagonist and said that he was trying to stand out on purpose. Shan explained in a calm voice to his surprised opponent that he simply wanted to find a suitable angle. He asked the guy with displeasure, "Is he really still thinking about such nonsense?" The audience in the hall shouted words of support for Huan Shan. The main character sternly asked the commander, does he really want to fight him himself or together with his subordinates? He looked at the guy very angrily. He didn't even know how to answer his question. The commander turned around and shouted to his frightened subordinates named Li Yao and Ma Li to finish off the main character. The frightened soldiers explained to the commander that they couldn't defeat the main character. Even Bi Tong and Huan Tao couldn't handle the guy. The commander angrily asked his subordinates why they weren't listening to his words. He decided that they no longer wanted to live in Nanki. He angrily asked his subordinates who they were more afraid of. The soldiers looked back at the man with fear. The commander in the ring indicated with his hand to his subordinates how they should attack the main character. He promised to help them. He angrily pointed his finger at the protagonist and demanded that he obey him. He reminded him that his uncle was the mayor of this district. Shan asked his interlocutor with displeasure what was wrong with his uncle being the mayor of this area. The commander and his soldiers were very surprised when they heard such words from the guy. The commander angrily reminded the protagonist that he had wounded Zhou Tian yesterday. This man was Zhou Mu's brother from the Shadow Organization. Shan asked his interlocutor in a calm voice, "So what's wrong with that?" The commander, in an angry voice, informed the protagonist that Chang Ju and his soldiers were rushing to his classmate's home. He once again demanded that the protagonist kneel before him and beg for mercy. The man in glasses said in an angry voice that he was already on his way to the guy's house. At home, he looked at his frightened father. The main character asked his interlocutor with displeasure what else he would tell him. He was very surprised when he heard such calm words from the main character. The main character angrily answered the bandits that he had one question for them. Shen calmly asked the surprised commander if the mercenary in sunglasses would really still try to kill him personally and his friend. The commander demanded over the phone that the mercenary destroy the little fat man's family. He angrily shouted at the protagonist that only he could be popular in the city. Shan didn't waste any time. He swung his arm and hit the surprised leader in the face with all his might. The mercenary answered his boss on the phone that he had already planned to kill the fat man's family. The battered commander hung on the ropes near the ring. A phone lay in the center. The fighter asked the boss, "Do we really have to finish off the victims right now?" The protagonist sternly ordered the mercenary over the phone not to dare approach his friend. The bandit became frightened and realized it was Shan's voice. Shan squeezed his phone in his hands and crushed it. He angrily told the commander that he had warned the killer and he would decide for himself what to do next. He glared at the protagonist. He wanted to say something but could only grumble. A spectator from the audience said that the commander was already exhausted, but the main character was very strong. He, after a short pause, raised his hand and told the guy that he had convinced him. The protagonist calmly and trustingly walked toward his rival. The frightened teacher shouted at the boy not to approach the commander. The commander laughed maliciously. He placed electronic magic bracelets on the protagonist's hands. The protagonist's hands were bound by spiritual shackles for 3 minutes. The bandit angrily asked the guy, can he free himself now? The audience was dissatisfied with the commander's deceptive tactics. The teacher said with displeasure that the protagonist was very stupid. Xiao replied to the man that the boy still had a lot to learn. The commander joyfully began jumping around the ring. The main character was bound in shackles. He jumped up and swung his arms. He shouted at the protagonist that he was about to die. He prepared to use his most powerful ability. A spectator in the audience said with surprise that the commander had used powerful spiritual energy. He launched a fireball at the guy in the market. The commander launched a fire stream and a noise bomb at the protagonist. The teacher angrily yelled at the boy to dodge quickly. He promised to cover him. He laughed evilly and looked at the guy. Shan calmly looked ahead. The main character, with his hands tied, stood calmly and watched as a fireball flew toward him. The audience in the hall watched in surprise as the fireball in front of the guy suddenly stopped. He started waving his arms in all directions. He decided to use another attack against the guy. A fireball appeared next to the commander. He felt exhausted and couldn't launch the ball again. The man launched a noise bomb against his opponent. The main character stood calmly and watched as the second fireball flew towards him and calmly stopped. The audience was surprised to see that the fireball near the guy had stopped again. The beaten, he looked at him with a dead look after a powerful blow from the guy. The protagonist raised his hands up. He began to leisurely juggle fireballs above his head. The bracelets on the guy's hands suddenly opened. His hands were freed. Shan turned and looked to the side. The main character began to swing his arms in all directions with very powerful and fast blows. Shan crouched in a fighting stance, preparing to swing his arm for a powerful blow. He looked ahead in amazement and realized that the guy was getting ready to use his fighting skill. The astonished man realized that his end had come. He did not understand who the main character was. The commander realized in shock that he wouldn't be able to defeat the guy. He remembered that before he had always remained the winner. He glanced at the calm protagonist. He realized that no threats had any effect on this guy. The commander remembered that his father regularly beat him. He was powerless against him. He glared at his opponent. He wanted to finish him off, but he didn't have the chance. The main character turned angrily to the side and thanked the commander. He couldn't understand what the guy was thanking him for. He just wanted to kill him. The exhausted and worn-out commander answered the boy with the word please. He could no longer fight. The protagonist launched a bright, fiery explosion of a noise bomb against his opponent. The frightened fighters raised their hands and shouted that they were withdrawing from the competition. He, after a powerful blow from the main character, flew far to the side and destroyed the corner of the ring. A cube with bright markings appeared in space. A message appeared that the Greentown qualifying team was advancing to the next round. People looked at the flying wooden cube in surprise. They decided that someone was keeping an eye on them. The wooden cube broke into pieces and disappeared into space. The teacher said in a thoughtful voice that this device was sent from the center to monitor the outcome of the battles. He came to his senses. He laughed menacingly and shouted to the guy that he would see something interesting. The soldier asked fearfully what the commander was planning to do. The teacher told the soldiers that they needed to leave quickly and stay away from this place. Shan calmly looked ahead. A cheerful mercenary appeared on the screen. He said with a smile that killing during the broadcast was a lot of fun. The man angrily asked the protagonist what he would do now. The commander laughed maliciously. He told the protagonist that he wouldn't be able to warn his friend. All communication lines within Nanki had already been destroyed. The teacher picked up the phone and shouted angrily that the connection was down. Shan calmly looked ahead. A mercenary found a stranger on the street and forced him to film. The boy held a camera in his hands and filmed the man approaching the house. He angrily shouted at the people that they were about to see the best broadcast of all time, featuring the Shadow Organization's killer. The commander laughed maliciously and raised his hands. The mercenary suddenly fell into a hole near the house. Someone from the spectators shouted in fear that the killer had fallen into a trap. A beaten boy stood near a pit. He took a close-up shot of a man in the depths. There was dark brown smoke around the mercenary. He was screaming in fear at the boy not to take pictures of him too close. The killer fell into a manure pit in the middle of the road. He screamed angrily. The shocked spectators watched in amazement as the mercenary fell into the pit. He was unpleasantly surprised. Ha opened the door and pushed his father out into the street. He shouted at the man to leave quickly. The killer began to climb out of the pit and threaten people. The surprised teacher said that the protagonist had arranged everything in advance. Ha promised father that he would keep their beautiful home full of memories. The man ran away from the house. At that moment, the killer began to climb out of the hole. The mercenary managed to escape from the pit. He shouted in an angry voice that such a trap was nothing to him. The bandit angrily shouted at the people that this time he would definitely destroy them. Shan told his friend that he had personally requested that traps be set for the mercenary in this place. The killer took a careless step forward and stepped on a button in the ground. A huge log appeared from the side and hit him. The mercenary stepped forward and caught his foot on the thread. After that, stones rained down on his head and knocked him to the ground. The bandit climbed out of the pile of stones. He threatened the guy that he would kill him painfully. Ha was sitting in the corner, frightened. A man approached him with a knife and shouted that he wouldn't run away. The boy held in his hands a device that stored the spiritual power of the protagonist. Ha recalled his friend's words. Shan explained to him in detail that he was supposed to press buttons on the device and then throw it at the bandit. Ha threw the device at the surprised man. The killer caught the box in surprise and slyly told the guy that it was probably a USB flash drive. The man looked at his son with excitement. He expected him to keep their home full of memories. A very powerful explosion was heard near the house. The bandit was then thrown far away. The owner looked up in surprise and saw his son and the bandit fly off the ground. He was surprised that the explosion was so powerful. A subordinate entered the mayor's office. He told him that he had been defeated and Qian had been captured. He offered to intervene. Mayor Hisheng Liang explained to his interlocutor that they knew nothing about it, so they would not interfere. The battered commander stood near the screen. The broadcast was interrupted. The astonished spectators stood to the side. The shocked, he fell to the ground. He couldn't bear what he saw. A girl came up to the guy from the side and asked, "Was all of this really planned in advance?" Shan answered his interlocutor that this was exactly how it was. The girl looked at the guy from the side, attentively. She was struck by his calm and decided that the Shan was a treasure. Liu came up to the main character and in a serious voice proposed to him to marry her. Liu insistently told the protagonist that they could have children and that the descendants would have excellent genes. Shan replied that he refused. The girl approached the guy and asked why he refused. Shan answered that he simply didn't want to. The protagonist and his companion stepped aside. People couldn't understand what had just happened and what had gotten into Teacher Liu's head. The participants approached the city limits. From there, they prepared to travel by car. The teacher shouted at the strangers to come out. He knew they were on the wall. Liu told the strangers that the detector had detected them. A group of people appeared on top of the building. The man told the guests that one of his subordinates had been detained on their territory. He added that Qianzhu was just a pawn. The head of the shadow organization was Ji Shengyu. He told the guests that they would now be their hostages and should come to them. The teacher asked the girl what the device showed. Liu explained the detailed readings of their opponents to his interlocutor. The teacher sternly threatened his interlocutor with starting a war between the two regions. Yu calmly replied to the guests that if they caught them, they would have some argument in the negotiations. The man ordered his subordinates to grab the people below. The fighters rushed forward. A huge crowd of armed bandits rushed at the people. The guy said in a frightened voice that these freaks were really going on the attack. Without thinking twice, the guy whistled loudly. After that, a huge bird appeared in the sky. The magical blue phoenix in flight began to scatter people flying around to the sides. Yu stood in a fighting stance. He couldn't understand where the flying monster could have come from. After that, he ran up and extended his hand to the guy. Yu grabbed the main character's hand and sternly told the guy that he would follow him. Suddenly a bright light appeared in the sky. The man turned around in fear. Yu suddenly jumped up and began shooting at the girl with his weapon. Liu crouched on the ground and began swinging her powerful blades. After Liu's attack, she jumped back. Yu glanced at his opponent with displeasure. He thought she had very powerful attacks. She could be in the fusion stage. Liu angrily told the bandits that if they touched the main character, they would say goodbye to their lives. A fighter on the side reminded the surprised boss that he only wanted to catch the main character. Yu looked around in fear. The man pointed angrily forward. He told the guests that among them, there were only 3 people in the fusion stage. They would be unable to resist them. Liu and the teacher looked at the boss with displeasure, menacingly and silently. The protagonist looked up at the bridge and told the man that he wanted to argue with him. Shan explained to the bandits that they would form a circular defense. Then Teacher Liu would infiltrate their ranks and kill them all. The protagonist told his opponents that if they tried to break through their defense, many of their fighters would die. They would gain nothing from catching them. Yu was very angry when he heard such words from the guy. Liu turned and told the protagonist that she liked this plan. The girl angrily asked the guy, when can she start? Shan answered his companion that he still hadn't finished. The protagonist showed the bandits his clothes. It contained a huge pile of small containers. With his spiritual power, he could blow up the whole place. Shan glared at the fighters and asked what they would do next. He advised them to make the right decision. After a short pause, the man told the guy in an angry voice that he had decided to underestimate them. At that moment, the man's phone rang. He picked it up and realized that the mayor had called him. Yu was displeased with the mayor's call. He asked him why the district head was concerned about such issues. The mayor was sitting in his office. A woman was standing behind him. She was the head of the organization. The man told his interlocutor that the city leadership had ordered him to stop. Yu listened to the mayor's orders over the phone with displeasure and surprise. The mayor, sitting on a chair, told the mercenary that he had ordered the man to release the boys immediately. The interlocutor thanked him. Bodies lay scattered around. The stranger thanked the man for his cooperation and prepared to leave. Bodies lay scattered on the floor. The mayor turned around in surprise and heard the girl make a phone call. She told the interlocutor that the Nanki district had promised to stop interfering. The mercenary angrily shouted at her interlocutor that he should leave his post as battalion commander and go back. The girl continued calling her interlocutor by name. The man was holding the phone in his hands. The girl was calling Ma Qian on the phone. The huge, pumped-up monster thought to himself that he couldn't return soon. He had just found an interesting person. The fighter remembered the main character. He thought this guy could radically change the balance of power in Yongle City. The participants stood outside, rejoicing in their victory. A guy raised his hand and shouted that the Nanki district had cheated, and that the main character had defeated everyone single-handedly. The battalion commander of the Green training camp, Ma Qian, shouted to the boys that they were doing well. The teacher approached the commander from the side and told him that on the way back they were ambushed, but one of their superiors saved them. The man joyfully shouted to the guest that he had finally returned. He cheerfully ran off to play with the main character. Ma turned into a donkey-like man. He happily offered the protagonist a ride on his back. The students looked at the donkey from the side and shouted that he was disgusting. Shan slyly asked the commander when he would give up his post to him. The donkey galloped ahead of the students and ran off to the side. Shan asked his friend what had happened. Ha reported that there had been a powerful explosion. The guy said that the explosion even destroyed his dad's store. The man was very upset. A man named Kaolako arrived at the frightened boy's home. He owned the underground market Greentown. He promised the boy that he would do everything right. Tao hugged the protagonist and excitedly promised him that they would definitely find the people from the Shadow Organization. The teacher at the blackboard at school told the students to go away and remember to cultivate their spiritual strength more often. The protagonist asked the teacher, "What does it mean to cultivate spiritual power?" The teacher reminded the boy that he was already at the stage of enlightenment and didn't know what it was. The teacher glanced at the students and said he would tell them everything tomorrow. He still had some things to do. Xiao was surprised to tell her colleague that she could teach the main character and explain everything. The man told the protagonist that he could contact the deputy leader, Mi Su, regarding this matter. Liu decided to run home first and give a report. Then she wanted to meet the guy in the evening. Liu, in an instructive voice, told the protagonist about the practice of spiritual power. Meditation can raise one's limit. Shan listened to the girl and said that he could level up quite well. A friend standing nearby asked the protagonist in surprise how he had even reached the stage of enlightenment. Liu glanced at the student and told him to watch her carefully. Liu sat on the floor in a meditative pose. She described the details of the process. It required complete concentration. Liu closed her eyes and said she was going completely silent. She needed to concentrate. The girl sat on the floor in a meditative pose. A very bright aura surrounded her. The protagonist stood to the side with his friend. The student said in an admiring voice that there were currents of warm air in the room. Shan said with surprise that he felt it too. Liu thoughtfully told the guy that he could show his inner self through his imagination. She herself was able to increase her psionic power in just 5 days. The guy joyfully told his interlocutor that he possessed the attribute of water. He asked if this method would work for him. Liu answered the student that it would work. The girl told the student that at first he would be a small drop, and then he could even become a sea or an ocean. The guy excitedly told the girl that he wanted her to help him. Liu kicked the student aside. She told him that she was only training the main character today. Shan thoughtfully told his interlocutors that he was improving his combat skills. Liu was surprised to hear that the boy could focus on spiritual energy in battle. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that he didn't have to be believed. The protagonist held his hands out in front of him. He told his friend with surprise that he'd gained 15 points. The student excitedly asked his interlocutor how he'd managed to figure all that out. The girl told the protagonist that they would leave the room so that he could focus on his imagination. The student and the teacher walked out the door. They promised to stop by later. Shan looked thoughtfully ahead. He realized that he needed to allow spiritual power to flow through the body through the meridians. Late in the evening, Liu stood on the balcony of a high-rise building next to her student. The guy asked his companion why she was sighing so heavily. Liu thoughtfully recalled how they had nearly died on the mountain a couple of days ago. Now they were studying the cultivation of spiritual power. The student recalled with excitement the time the monster had almost eaten him. The girl said thoughtfully that the main character could soon become a legend. He was stronger than them all put together. The girl told Ma Li that the main character possessed fire and air skills. She was curious about what kind of image he would show. The guy asked her in surprise if Shan would really succeed today. Liu told her interlocutor that for ordinary people, this would take a few days. The protagonist is far from such a concept. Mali thoughtfully said that at least Ogonyuk should learn from Shan. The girl from the balcony joyfully shouted that the protagonist would be able to summon a real flame. The boy joyfully shouted that Shan would show him a real bonfire. The teacher and Mali approached the door. She told him that something interesting might be waiting for them. Liu and her boyfriend went inside the room. They saw the main character sitting in a meditative pose. Stars and galaxies surrounded him. The girl and the guy were amazed. They realized with excitement that they saw the damn universe in front of them. The protagonist floated in a meditative pose in the room. His friends were surprised to see the universe around him. The 4 attributes balanced within Shan. Liu couldn't understand how the guy could have all 4 attributes. The student asked himself in surprise, what level of spiritual power could Shan have? The girl said with admiration that she had just seen the most powerful level of meditation. Liu prepared to leave. She said she had nothing left to teach the protagonist. Her friend told her nervously that he, too, didn't want to be left behind. Late at night, the protagonist became exhausted and collapsed on the floor in his room. Shan lay on the floor in his room without any movement. There was silence around. The protagonist saw himself in a transformed body in a parallel reality. He used his hand to open a door that had chains on it. The warrior saw light in front of him in a distant tunnel. At that moment, someone laughed loudly next to him. A monster with glowing eyes appeared from the side. He angrily told the warrior that he should not run away anywhere. The demon sternly told the frightened man that the punishment he so longed for awaited him. The guy got scared. He screamed loudly. Shan returned to his reality. Shan woke up from his vision. He was sitting in the center of the room. It was already bright day outside. The main character looked around the room in surprise. He realized that it was all just a dream. Shan sat with his eyes closed, but thought that he should not allow the spiritual power to be absorbed into his body. His brain and organs needed rest. The boy thought to himself that he had already felt his father's strength. If he appeared before him today, he would no longer be able to resist. Shan clenched his fist and realized that he had to win the championship. He hoped the prizes would be valuable. The girl entered the office number in the building where the director was sitting inside. Liu approached the table where the woman was sitting and announced that she had arrived. Xiao Shuiyi praised her subordinate for accompanying the students to the Nanqi district. Xia glanced at her interlocutor and told her to take a break. She wanted to assign someone else to the next stage. Liu became very excited. She told the headmistress that she wanted to continue. The boss calmly replied to her subordinate that she could, of course, continue. The teacher told the fighters in front of him that they had worked hard over the past few days. 3 of them had reached a spiritual power of 99 units. The teacher told the students that they were ready to move on to the next stage. He asked the protagonist what was wrong with his face. Shan calmly replied that he was fine and there was no need to worry. Shan remembered how in recent days he had been constantly dreaming about his father torturing him. He felt drained and could hardly sleep. The teacher took the paper and said that a new competition would begin tomorrow. They would postpone advancing to the next stage. Liu told the students that some of the participants from the Fujian region had already crossed the middle stage of enlightenment. One of the fighters said in a dissatisfied voice that he had the same level of psychic strength as the protagonist. The teacher told his subordinates that they didn't need to worry. The teacher looked sternly at the students and said that in the next game, they needed to focus on simply participating. The main character said from the side in an angry voice that they don't need anything simple. They have to win. Shan promised the man that he would win all the fights, even if 5 opponents came at him at once. The man looked at the protagonist in surprise. He didn't understand what had happened to the guy. Before, he hadn't cared. The teacher realized that the main character really did care about other people's opinions. An excited woman from behind shouted to the teacher that this time, they would knock everyone down. The students joyfully shouted to the man that they would be able to fight back against their opponents. Ma Lu shouted that they would fight to the end. The leader clapped his hands and demanded that the fighters bring them victory against the Fujian region. The students were very happy. Someone shouted that the Green training camp must win again. Shan looked at everyone happily. Shan thought to himself with displeasure that he would soon have to plunge into the nightmares again. He was ready to feel the full power of his father. Shan saw a huge demon in front of him. The universe was inside his body. The boy realized that he had to become stronger and not stop. He had to destroy any obstacles in his path. A group of fighters walked along an ancient street. They were in the southern district of the city of Yunai. They were talking to each other. The city of Yongle was home to several important economic hubs. Modern technologies were introduced here. People communicated with each other on the street by telephone. A street vendor offered the guests some local food. The boy happily agreed. The teacher suddenly rushed forward. He shouted at the student that they shouldn't eat local food here. The teacher angrily warned his companion that they could be poisoned here. The participant said with concern that they needed to be on guard while they were away from home. The man offered his interlocutor some canned food. The soldier shouted angrily that he didn't want to eat candied fruit. An old man in ancient clothes appeared from the side. He told the guests not to worry about trifles and to enjoy the food. The stranger bowed to the guests and said that the young lady from the Dong family wanted to invite them to her home. They would be able to relieve their fatigue after a long journey. The teacher excitedly told the protagonist that this family was powerful and that it concealed the power of heaven within itself. Shan thoughtfully asked what such a great family could want from them. Servants appeared from the side, carrying large booths. The man told the guests that Mr. Jiang and Mrs. Dong were participating in the championship. The guests got into the palanquins and the servants carried them. Malu looked out the window in the booth onto the street in surprise. The servants brought the guests in booths to a large building. This was the royal dining palace of the lord and mistress. People entered the large palace and were greeted inside. Zhang Weiling sat at a table laden with sumptuous food. Next to him was the hostess, Dong Li Mao. She told the guests that they could eat the food to their heart's content. The stranger pointed his hand towards the guests. He told them to follow the elderly man. The old man showed the guests the hygiene items specially prepared for them. The boy angrily told the stranger that he was bothered by the huge pile of food prepared for them. The old man replied to the guest that this was simply their custom. The servant glanced slyly at the guests. He told them to prepare properly. The guy pointed to the side and wished the guests bon appetit. The participants sat around a large table. Ma Lu told his girlfriend with fear that the hosts had sat at a distance from them. Liu explained to the guy that the Zhang and Dong families were the most powerful in Yongle City. The girl warned her friend that these families had important influence in their homeland. Liu warned her friend that they should not argue against the powerful families. Ma Lu told the girl with displeasure that it would be very difficult for them to fight against such families. Liu advised her companion to simply enjoy the food. Dong looked closely at the guests and asked which of them was named Huan Shan. The hostess at the table told the protagonist that she had heard of his exploits. Molly was surprised to hear that his friend was so famous. Dun slyly told the guy that she was ready to open the doors to him, only under certain conditions if he changed his name. The protagonist asked his interlocutor, why would he change his name? The hostess explained that the ruler of the Fujian region had the same name as him. Dun looked at the guy sternly and slyly. She asked him if he agreed. The teacher looked at the boy from the side, carefully. He didn't understand what the owners wanted from him. The protagonist angrily told the woman that he wouldn't change his name just like that. Dun replied that in exchange, he could receive a number of genuine artifacts and pills. The guests at the banquet were very surprised to hear the main character's words. Shan suggested to the hosts that their Huang Shan change his name himself. Ding angrily threatened the boy with death. Huan suggested new names for their ruler to the mistress. The main character continued to chatter. The teacher ran up to his side and tried to cover his mouth with his hand. The girl at the side gave the protagonist an approving gesture. Meanwhile, Jean placed a glass of drink on the table. The ruler angrily told the protagonist that this conversation would remain on his conscience. He demanded that the guests leave immediately. The teacher continued to apologize to the master for the main character. He asked Jian why he wanted to see them. The ruler told the guests that he wanted them to retreat so that they could save face for a greater reward. They had an advantage in the competition. The teacher told the boy he shouldn't be so arrogant. Their rivals had enormous influence on their side. Shan replied that he had spoken the truth. The protagonist proudly told the surprised owner that he could take out 5 opponents at the enlightenment stage himself. The guests at the banquet were very frightened by the guy's words. They decided that they would not survive anymore. The hostess calmly told the guy that she had heard about his style. She warned him that if he said one more word, he would be in big trouble. Din sternly reminded the protagonist that no matter his strength, there could only be one battle left for him. Jiang angrily asked the protagonist what about his friends. The main character boastfully told his interlocutor that his friends would smear their fighters across the walls. The man and his hostess looked at the main character with great astonishment. Zheng laughed very loudly. He said in a cheerful voice that the guy was very interesting. The teacher angrily shouted at the boy that he was making people angry. Shan excitedly explained to the man that he had told the truth. The owner jumped to his feet. He shouted that the conversation was over and the food just needed to be thrown out. Zhang sternly ordered the servants to quickly send the guests away. The protagonist said in a stern voice that he wanted the waiter to bring the food boxes. Shan told two maids to pack the food into containers. The owner glared at the guy and decided to take him for a ride later. The city had a union of the Dong and Zhang families. They controlled various industries. They were ruled by Emperor Li. Emperor Li adhered to strict etiquette. In this region, such etiquette is given special attention. The protagonist asked the man with displeasure where the emperor's name could be repeated. The teacher explained to him that people often called the ruler Huanshan, so he couldn't use his own name. The protagonist sensibly said that if the emperor overstepped his bounds, he should be ashamed of himself. The teacher told the boy that he should learn to remain silent. The guests in the room were watching the broadcast on the TV on the table in the room. The ruler of Dong announced on television that there would be 4 opponents, all of whom were in the early stages. She hoped that they would be able to take victory. The girl said in an angry voice that their guests had sinned today. The sinner must pay with his life. She promised to personally kill the group from Greentown. The teacher turned around. He asked the boy with concern where he had gone. The protagonist told the manager that he would go and think for a while. The man told the boy not to cause any trouble. A servant in the palace approached her mistress's chambers. The ruler told the servants to let the girl in. The girl told the mistress that the protagonist had gone to town to buy an elixir. The ruler lay on her bed. She asked what kind of elixir the boy wanted to buy. The maid replied that Shan wanted to buy pills for increasing his spiritual energy. Dunn said thoughtfully that these pills increase one's psychic power by 30 points. She realized the boy had decided to use these substances during the game. The ruler said in a very angry voice that one pill could only increase conical power for 5 minutes. The protagonist returned to his room late one evening. One of the participants said he wanted to see the upset faces of his opponents as soon as possible. Malu told the protagonist in a cheerful voice that they were already getting ready to go look for him. Shan replied that he had only gone outside to buy a few elixirs. The protagonist held out his hand and found golden balls lying on it. Malu shouted at the guy in surprise that he was able to buy the pills for 200,000 yuan each. Shan told his surprised interlocutor that he had already thrown away the packaging. It was easier for him to hold the medicine in his hands. The astonished soldiers couldn't figure out where the protagonist had gotten 2 million. The main character invited his friends to go to the promotion with him. He needed someone. Misu glanced at the guy and said that she would go with him. Shan told his interlocutor that he couldn't promise her that everything would go well. The protagonist handed his girlfriend a small golden pill. Misu told him that the pill would be useless. His spiritual power would always remain at 99. The main character told his girlfriend to swallow the medicine quickly and do as he told her. Misu swallowed the pill. She suddenly felt changes begin to happen inside her. The girl joyfully exclaimed that she felt a surge of strength. The elixir was truly worth the money. Shan looked sternly at his interlocutor and told her to begin her practice. Spiritual energy began to spread within the participant. The protagonist saw meridians within his girlfriend that were blocking the flow. He demanded that she raise her hands. Shan stretched his hands forward. He unbuttoned the clothes on his surprised girlfriend's body. Misu was very shy. She looked at the guy in fear and screamed loudly. The main character told the frightened participant that he had felt her rib. The girl screamed in fear that she was ticklish. The students watched the main character through binoculars. The boy couldn't understand why the girl screamed. Malu turned around and shouted in a frightened voice that the main character did this to Misu. The friends asked the student with excitement what Shan had done to his girlfriend. The girl was tied up by her hands. The guy asked her worriedly why she did this to herself. Misu told her friend to make sure she wouldn't pull through. The guy reached out to her and started taking off her clothes. The main character, upon leaving, told the girl that he had found something. She had to hurry. He couldn't stand there any longer. Suddenly, a very bright explosion was heard near the girl when the guy touched her with his fingers. Misu felt a surge of energy in her body. She screamed loudly. The guy in the distance looked at the girl through binoculars in amazement. The fighter looked through binoculars and said that the main character had tied up the girl. Malu, standing to the side, shouted to his friend in a disgruntled voice that he wanted to see it too. She ran up from the side. He shouted to the guys that he also wanted to look through the binoculars. Misu stood near a tree and leaned her hands against it. She asked the protagonist if this would do. Xiao watched the protagonist from the side through binoculars in surprise. Shan, meanwhile, looked closely at his girlfriend and said that he would hit her harder from behind. The protagonist swung his burning hand sharply to hit the girl. At the last moment, Misu thought with fear that life had not prepared her for this. Shan hit the girl from behind with all his might. The girl screamed very loudly after the blow. She felt pain. Misu flew high into the air after the guy hit her. Her shoes even fell off her feet. The girl fell to the ground after a short flight. The student standing nearby shouted angrily at the protagonist, saying that this was too much. The student angrily shouted at Shanya that he had hit his girlfriend very harshly. He turned around in surprise and looked at the detective's reading. Misu was lying on the ground on her knees. A guy next to her shouted that she had successfully passed through to the stage of enlightenment. A student shouted to the protagonist from the side that he had succeeded. The participant said with amazement that Shan's methods had helped him advance. The main character had spent a lot of his energy. He was out of breath and looked at his friends with exhaustion. The students excitedly began to demand that the main character also help them advance to the next level. The students tied each other up. They shouted that they wanted to advance too. The protagonist could make full use of them. Shan looked displeased and told his friends that they still didn't understand. The student excitedly told the protagonist that the pill cost a whopping 200,000. Shan demanded that the guy simply take it and swallow it. The protagonist saw inside the student that his dots were even more confused. Then he grabbed his friend's hands. The protagonist turned around and looked closely at his friend. Suddenly the student was thrown to the side and screamed. Shan used the centrifuge skill on his friend. He spun him and held him with his hands. This way, the one-way flow of spiritual force could be restored. The student screamed in a frightened voice at the protagonist to stop. Shan sternly replied that it was still too early. The main character continued to unwind his friend's arms around him faster and faster. Malu said in a frightened voice that this was all very cruel. He had already given up on moving to the next level. The protagonist continued to twist the student's arms. He shouted, "Almost ready." Shan looked at his friend with excitement and realized that everything had worked out. The flow of energy in his hands had returned to normal. The main character suddenly let go of his friend's hands while moving, sending him flying far back. The student was very scared. He flew away far away with tears in his eyes. After the flight, Sao crashed into the wall and stones rained down. The student looked at his friend in surprise. The guy's body was sticking out of the wall. He shouted with admiration that the level of spiritual power of my friend had exceeded 100 units. The student looked at the protagonist in surprise. He realized that he was truly helping him advance. Shan was exhausted and breathing heavily. The guy with green eyes asked the main character for help. He was ready to reach a new level. The protagonist told his surprised friend that he would kick him in the ass. The situation in his body was even worse than before. The protagonist told his friend that the energy flow in various parts of his body was blocked. He needed to stretch his buttocks. The boy stood up and bent down near the tree. He leaned against it with his hands. A frightened boy supported him on the ground. Shan swung his arm and shouted at his friend to brace himself and hold on tight. The student asked the protagonist, "Will he really have to be spanked?" The protagonist slapped his friend from behind with all his might. The blow caused the friend to break the tree in half with his hands. The student felt a very strong pain in his body after the blow. He screamed very loudly. Shan angrily shouted at the guy to be patient. Then he continued to hit him from behind. The boy felt severe pain, but he tried not to scream. A frightened little boy looked at him from below. Suddenly the pain receded from the participant's body. He smiled calmly and joyfully to himself. The protagonist continued to hit the student from behind with his hand. He screamed loudly again. The participant continued to scream that he couldn't take it anymore. Shan swung his arm and shouted at the guy that this would be the last blow. Shan swung his arm and hit the student from behind with all his might. It was a blow filled with love. The beaten student stopped feeling pain. A heavenly pleasure passed through his body and he smiled pleasantly. The protagonist hit the guy from behind with his hand for the last time, and he flew far away into the stone. A surprised little boy watched from the side. The participant crashed into the stone next to the unconscious cow. Malu looked at this from the side in surprise and said that he no longer wanted to improve. He wanted to go home. Shan ran up behind his frightened friend and shouted that he wasn't going anywhere now. The main character angrily whispered in the student's ear that he was not finished with him yet. Shan stood in a clearing. He told his interlocutor that he should first take a pill. Perhaps it wouldn't be so stressful for him. Malu anxiously told his friend that he only remembered what had happened around him a minute ago. He was starting to feel really uneasy. Malu looked happily at the main character and said that he trusted him. Shan looked sternly at his friend and said that everything was fine. His interlocutor sensed something was wrong. The protagonist hit his friend in the stomach with all his might. He shouted at him not to be shy about becoming a real man on this starry night. The exhausted students lay on the ground, unable to get up. The teacher sternly asked the protagonist what had happened to them. Shan explained to the man that the participants just needed to rest. He bought several elixirs. The protagonist placed the box on the table and prepared to leave. The man anxiously asked the boy, where did he buy hundreds of thousands worth of pills? Liu, standing to one side, said thoughtfully that none of this was all that important. Their students had been promoted. Liu told the protagonist in a serious voice that she would take him to her room and help him relax. The main character entered his room late in the evening. The night passed and the sun shone in the morning. The fighters gathered in the grand arena in Mountain Valley. The announcer shouted that the first round for the Fujin region was beginning. The fans sat in the stands and shouted words of encouragement. The announcer shouted that he liked their spirit. The arena battle took place without restrictions. Death, or going beyond the limits, was considered a defeat. The first players began to gather. The participants of the battle appeared in the corridor. The device on the wall began to scan their spiritual power. The fighters entered the arena. The announcer shouted that all the players were in the enlightenment stage. Bright fireworks were displayed all around. Malu glanced away in surprise and said that he didn't expect to receive such a warm welcome here. The old man was surprised to hear Greentown representatives enter the arena. He told himself with displeasure that they should have launched fireworks when the enlightened fighters arrived. But they didn't have any more ammunition for the fireworks. The old man looked with excitement as the other participants came out. They were also in the enlightenment stage. Participants from the Fujian region appeared in the arena. Spectators were surprised that these participants were not given fireworks. The lady asked the servant with displeasure why there were no fireworks. The old man explained to his interlocutor in fear that they had used all the charges for Greentown. Dunn threatened her subordinate with death. The old man fell to his knees before his mistress and began to beg for forgiveness. The girl glanced away in surprise. She couldn't believe that all the fighters in the enlightenment stage were before her. Dunn approached her competitors and slyly told them they had all provided false information during registration. Shan calmly replied that he was the only one who had made a mistake. The ruler told the protagonist with displeasure that she did not believe that his friends had reached the stage of enlightenment in just a couple of days. Dunn looked angrily at the main character and said that he would still get it from her. The host announced that the team that would get 3 wins out of 5 matches would win. Chi Wanyan was named the first participant. Xian Glasses entered the arena and said that he was ready to begin. Malu looked at his opponent and shouted that he wanted to take him out. Chi threw off his clothes and underneath was a pumped-up body. He shouted that he was ready. The fighter said in a frightened voice that he might change his mind. Zhou Guanyun stepped forward. He said in a confident voice that he would fight his opponent. The host told the audience that a fighter with a strength of 125 would fight an opponent with a strength of 153. After that, the fight began. Dunn glared at the guy and said she would reward him if he won. She also threatened to hold him responsible for losing. He glanced at the lady and shouted that he would do everything. After that, he abruptly moved to the side. The fighter suddenly ran up to the student from behind. Joe didn't even have time to grab his weapon. Chi hit his opponent with a powerful blow, after which he was sent flying high. Chi looked up at his flying opponent and said that he wouldn't hide. Joe looked down and calmly told the fighter that he had decided to get rid of him. The participant swung his sword in mid-flight and struck his opponent with a blinding, shining sword. Joe hit his opponent with a watercross cut while moving. The lady and Emperor Li watched the battle with excitement. Chi was knocked down. The fighter grabbed his wounded body with his hand. He shouted at his opponent for daring to lie to him. Joe looked sternly at his opponent and said that he was wounded. He had to surrender. Chi became angry when he heard his opponent suggest that he surrender. Dunn told the fighter in an angry voice that if he surrendered, the death of his loved ones would be on his hands. He thought about his family with excitement. He grabbed the medicine in his hand and prepared to take it to buy himself some time. The fighter swallowed the pills. The man excitedly shouted that Qi uses catalysts. The presenter shouted with admiration that Qi had increased in size. He had developed huge muscles. Joe swung his blade at his opponent. Qi transformed and calmly looked back at the fighter. Qi raised his hand up. He was able to block the blow of the huge sword without any effort. Qi looked angrily at the fighter and said in a stern voice that he could simply die. Qi suddenly rushed forward. He threw his opponents aside with a powerful blow. Spectators on the side called out to their friend in fear. Joe was badly injured and there was blood on his body. The ruler angrily told the protagonist that his friend was dying. They would now laugh at his expression. Shan sat quietly in his place and dozed. He did not react in any way to what was happening. Dunn looked at the guy with anger and displeasure. She decided that he had fallen asleep at such an important moment. A frightened Chi thought about his family members. He was very worried about them. He was also afraid of threats from his mistress. Most of all, he wanted to be like his brother. The fighter swung and hit the ground with all his might with a crushing stone blow. His opponent jumped back. Joe shouted at his opponent in a dissatisfied voice to stop. His body couldn't withstand such a load. Chi continued to actively and persistently wave his arms in all directions. Joe jumped up and prepared to strike the fighter with his sword in midair. Joe fell on top of his opponent. He knocked him down with a powerful shooting star strike. Chi fell to the ground dead. The fighter turned around and angrily told his opponent that he could still stop. The beaten Chi rose from the ground and said that he could not lose now. He was afraid for his family. After this, the athlete jumped to his feet and very greedily swallowed the pills. The fighter's body began to expand rapidly. The presenter shouted in surprise that the QE had become even stronger. Joe turned to the rulers and warned them that their fighter could die. Dunn looked at the fighter very angrily and said that he could surrender. Joe turned around to ask the protagonist for advice. He was surprised to see Shang sitting on a bench to the side, dozing. Qi jumped up and ran forward towards his opponent. Joe shouted at him to spit out the medicine. The fighter shouted at the guy in an angry voice that if he wanted to help him, he could just die. Qi swung and hit his opponent with a powerful stone blow. The fighter flew far to the side. After a powerful blow from his opponent, Zhou flew to the side and landed on the ground. Joe looked angrily at his opponent and promised that he would not give in to him. One of the friends looked at the fighter and said that the body of a person awakened by technology could not withstand this. The beaten Joe sternly shouted to the participant that he was going to finish this duel. After this, the fighter threw the sword aside. He launched magical flying threads in front of him. The fighter's body was bound with powerful tourniquets. He could not free himself. Joe, with a weapon in his hands, looked angrily at his opponent and told him to give up. The fighter placed a huge sword on his opponent's shoulder. He shouted that he had no chance of victory. Chi continued to insist that he must win. The participant threatened his opponent that he would have to chop him up and end the battle. The beaten and tied up Chi managed to reach into his pocket and take out more pills. The fighter no longer had the strength to get up. He fell headfirst onto the ground and began picking up the medicine with his tongue. Joe shouted at his opponent in a dissatisfied voice that he would not be able to restore his damaged meridians. Qi continued swallowing the medicine. His opponent yelled at him to spit it out. The teacher at his side said in surprise that the competitor's body would simply explode. Dunn glared at her subordinate and demanded that he kill the guy. Then he would win. Joe glanced to the side with fear and looked at the lady with hatred. The guy didn't notice how his angry rival rushed past him. Joe swung his blade with all his might to hit his opponent on the back. Qi withstood the blow from the guy. Joe still held his weapon in his hand. The presenter looked at Joe in surprise and said that this fighter was refusing the opportunity. Qi swung his arm with all his might and hit the guy with a crushing stone blow. Qi crushed his opponent with a powerful blow and threw him far to the side. The fighter was still standing on his feet. The presenter shouted that Joe had flown out of the arena, and Qi continued to win. Qi thanked the fans in an exhausted voice. Suddenly his body began to crumble into pieces. The exhausted warrior collapsed to the ground. He was very thin, his body withered. His friends helped him get to his feet. The protagonist approached his friend and handed him a box of medicine. Joe asked him for forgiveness for not being able to win. Shan told his friend not to apologize and to rest. He decided to continue the competition. The protagonist turned around. He shouted to the mistress to help her warrior get up. Dunn angrily replied that her fighter was already useless. The lady explained to the protagonist in a dissatisfied voice that she did not collect all sorts of rubbish. The main character looked angrily at the girl and said that the muscular fighter was indeed right. Shan told the girl that it was not about the rules she followed, but about herself. The main character angrily told the lady that she needed to be removed from here now. Dunn looked at the guy with a smile and said that she would see if he could do it. The fighter's body lay in the arena. The announcer shouted that the second round would soon begin. A warrior in yellow clothing approached the battlefield. He kicked the body of the prone fighter aside. The stranger said that the victory was pathetic. He shouted at his opponent to get out. The protagonist called his friend a banana peel and told him to win. The fighter was warming up his hands at the time. The boy turned around in surprise when he realized he had been called a banana peel. The young fighter didn't understand why they had called him uncle. The battered fighter sat on a bench. The protagonist carefully analyzed his injuries. Shan told his friends that the fighter in the future would have difficulty controlling even the slightest echo of power. The protagonist stood next to his defeated opponent. He asked what the fighter had eaten during the battle. Xiao explained that the man had consumed large quantities of a catalyst and his body had exploded. The protagonist handed his surprised friend some pills. He told him he could swallow them when he couldn't win. The host informed the participants that the next fight would be Lu Wuyi versus Chao Meng. The fighters stood in the arena and vigorously beat each other. The participants continued to attack each other with their feet. The host shouted that both fighters had entered into a brutal confrontation. Cao rushed forward very quickly towards his opponent and tried to kick him. Louis was able to parry the guy's blow. After that, the fighter jumped far back. Cao looked at his opponent with displeasure. His strength was greater than his. Liu suddenly rushed forward. He struck his opponent with all his strength with a piercing blow. Cao received a very strong blow from his opponent and jumped back sharply. Louis glared at the boy and said that he deserved praise for his fighting techniques at a young age. Cao told his surprised opponent that he was already 20 years old. Liu replied to the surprised guy that he himself was 19 years old. The participant glared at the guests and said that they all looked young. He was shocked when he realized that all the fighters were older than him. During a fight, a fighter could steal a pendant from his opponent's neck. Louis opened the jewelry and saw a photograph of a beautiful girl inside. The guy started making excuses. He said that Zhang only loved their captain. The girl was a source of motivation for him. The protagonist anxiously asked where this girl lived. The teacher told the boy that he had misheard everything. The fighter, with tears in his eyes, showed a photograph of the girl. He said that she had long ago rejected his love. Cao excitedly told his opponent that they were brothers in misfortune. The fighter, with tears in his eyes, said that he was not good enough for the girl, but did not want to lose her. The fighter said in an angry voice that he must kill the girl with his own hands. Louis decided to himself that his girlfriend's smile should belong only to him. The contestant said with tears in his eyes that no one could compare to his girlfriend. Cao angrily told his opponent that he was taking his words back. Cao told the fighter that they were completely different. He threatened to wipe him off the face of the earth. The guy rushed forward at his opponent and tried to kick him in midair. Louis shouted at his opponent in an angry voice that he couldn't understand him. The man swung his leg and kicked his opponent with all his might, sending him flying far back. Liu looked at his legs in fear and saw that they were tied with magic rings. Zhou asked the girl with displeasure why they hadn't used such rings in the previous round. Misu replied that the captain thought Zhou would have lost even with such artifacts. At that moment, Cao rushed to attack his opponent in the arena. Liu extended both his hands forward. He blocked the guy flying at him with a palm strike. The contestant flew far back and fell to the ground. Liu angrily told his opponent that his legs were tied, but he had not yet won. The fighter suddenly rushed forward at his opponent. Louis shouted at the guy that he really wanted to die. Louis put his hands in front of him and used a bone-crushing palm strike against the running guy. The fighter angrily told his opponent that there was something wrong with his head if he wanted to continue the fight. Friends in the stands called out to Cao Mei in fear. Liu was stretching his legs. He had already freed himself from the rings. The fighter shouted to his opponent that his skills were impressive. Cao thought with displeasure that his opponent's spiritual power was much greater than his. Liu looked at the guy angrily and said that he could not be his rival. Cao looked angrily at the fighter. He didn't know what to do now to defeat him. The guy remembered the main character's advice. Shan recommended that he try something extraordinary. The guy rushed forward against his opponent. He held the rings in his hands and prepared to do something extraordinary. Liu shouted to the running guy that he would gladly send him to the next world. Cao angrily answered the man that he would not die until he avenged the girl. The rival shouted at the guy that he would finish him off just like the girl. He threatened to finish what he started. The surprised man couldn't move. His leg was chained to his arm. Cao looked angrily at his opponent and prepared to send him to hell. Louis continued to make excuses and shout that he would become different and change. The guy asked the fighter, is he really ready to change? Louis promised his opponent to fulfill all his requests. He also promised him girls. Cao angrily asked his rival, will he be able to bring back the girl's sweet smile? The guy swung and finished off his opponent with a super powerful half-moon hammer blow from above with all his might. The guy stood and raised his hand up. He shouted that he won. His friends supported him. Louis angrily shouted to the participants that he would destroy them all the same way he killed his girlfriend. The guy finished off his opponent while he was lying on the ground. The announcer shouted that Liu Wui had lost consciousness, and Cao had won the second round. The winner raised his hand. The presenter shouted that the teams were now tied. Dun looked at the defeated fighter with displeasure. She waved her hand at her subordinate. Two warriors entered the arena and took the beaten Liu. Cao asked the defeated opponent where they would take the beaten fighter. She said sadly that the losing contestant would be taken to the Ministry of Punishments. He would have ended up there too if he had lost. He shouted at the protagonist that he couldn't be on their side. Shan punched him in the back to give him a break. The girl jumped into the ring and prepared to participate in the fight. She said in a dissatisfied voice that it would be easier for her to figure things out herself as quickly as possible. The spectators in the stands shouted words of support for the lady with joyful and cheerful voices. Misu told the protagonist that she wanted to fight against her female rival. The girl turned around and reminded the protagonist that the rival leader had not yet volunteered to fight. Shan shouted to his girlfriend to take 2 spiritual energy storages. Dun climbed up into the battle arena on the backs of her servants. Misu climbed up the stairs to the side. The host shouted loudly that Misu's spiritual power level was 127 units at the initial stage of enlightenment. Dong was at the middle stage. Her spiritual energy had exceeded 30. Misu realized with horror that she and her rival had a huge gap in strength. She didn't know what to do. Dun told her rival in an angry voice that she wanted to gouge out her little eyes. The lady ran forward sharply to defeat her rival on the spot. Misu looked at her with fear. The girl used a fabulous butterfly kick. She threw the Dun over herself with a powerful kick. The lady flew up above the ground. Misu remained standing and waving her huge arms in all directions. Dun told her opponent in a joyful voice that she had used advanced attacks against her. The girl launched a powerful high-frequency blast at her opponent. It hit the ground and sent rocks flying into the air. The lady landed on the ground after the jump. She shouted to the girl that she was behind her. The teacher said in a frightened voice that Misu's speed was no match for her rivals. Dun stood up. She told her opponent in an angry voice that she wouldn't be able to defeat her at such a speed. The lady put her hand forward and was able to stop her opponent's hand. Dun used a powerful punch to send her opponent flying with a fabulous butterfly kick. The audience shouted words of encouragement for the girl. The mistress told her opponent that she was very battered and on her knees. Dun grabbed her clothes. She told the girl in an angry voice that she couldn't compare to her power and beauty. Misu was frightened to realize that she would not be able to defeat the mistress in speed and strength. Dun told her rival in an angry voice that she would always be just as vile and disgusting. Spectators shouted words of support for the lady, holding out their phones to take her photo. Dun stood in front of the fans and shouted at them to tag her in the photo. Misu was upset that her opponent had underestimated her. The girl grabbed the spiritual power storage in her hand and pressed 2 buttons on it. Misu used the vault to hit her opponent with a powerful explosion. There were large clouds of smoke above the ground. Dun came to her senses and told the girl in an angry voice that she had plucked up her courage and decided to attack her. The lady stood up. She had a charred face and voluminous hairdo. Dun angrily told her rival that her insidious attacks on her would not work. The frightened spectators shouted at the lady to look at herself. Dun looked in the mirror. The frightened lady saw in the mirror that her hairstyle had been destroyed. The angry Dun threatened the girl that she would kill her for ruining her hairstyle. Misu sensed powerful spiritual energy from her opponent. Now it was difficult for her to continue fighting her. Dun angrily told the girl that Papa was boldly attacking her. Misu explained to her rival that she had been ignoring her and getting distracted during the fight. The lady angrily asked her rival why she couldn't be rude to her. The girl rushed forward with all her strength and hit the frightened girl with her knee. Dun hit her opponent with a fabulous butterfly kick to the head. Misu swung her arms sharply and fought off her opponent with an explosive missile strike. Dun angrily waved her hand and knocked her opponent far away. The girl flew to the side after the blow. Her huge arm was damaged. Dun held a piece of her opponent's arm in her hand. She threatened her that she would make her lose in disgrace. The lady concentrated and beat her opponent with a fabulous butterfly kick. The teacher told the students with displeasure that the girl was much weaker than the mistress. They had no chance against the Duns. The lady stalked angrily in front of the girl. She reminded her that she had lost one arm and threatened to lower Misu even further. The girl angrily responded to her rival that she did not respect herself if she was only interested in the opinions of others. Dun launched a powerful, bright lightning bolt at her opponent's face. She cut off the bow in her hair. The spectators around looked at Misu in surprise. She seemed much more beautiful to them. The fans joyfully shouted compliments at the girl. They praised her beautiful hairstyle. The spectators around her shouted compliments from all sides. She felt embarrassed. The lady got angry. She didn't raise it. So why did the audience pay all their attention to the girl? The fans all looked happily at Misu. The beaten Chi told his former rivals that he wanted to meet this participant. The lady angrily shouted that she would finish off her rival. She accused Misu of changing her hairstyle to score more points. The lady rushed forward and used a fabulous butterfly attack, breaking off the girl's second powerful arm. Dun angrily shouted at the girl that her end had come and she would no longer be able to escape. The lady jumped up off the ground. She shouted that she combined beauty and strength. After that, she called on people to take pictures of her. The lady looked at the people with displeasure. She didn't understand why they were standing and who they were waiting for. Misu told her rival that she was concerned about the opinions of complete strangers. The girl told the lady with displeasure that she had a very fragile inner world. Dun shouted at her rival in an angry voice that she would smear them like a fly on a wall. The teacher shouted to the girl in a frightened voice that it was just a fight. Misu turned around and reminded the man that she had promised the captain to win. The girl glanced at the protagonist in surprise and saw that he was dozing. Cao extended his hand forward and warned his friend in a frightened voice about the attack from behind. The girl glanced back and saw her mistress running towards her. She extended her hand to take the grenade. Misu used a smoke grenade to create a very thick curtain around herself. Dun spread her arms wide to the sides and shouted for the curtain around her to disperse. The smoke over the arena disappeared. The host shouted in surprise that the girl had disappeared, and only parts of her costume remained. Misu was flying above the ground. She grabbed a small remote control and pressed the detonation button. The lady looked around in fear. She saw that the fragments of the girl's costume began to glow. The suit parts exploded violently. There was fire all around. The lady was thrown high into the air. Dun glanced at the flying girl and called her a useless idiot. Misu angrily responded to her opponent that she wanted to blow up the arena. The ground beneath the mistress began to collapse. She jumped high into the air. Misu shouted at her opponent that if she fell, she would lose immediately. The lady angrily told her rival that she wasn't the only one who could fly. After that, she closed her eyes and focused. Dun waved her arms in mid-flight. She used Royal Glide. Misu slyly told her rival what she had answered when she addressed her. The girl raised her hand up. She shouted loudly about the old pig. The lady held her hands in front of her. A pink ball began to appear in front of her. She could no longer concentrate and began to fall from a height. Dun fell headfirst onto the arena from a height. The host shouted that Misu from Greentown had won. The girl shouted to her defeated opponent that inner beauty is the most beautiful thing. The mistress jumped to her feet. She demanded that the girl come back and continue fighting her. The teacher jumped to his feet. He shouted to his opponent that the match was over. The results could not be changed. Dun continued to run forward to fight the girl. The teacher protected his colleague with the Admiralty Golden Shield. The protagonist heard a noise from the side and opened his eyes. Dun was waving her fists at the man and demanding that her rival come out. The angry lady shouted at the girl that she wouldn't be able to escape from her. Luring up from the side, she hit the lady with all her might using a powerful, huge sword and threw her aside. The lady, after a powerful blow from the girl, flew to the side and fell to the ground. Lu told her rival in a stern voice to go back and cry to her mother. The spectators were shocked when the girl threw Mrs. Dong out of the arena. The teacher called the principal and reported an alarm that Liu Xiaoyan had gotten out of control. The main fighter appeared in the arena. The spectators shouted in delight that it was Jiang Wenming. Ma Lu told the protagonist that he wanted to fight this opponent. Shan would then have to defeat only the bald guy with glasses. The protagonist warned his friend that the opponent in the arena was very strong. There was a big gap between them. Shan turned around. He told his friend that he would be even more ashamed of himself. Ma Lu fell to his knees on the ground. He was shocked that his friend said such deadly words. The participants of the next fight stood in the arena. The host shouted that the main character would fight against Jiang Wenmin. The protagonist stood and looked at his rival. Jiang had awakened 6 months earlier, but had quickly risen to the pinnacle of glory. The presenter informed the audience that the master's psionic power was a component of him. The teacher said in a frightened voice that the master was even stronger than the main character. Excited fighters stood to the side. The teacher looked at the main character with fear and was afraid that he might not survive. The host shouted to the participants to get ready. The 4th round was about to begin. The people in the arena shouted excitedly that the emperor was rising towards them. The spectators in the stands began to fall on their knees before the ruler. Li slowly climbed the stairs. The emperor entered the arena and thanked the guests for their welcome. He wanted to stop by and watch the championship. Li looked angrily ahead and asked who dared to harm Lady Dong. Lu felt a powerful blow in her body. She started coughing up blood. The girl suddenly fell to the ground. A frightened teacher called out to her from the side. The emperor told the guests not to be afraid. He merely greeted them. The teacher realized that the emperor's aura could kill a person. He heard that Li possessed a spiritual power of 50,000. The ruler told the people to stop panicking. They don't bully others just because they are stronger than others. The emperor asked his servant what the spiritual level of Jian's rival was. The subordinate replied that the protagonist's level was 170 units. Li smiled cheerfully. He shouted that the protagonist was very pathetic. The ruler demanded that the Jiang fighter lower his spiritual power to the level of his opponent and defeat him. The warrior bowed to the emperor and said that he would do everything justly. Ma Lu said with surprise that the ruler turned out to be a very fair man. The teacher said in a displeased voice that if the participant lowered their spiritual strength, Their skills would remain at the same level. The opponents only wanted to humiliate them. The fighter took out a special bracelet from the rank. He immediately put it on his hand. Zhang glanced at his bracelet and adjusted it. He said out loud that he and the guy would be approximately at the same level. The fighter made a clever adjustment to his bracelet. He decided to leave the protagonist with a modicum of confidence in victory. The emperor sat on the throne. He told the soldiers to begin the battle. The protagonist stood on the podium opposite his opponent. The announcer shouted that Shan would fight Jian. The emperor sternly shouted at Jian to show his rival the full power of the Fujian region. The servant told the ruler in a frightened voice that the main character's strength indicator had reached 450 units. Li was very scared. He couldn't believe that the participant's power level could reach such a level. The fighter rushed forward at the protagonist and shouted that he would now answer for his sins. Or he shouted in a terrified voice at his subordinate to stop. Shan hit his opponent in the face with all his might, using a powerful blow of former arrogance. The fighter took a very strong punch to the face. He shouted at the guy that he had acted meanly. The prone warrior pointed at the protagonist and shouted that he was feigning weakness. Shan explained to his opponent that he had merely lowered his own spiritual strength. The emperor was amazed when he realized the boy had advanced so much in 2 days. The soldiers were also surprised when they realized the commander was stronger than the Heian. Zhang pointed his hand at his face in displeasure. He accused the guy of punching him in the nose, which made him red. The warrior forced himself to calm down. He told himself that he should be proud that he was fighting in the name of Emperor Huanshan. The protagonist told his opponent in a disgruntled voice that he shouldn't fight for him. Jiang angrily shouted at the guy that they had asked him earlier to change his name. The audience in the hall shouted at the emperor that the main character had called himself by his name and was behaving disrespectfully towards him. Li was very unhappy when he realized that the guy dared to call himself Emperor Huanshan. The displeased emperor angrily told the boy that he could not call himself that. The protagonist calmly replied to the emperor that he saw no difference in the names. He was dissatisfied with the guy's rudeness to him. Malu laughed loudly. He shouted that the old man decided that he looked like the emperor. It all looked like some kind of pun. Li was very surprised when he heard a viewer's comment about the play on words. The ruler angrily shouted at the guy that he wanted to crush him. He launched a stream of fire at the protagonist. Suddenly, a bright, fiery explosion rang out across the arena. The teacher shouted to his companions to be careful. A very powerful fiery explosion was heard on the ground, and debris from the building flew around. The emperor looked at the smoke in front of him. He said in an angry voice that uneducated people deserve to die. An unfamiliar fighter appeared from the side. He extended his hand forward and shouted at the emperor to train his subordinates. The guests looked in surprise at the stranger who appeared in the arena. Li looked at the stranger with great surprise. He didn't understand who it was in front of him. A small chair descended from the sky. An unfamiliar man sat down on it. Malu was very surprised when he saw his father in front of him. The man sat on a chair and angrily told the emperor that he needed to refresh his memory. The spectators were astonished when they realized the man had stopped the emperor's attack. The commander angrily shouted at the ruler not to go too far. Otherwise, there would be no mercy. Li angrily reminded his guests that they had agreed to stay on their own territories. Ma Qian explained to his interlocutor that he was not the first to break the rules. Ma looked angrily at the emperor and said that he could go out. He would keep him company. Li became very angry when he heard such words from the uninvited guest. The teacher was surprised to think that the battalion commander had managed to shut the emperor up with just a few words. It turned out that Ma was even stronger. Ma Li stood next to his father. He couldn't believe that the man could be the hidden king. The teacher behind him told the battalion commander that he was wrong about him. Ma turned into a horse and demanded that the man kneel and beg for forgiveness. Li came to his senses. He angrily demanded that his fighter finish off his opponent. Zhang assumed a fighting stance. He shouted that he would grind the protagonist into dust and leave no trace. Commander Mahal fanned himself. He demanded that the protagonist show his opponents the results of their training. The teacher and his guests couldn't understand what kind of training the commander was talking about. Last night, the main character was in the forest training against a man. The commander couldn't believe the guy helped his friends advance. Shan told the man that he could help him bulk up a little. Ma told the protagonist in an angry voice that he was the battalion commander. Shan then kicked him in the face with all his might. Shan jumped up sharply and high, and with all his strength he knocked the man away from himself with his knee. The commander pointed forward with his hand. He shouted that the genius from Greentown had increased his spiritual power by 180 units in one night. Ma Li shouted to father that the boy had awakened less than a month ago. The amazed spectators looked at the guy. Someone shouted that Shan was an ultra-mega genius. Jiang swung his arm sharply and threw the bracelet aside. He prepared to fight his opponent with all his might. The protagonist suddenly extended his hand forward. He magically pulled the bracelet toward himself. The servant couldn't catch it. The protagonist jumped up sharply and caught the ring with a very deft movement. He hid it in his pocket. Shan said in a calm voice that he had received a high-ranking item for his collection. The warrior shouted at the guy in an angry voice that this artifact belonged to the emperor. He demanded that the fighter destroy his opponent. Li angrily accused the protagonist of stealing the artifact from him. He sternly ordered the fighter to kill Shen. Ma and her son laughed loudly. Jiang assumed a fighting stance. He threatened his opponent that he would crush him to the ground. The protagonist extended his hand forward and tried to stop his opponent. Jiang asked the fighter with displeasure, "Who was asking him?" The fighters told the competitor not to talk to their captain for his own health. Jiang angrily told his opponent that he couldn't handle him, even if their performance was nearly equal. Jiang glared sternly at the protagonist. He shouted at him that from now on, his efforts would be directed toward only one point. Shan told the fighter with a smile that he looked even funnier when he was oozing seriousness. The fighter suddenly dropped to one knee in front of the protagonist. The ground beneath him began to crack. Jiang looked sternly at the guy and very angrily threatened that he would take his life. Rong rushed towards the guy at full speed and shouted that he would die. There was a bright fireball near his hand. Shan didn't have time to defend himself from his opponent's attack. He was struck by the blue dragon's devastating tail. The protagonist assumed a fighting stance. He activated the Admiralty Golden Shield for himself. Suddenly, a Jian appeared behind him. He shouted at the guy that he was too slow. Shan received a strong blow from another devastating attack from the blue dragon's tail. The teacher said in a frightened voice that the fighter Jiang was faster than Lady Dong. The protagonist would not be able to defeat him. The weakened protagonist crouched to the ground. The fighter told the boy he couldn't use his spiritual energy. Jiang told his opponent that he was like a bottle of water. His strength was like a thin stream of water. Shan worriedly told his disgruntled interlocutor that he needed to learn even more martial techniques. The fighter rushed forward and swung his arm, preparing to use the blue dragon's clear separation. Jiang threw his opponent aside with a powerful blow. He threatened to rip out his filthy tongue. The fighter said in a frightened voice that their opponent was very fast. Misu reported that each of Jian's strikes was similar to Dong Li Mao's. The protagonist took several powerful blows and was thrown to the side. After so many hits, his body suffered serious damage. The emperor shouted angrily at the protagonist, saying he couldn't match his opponent's speed. At that moment, Jiang launched another attack. Jiang knocked the protagonist back with a blow from the blue dragon hammer. The battered Dong raised her hands and shouted that it was a good blow. Shan was thrown far to the side after the powerful blow. Cao called out to his friend in fear. He shouted that it would be difficult to recover from something like this. The fighters stood in the arena. The announcer shouted that the main character had been thrown to the edge. Jiang managed to knock out the enemy team's captain. He said in an angry voice that the guy wouldn't be able to wake up because of his broken bones. The host shouted that young Master Jiang had won in the end. The fighter said proudly that he hadn't even fought at full strength. The fighter looked at the lying protagonist and cursed his boneless tongue. Suddenly, Shan jumped to his feet and asked his rival what was wrong with his tongue. He had been cured thanks to the healing of another emperor. Jiang angrily asked his rival how he had recovered and was feeling as if nothing had happened. The enraged emperor realized that the boy had used some high-ranking item. Shan looked at his opponent and said that he should be honest with him. Shang looked at the guy with displeasure and said that he could only demonstrate the most basic techniques. Shan glared at his opponent. He shouted that he allowed him to hit him first. Chang looked at the guy very angrily and shouted angrily that he was going to smear him now. The fighter rushed forward to attack the protagonist. Shan warned his opponent that he would now tie his shoelaces. The angry Jiang shouted angrily at his opponent as he ran, saying that he was going to die. The main character blocked all of the Yian's attacks with very powerful and fast hand movements. The fighter was very surprised. He realized that his opponent had been able to block everything. Jiang couldn't believe that his opponent could have the same speed as him. Shan continued to wave his arms very quickly. The fighter thought that it was just childish arrogance. Jiang was surprised to see the protagonist fending off his attacks while tying his shoelaces. The participant told the ruler in a frightened voice that he could not defeat his opponent. He considered the guy a monster. Jiang was very displeased and surprised when he realized that he had lost to his opponent. Even his speed didn't help him. The fighter shouted at the guy with displeasure that he even had the audacity to contradict him. Shan happily informed his interlocutor of all the competition's goals, which were specifically for him. Jiang was angry that the boy was so cheerful. The participant angrily shouted at the protagonist that combat skill is a combination of personal merit and spiritual attributes of each person. Shan jumped up. He pierced his opponent with a piercing blow. The spectators in the stands were amazed. Dong said in a frightened voice that the guy had just used the ability of Lu Wuyi. Shan folded his arms and attacked his opponent with a bone-crushing blow. The fighter was tied up in prison. He asked the guard with displeasure, "Why is he doing all this?" The guard pointed a stern finger at the surprised prisoner. He shouted that Lu had been secretly teaching the enemy his fighting skills. The prisoner shouted, "That's completely impossible." The ruler watched the battle. He asked in a dissatisfied voice, "Is this guy really using Lu Wuyi's skills?" Dong excitedly confirmed to the emperor that this was all the purest truth. A participant in the ring shouted at the guy that he only had one attribute, air, while he himself had the attribute of fire and wind. Zhang launched fireballs at his opponent. During the battle, his attribute set would be a decisive advantage. The protagonist stood calmly and watched as a meteor shower fell on him. Zhang shouted at the boy that his windshield wouldn't withstand a fire attack. He wouldn't be able to escape. The protagonist assumed a fighting stance. He activated the graceful butterfly cocoon for his defense. Misu excitedly shouted that the guy had used the water martial art Dongli Mao. Shan covered himself with his hands. He told his opponent that he was no longer afraid of his fiery attacks. Li was very shocked and frightened. He turned to the girl. Dong told the emperor in a justifying voice that this was just a similar skill the boy had. The protagonist looked piercingly ahead. He prepared to continue attacking his opponent. The protagonist suddenly jumped up and managed to hit his opponent with a magical butterfly fist. The emperor turned around. He accused the girl of secretly training the protagonist. Dun justified herself to the ruler and said that the boy learned these skills while looking at them. The frightened girl tried to justify herself to the emperor. Two guards grabbed her and pulled her up. Li angrily told the boy that deceiving the emperor was a grave sin. He angrily asked him, where did he get such a high-ranking item? A cheerful Ma watched the ruler from the side. The protagonist calmly replied to the man that he does not copy skills. Shan told his interlocutor that he was improving each specific skill, along with his abilities. The emperor shouted at the boy that no one in the world could do such a thing. Shan calmly looked away. He told the emperor that he would show him what he had learned long ago. Shan turned to his opponent and explained that his boss was forcing him to attack and show his skills. The protagonist assumed a fighting stance, preparing to use the Blue Dragon's clear division. The frightened Jiang realized that the guy was now going to use his own ability, which he had been learning for the past months. The emperor shouted at his subordinate that he had betrayed him. The protagonist prepared to strike. There was a bright glow near his hand. The main character swung his arm with all his might and launched a fireball from his hand at his opponent. The emperor laughed maliciously. He said he had never taught the boy. The audience was amazed. Ma happily called his student amazing. The main character launched several streams of fire from his hand at the fighter. 3 fireballs reached their target. A bright explosion was heard. Janya was thrown high into the air. The emperor looked at his departed warrior with horror. At the last moment, Jiang remembered himself in his youth. The clothes on his body were scorched. The fighter flew high above the ground, almost naked. He came up with a poem about his crushing defeat. The emperor stood and looked at the flying warrior from the side in surprise. Li was very scared. He realized that his main warrior had lost. Ma stood to the side and was very happy. The battered fighter lay on the ground. The announcer announced that Greentown was leading 3-1. Shan told himself that although he was battered, no one would be learning in his place. The emperor realized that the guy in front of him was a genius. He was able to use as many as 3 attributes. The ruler shouted to the young man from the podium that he wanted to give him the best resources and a guarantee of results. He also promised him high status. The teacher was surprised when he realized the emperor had taken an interest in the main character. Ma hugged the boy and called the emperor an ugly and unbalanced old man. Liu discontentedly told the commander that she was the first to fall in love with the main character. The frightened teacher tried to cover the girl's mouth. The protagonist stood next to M.A. Li shouted in a dissatisfied voice to the commander not to create problems. He asked the guest with dissatisfaction what he was even doing in the Yunli. I will explain to the ruler that the guy does not belong to any of them. Shan retained the right to choose. The emperor became very angry when he heard such words from the commander. Li shouted in an angry voice at the man not to dare insult him. The guards shouted to the ruler that they would fight together against the commander. The emperor extended his hand and said that needless deaths were unnecessary. Suddenly, a huge combat robot appeared from the side. Someone in the audience shouted that it was a huge colossus. The teacher shouted that before them was a high-level awakened technique. The guards were delighted that the guardian of Dago appeared before them in the mind stage. Misu was shocked when she saw a huge robot in front of her. The teacher shouted at the fighters to run away quickly. The emperor said, in a displeased voice, that no one should get hold of the boy. He ordered the Dago to attack the warrior. The worker replied to the ruler that he obeyed him. After this, he prepared to attack the fighter with a bright light. Dago shot a bright light at the protagonist. Next to him, the emperor attacked the guy with fire. Two huge burning balls flew at the fighters. They stood there, frozen in fear. Ma glared at the emperor and said that he should not have hidden such a weapon from them. The commander assumed a fighting stance. The bright fire burned all his clothes. A bright and powerful explosion was heard in front of the combat robot. There was fire everywhere. A very bright fire appeared around the fighters. They screamed very loudly. The teacher looked at his commander in fear and realized that he had taken the blow. Ma still stood in a fighting stance. There were huge clouds of smoke around him. Lee said in a frightened voice that the man had blocked the attack with his body. Surprised fighters stood to the side. The commander turned around. There were bloody marks on his face. One of the soldiers shouted that the man was bleeding. Mo fell to the ground dead. The emperor shouted to the people that they had rushed into trouble and were unable to withstand the attack. Lee shouted in an angry voice that the guy was just pretending. He laughed loudly. Dago offered the boy to stay with him. He promised to make a good warrior out of him. Otherwise, the fighter would die along with his friends right then and there. A girl dressed in black suddenly appeared from the side. She addressed the frightened emperor. The stranger looked angrily at the man and told him to let the people go. Lee asked his interlocutor with displeasure who he was. He threatened her that she would die along with the soldiers. The girl angrily told the ruler that he was hiding his family in an elite residential building in the Bacon district. The emperor was surprised to hear such words from the girl. The interlocutor told the ruler that her subordinates were currently with members of his family. The warrior glared angrily at the emperor and demanded that he listen to him. Lee looked piercingly at the stranger and said that she shouldn't do anything. Lee stood on top of the robot. He shouted at the people to stay out of his sight. The stranger thanked the ruler for his cooperation. Ma jumped to his feet and shouted that he wanted to fight the emperor. The surprised teacher looked at the fighters. He didn't understand what stage they were at. The stranger informed the MA commander that the leader was already furious. She asked when he would return. Ma stood on his feet and put his hands behind his head. He shouted to his interlocutor that he was busy training a new talent. The girl turned to the protagonist. The stranger said in a displeased voice that it was his fault that Ma refused to return to their group. The colonel was therefore very angry. Shan calmly replied to his interlocutor that there was a lot of water around and there was no need to play with fire. The girl launched a small green ball at the protagonist. She said she didn't like it at all. Lou came up to the side and threatened the stranger with a huge sword. She said that she didn't like it at all. Lou looked at the warrior with displeasure and demanded that she take her hands off the guy. The stranger held her hand in front of her, with a huge sword on top. She asked Teacher Liu if she knew what stage she was at. Xiaoling told her interlocutor that she was at the initial stage of the mind stage. The stranger angrily told her rival that she was in the early stages of the fusion phase, which is why she could be very impulsive. Liu explained to the warrior in a calm voice that she always controls her impulsiveness. The stranger hit the teacher on the head and prepared to leave. She said she was very angry with her student. She was also unhappy that Ma Qian had not returned to class. The commander excitedly told the girl that he was ready to return in 6 months. The warrior demanded that the man return quickly. The stranger looked sternly at the man. She told him to definitely arrive in a month. The warrior jumped up and began to fly into the sky. Ma waved his hand at her in farewell. The main character and his friends were returning home by train. The fighters returned to their hometown. They were greeted and congratulated. The warriors were walking down the street. There was a very joyful crowd around them. The main character was walking in front. A naked commander jumped out into the street and shouted that he wanted to say something. He was holding some kind of document in his hands. People looked at him with displeasure. After returning to Greentown, everyone went to rest. The protagonist sat in a meditative pose, restoring his spiritual energy. Last time, his upper limit had skyrocketed. He couldn't forget to strengthen his meridians. Lou ran up behind the frightened girl and asked, "Does she really like the main character?" The fighter's head was sticking out of the ring. His friend next to him glanced at his phone and said that only a minute had passed. The boys began training their spiritual energy one by one. A warrior approached Joe from the side and asked if he felt a difference. The boy replied that he did. The protagonist turned around in surprise. He noticed his phone ringing on the table. Shan saw on his phone that Director Xiao Shui had called him. He set off. The commander in the hallway asked the young man, "Is he really coming to see him?" The guest replied that he was heading to the director. The guy told the man on the go that he doesn't like being late. Ma angrily shouted at the protagonist that he was heartless. Ma pointed his hand after the main character. He shouted that the boy was much stronger than the rest of his peers. He shouldn't waste time on useless competition. Shan answered his interlocutor on the move that he himself wanted to become even stronger. The master followed the guy and demanded that he listen to him to the end. Ma extended his hand forward. He promised the boy that he would get him the main prize and give him 3 times as much. The main character turned to the commander and asked what he meant. Ma asked the boy to go with him to the battlefield in the Wolf region. The boy asked the commander if he really wanted to lure him over to his side. He told his interlocutor that his intention was quite obvious. The main character told the commander that he agreed to his proposal if he helped him level up. The guy walked into the director's office. Xiao told the guest that his opponent in the final would be Beiquan, and she wanted to tell him more about these fighters. Director Xia explained that the 2 warriors will be among the strongest masters of the Beiquan region. One of them, Ouyang Ura, possesses the attributes of air and earth. He is in the middle stage of enlightenment. A warrior named Duanmu Buddha possesses both the attributes of water and fire. He is in the middle stage of enlightenment. The protagonist told the director that he disagreed with the championship. Xiao took the TV remote. She said they could watch a battle now. The TV screen was full of static. Someone's comments could be heard. Xiao was sitting at the table. She told the surprised guy that the signal was not very stable. An image of fire appeared on the TV screen. Someone shouted that help was needed and that a participant was seriously injured. The announcer announced on TV that Hongyu District had won. The principal was unhappy that Hongyu District had won. A girl appeared in the bright light. The announcer shouted that the participant from Hongyu City had been awakened in her mind. The main character and the director looked at the screen with great surprise. There was a frightened girl standing on the screen. She was awakened in her mind. There was fire all around. Suddenly, the stranger looked piercingly ahead. She had a bright red eye. Shan approached the TV in surprise. He asked with displeasure, "Where did the signal go?" Xiao told the guy in a dissatisfied voice that the scout she sent could have been discovered and killed. The commander kicked the door open and shouted to the main character that he couldn't wait any longer and was coming in. The commander told the director that the main character would no longer participate in the championship. Shan turned around and informed the man in a stern voice that he would participate. He decided that it would be possible to learn the martial techniques of the awakened mind. The director sat at the table. She explained that those awakened by the mind are powerful fighters. Their psychic power grows exponentially. Shan should be more careful. The protagonist replied to the woman that he would be on guard. Ma looked at the guy with displeasure. He reminded him that they had already agreed. Shan looked angrily ahead and said that he wanted to see the one awakened in mind. After 5 days, Zhou trained his fighting skills. He changed weapons and had 2 swords. Cao lay on the ground. He said he had improved his speed and strength. He had also learned new fighting skills. The girl held a gun in her hands. She said she had increased her firearm's attack range. Her friends asked her why she hadn't kept her cute hairstyle. Misu told them that she wanted to rely only on her own strength. Malu spat the water from his mouth into the glass. He said that the water he was drinking now had increased vitamin content. The protagonist said in a thoughtful voice that he hadn't practiced at all in the last couple of days. He had only been completing missions. Misu told the guy that he must have more money. Shan happily told his friends that he now had 2 million in money. They were very surprised. The girl looked at her phone. The mission parameters were unavailable. Zhou asked his friends if there would be a new mission after advancing to the enlightenment stage. The teacher explained to the boy that the main character had completed all the missions and hadn't slept for 5 days. Shay told the fighters that they had decided to increase the number of accompanying teachers in the final round. She would remain here with her deputy, Wang Gan. The teacher happily thought that he would no longer have to restrain Lu alone. Cao happily said that they would now be accompanied by 4 senior people. Ma sat in a chair behind him and told the boy that 5 senior people would be with him. The soldier told the battalion commander that he wanted to report something to him. Ma replied that the guy was standing with his back to him and talking. The guy detailed the details of the cities to the commander using the map. He reported that there were a lot of disagreements between Greentown and Nanki. The commander told the soldiers to leave all of this to him. In the Nanki district, 2 men sat at a table. One was the head of a shadowy organization named Ji Sheng Yu. Next to him sat the mayor of the Nanki district, He. The other man had told the men on the phone not to allow people from Greentown to pass through their lands. The interlocutor told the men that as a token of gratitude, he would increase the volume of goods supplied to their market. Emperor Li was talking to the men on the phone. Ji told his interlocutor in a thoughtful voice that the ruler wanted to form an alliance with them. He shouted, "What is Li, this old sly one?" The mayor said in a dissatisfied voice that the emperor wanted to obtain favorable trade conditions for himself as well. This would already be a big problem. Ji turned around and told his interlocutor that they could ignore the situation. He replied thoughtfully that they couldn't do anything about it. He explained to his interlocutor that all 3 regions in the north were under the emperor's control. Even if they were stronger, they would have no chance of victory. Tianxu entered the office, accompanied by a security guard. He proposed that the men form an alliance with Greentown. Tian told his interlocutors in a proud voice that the people from Greentown were his friends. A couple of days ago, the commander and his subordinate entered the building. He told the soldiers to get out of there. The guy angrily asked the man, "Does he really want to make fun of him?" Ma smiled and told his interlocutor that they were almost friends. The commander brought the soldier a pair of bright sunglasses as a gift. Tian took the glasses and told the man that he couldn't bribe him with such a small amount. The commander offered him a lot of money for the sake of friendship. Tian smiled and told the man that none of this meant anything to him. Ma offered the fighter a bloody jade medallion for 3 million ranks. After that, the mercenary joyfully shouted to the commander that they were now friends forever and ever. Tian handed the men a document. He told them that the districts would now cooperate. Some expensive goods would enter the market. Ji and the mayor carefully read the document. He said thoughtfully that this offer was much more advantageous than Li's slave offer. Tian smiled and told his interlocutors that they should sign the bottom of the paper. Ultimately, they would cooperate with their Nanki district. Both men looked at each other carefully. They realized there would be an alliance with Greentown. There were very bright fireworks on the city streets. Representatives of the Nanki district shook hands. The train sped across the bridge at full speed. Inside, the protagonist sat. In Fujin City, the emperor spoke with a displeased voice, declaring that the Greentown alliance needed to be punished. Li sat on the throne. He told his interlocutors that the Nancy region would now be their enemy. He asked what ideas they had. Bao Kuai Gang was the mayor of Hongyu district. He told the emperor that he wanted to show him a young girl who had awakened her mind. Zhuge Hong was the mayor of Beikan district. He told the emperor that the girl had defeated the strongest disciples from his district. She had maimed them all. The emperor became interested in the young girl. He said he was waiting for the final to see her performance. Li approached the screen where the train was visible. He said that the guy inside it needed to be eliminated. Shan rode calmly inside the train. The emperor told his subordinates that the guy needed to be eliminated. The man in glasses asked with interest, "What kind of small camera is this?" Li explained to his interlocutors that the camera was very miniature, transmitted information in real time, and cost 10 million. Both men looked at the image through the camera with interest. At that moment, the protagonist suddenly turned his head to the side. People were watching the guy through a large monitor. The man said Shan could have spotted the camera. Li reassured his subordinates and said that such a camera could not be found. It did not make a single squeak. Suddenly, the main character sharply extended his hand forward toward the camera. The emperor and his subordinates were very frightened. The image on the monitor disappeared. The emperor and his subordinates sat fearfully on the earth. Li shouted at the main character in an irritated and dissatisfied voice that he would finish him off. The man on the side looked at the emperor in surprise and saw that he had grown claws on his head like a crab. The protagonist and his teacher watched the monitor. The final battle was a 3-on-3 team fight. The winner would be the one who stood his ground. The teacher warned the fighters to beware of the girl awakened by reason. The Tsao asked the man what was special about this girl. The man told the boys details about fighters with different levels of awakening. The teacher said in a thoughtful voice that a person who is awakened in mind can directly sense spiritual energy. The man told his interlocutors that someone awakened by the mind could carry out long-range attacks without using any external devices. Shan thought for a moment and realized that he really wanted to learn the skills of his awakened rival. The main character walked along with his companions in the Hongyu district of the city. The teacher told the soldiers that the emperor used to own 5 districts. Ma turned into a small horse. He hung his bag on himself. The teacher told the students in a displeased voice that they could pretend they didn't know this man. At the border of the Beiquan district, a large dragon flew in the sky. It carried people. In the cabin, the subordinates joyfully told the emperor that it was a great honor for them to ride with him. Bao poured a drink into a glass. He asked the ruler how he was feeling. Li replied to his subordinate that he felt great. Another guest looked down from the window and said that the view was wonderful. The man told the emperor that he was sighing in vain. The main character is just a little brat, and there is no need to get angry. He called on the phone and told his interlocutor that the money should already be at the specified location. The girl sat near the large screen. She told the ruler that the deal could be considered active. The mercenary swung her legs up onto the control panel. She said that as soon as she had the money, she would do everything according to the agreement. Hu Xiaoyu sat on a chair with a demonic helmet on her head. She promised the ruler that she was a professional in her field. Huang Daoji appeared from the side. He informed the captain that he had prepared some ducklings for him, as she had requested. The commander held the phone in her hands. In an angry voice, she told her subordinate that they were now heading for the western border of Yongle. A great task awaited them. Xiaoyu asked her subordinate with displeasure, how can she take a shower without water? Ji replied to the displeased lady that he had drained all the water. The protagonist sat with the teacher in a room at a white table. The man wanted to tell the boy why the girl was crying. The teacher told the boy that crying can also show a burning pain inside a person. The main character very vividly and clearly remembered a crying girl against the backdrop of a fire. The guy said to himself in a thoughtful voice that pain must mean something. In the middle of the night city, a crowd of people gathered in the stands at the arena. Fireworks thundered all around. Everyone was waiting for the final of the Yongle Championship. The man at the side turned around and told the emperor that he had prepared a place for him. He added that the fat man had little brains. Li replied to his subordinate that Bao was a slippery type. The teacher came out to the fighters and told them not to worry and to relax. He clapped his hands and said that they needed to get rid of fear. The main character and his friends unanimously answered the teacher that they understood him. The man turned around and said that the Hongyu players had arrived. Then a man appeared, leading a girl on a chain behind him. The stranger was chained. She had a blindfold over her eyes. The man was dragging her along. The captive fell to the ground. The owner sternly demanded that she put on a good show, otherwise he would kill her. The teacher looked at the man and the captive girl with displeasure. Mr. Strictly demanded that his subordinate get rid of all the fighters from Greentown and spare no one. The gentleman removed the bandage from the girl's head. He told her that there was a special mechanism in her handcuffs. The gentleman told the girl that if she won, he might even free her. After that, he demanded that the participant act. The girl had bright blue eyes. The man called her by her first name, Shuya. I stood in the arena and looked carefully in front of me. Her body was battered. The teacher commanded his subordinates to be on guard. Shan silently glanced to the side. The host shouted that the battle was about to begin. Participants from Greentown appeared. The evil emperor sat on the podium. The man glanced happily at the protagonist. He said that this guy had been bothering the ruler of Li. The city mayor looked closely at the protagonist. He was curious about what he was capable of. A servant at the side warned Mr. Bao that the boy could irritate him with just a few words. The man approached the boy and said that he hoped he could get out of here alive. Shan walked past the man. He didn't answer him. Bao drank a drink from the thermos. He decided that he would put the guy in his place. The protagonist told the teacher on the run that he had just seen a talking monster. Bao became angry and choked when he heard such words from the boy. The host shouted that the final battle between Hongyu and Greentown was about to begin. The fighters entered the arena. The spectators in the stands were very happy. They supported the teams of their cities. The angry emperor watched the protagonist. A disgruntled Bao sat nearby. The teacher shouted words of encouragement to the students. The fighter on the tower asked the mistress, "Do they really need to start already?" Xiaoyu angrily replied to her subordinate that they would wait for the signal for now. The participants entered the battle arena. The final of the championship between 5 training camps began. The 2 fighters told the girl Shuya that she could choose her own fighting style. The protagonist and his friends looked closely at their rival. The teacher said with surprise that before them was a woman awakened in a mind. The protagonist carefully recalled the girl's face with her eyes closed. He saw different periods of her life. Shan looked closely at his rival. He saw her piercing gaze. Shan looked at the girl and felt a chaotic spiritual energy coming from her. I very sharply extended my hand forward to attack the guy. The main character looked at his rival with fear and saw her hand. Suddenly a bright blue circle appeared around Shan. It was a psionic prison. The protagonist found himself inside a space and couldn't get out. The teacher said in fear that the boy was sealed inside. Shu swung his blade and rushed forward at the girl. He demanded that she release the boy. Shu waved her hand and created a protective pink dome around herself. It was a psionic barrier. The fighter couldn't penetrate it with his blade. The participant extended her hand forward and began rotating it in different directions. A glow appeared near the Joe. The girl extended her hand to the side. She threw her opponent far back. A bright explosion was heard. I stood there and held my hand outstretched in front of me. Bright rays emanated from it. After the girl's attack, Joe flew far to the side. A fiery psychic explosion was heard. Molly shouted to his friend in a frightened voice to be careful. The girl attacked Sao with magical energy. Shoo, I directed a stream of energy at the guy. She used the transfer of soyatic force. The participant swung her arm sharply and hit the guy on the head with all her might. He was unable to defend himself. Lee screamed joyfully. Chow fell to the ground after a very powerful blow from his opponent. The emperor shouted to his subordinate that he would give him a good reward for the girl. Bao demanded that the participant continue to beat her opponents. Shoo, I extended my hand to the side. She looked and said that she didn't want to kill anyone anymore. Bao sternly demanded that the girl carry out the emperor's decree. He reminded her that the ruler would be her future master. The girl did not listen to the gentleman's words. She stood and calmly looked away. Shoo, I moved my hand and disbanded the dark cocoon where the main character was hidden. The gentleman sternly demanded that the girl finish off her opponents. He promised her freedom if she won the championship. Shoo, I turned to the angry gentleman with displeasure and said that he could take his empty promises back. The girl's legs were shackled. She told the man that all his words were lies. Bao listened to his subordinate with displeasure. The girl said that she would still be a toy in someone else's hands. Shoo, I definitely looked to the side and shouted that she would not fight anymore. The man grabbed the remote control and pressed the button. He angrily reminded the girl what happened to her last time. Sharp rods jumped out of the bracelet on the girl's hands. They pierced her. The girl screamed very loudly. She fell to the ground. There were traces of blood around her. Bao viciously threatened the girl that he could crush all her bones or even tear off her arms. Shoo, I turned around. She looked at the gentleman and said that she would no longer kill innocents. The man grabbed the remote control with red buttons. He threatened the girl with punishment if she did not obey. Bao activated the electric shock on the fighter's hands. He demanded that they fight. The warrior swung his leg with all his might and hit the lying participant. The fighter was beating the lying fighters. He shouted at the girl that he didn't want to die because of her. The protagonist ran up from the side. He grabbed the frightened participant with his hand. After that, he delivered a piercing kick to the fighter with all his might. Shan looked away with displeasure and said that a bunch of fighters were bullying a little girl. Lee was very angry when he saw the guy in the arena. Bao was unhappy because he saw the main character's face again. The frightened fighter jerked his arm back. He shouted that it really hurt. Shan glared at his opponent and said that this was too much for a little girl. The announcer shouted from the arena that the championship was gaining momentum. A kid from Greentown decided to defend a player from Hongyu. Bao angrily told the boy that he shouldn't worry, even if he decided to kill the girl. The protagonist explained to the gentleman that it was very painful for the girl to fight. She began to cry when she was forced to go into battle. The guy threatened the man that he would make him stop. I looked at my new friend in surprise. Bao was very angry that the protagonist dared to order him around. The teacher and the soldiers silently looked at the protagonist. The man realized that Shan had reached the mayor himself this time. Shuai told the main character that her master has a lot of influence. The protagonist told the girl that only he himself decides how to act. He then told her to mind her own business. Sho, I was surprised. She stood next to the main character and didn't know what to answer him. The main character told the surprised man that he understood what he was feeling. The protagonist told the master that he had been despised by the human race for a very long time. He called Bao an egg and accused him of offending people. The audience was very shocked when they realized that the guy called their mayor an egg. Bao shouted at the protagonist in an angry voice that he wouldn't be able to irritate him with tricks. The protagonist extended his hand forward. He apologized to the man for hurting his pride. Bao angrily called himself an ordinary person. The main character looked at the man in surprise when he heard him say words about a person. The man fell to the ground and started bleeding. His subordinates ran up to help him. The emperor angrily shouted at the mayor that he now understood what he was facing. Bao pointed a frightened finger at the protagonist. A servant at the side warned the mayor that he was not feeling well. He should not talk because he was coughing up blood. Shuai watched from the side as the main character scolded her master. She laughed cheerfully. The girl fell silent and apologized. Bao angrily asked her how she dared to laugh at him. The man grabbed a huge remote control in his hands. He was ready to press the button and blow up the girl. The main character swung and launched a huge fireball at the man, blowing up his remote control. The girl glanced at her master in fear. Bao asked her angrily, how dare she stand in his way? The main character told the man in a dissatisfied voice that he did not understand the girl's pain. Bao shouted in a loud voice that he organized this championship. He demanded that the main character be killed by the gods. The man extended his hand forward. At that moment, someone shot his guards with a sharp shot. Bao turned around and looked in surprise at the fighters who had fallen to the floor. He realized that someone had knocked out the bodyguards at the peak of their influence stage with a single blow. Ma, in the form of a horse, told the man not to make a scene in the arena. Bao couldn't understand who he saw in front of him. The commander told the man in a stern voice that the children could figure everything out themselves. The emperor explained to his subordinate that Ma Qian was hiding behind the mask. Bao turned and glared at the protagonist next to the girl. He wanted to vent his rage on them. The man angrily shouted at his subordinates to beat up the main character. The fighters rushed forward. The protagonist's friends jumped to their feet and began to defend him. They fought off the attacking rivals. Shan looked angrily at Bao and said that he had not yet felt all the girl's pain. The protagonist glared at the man with a malicious, demonic gaze. He promised him that he would make him feel even the smallest part of the girl. Bao was very scared when he looked at the guy. He couldn't stand on his feet and fell to the floor. The mayor's servants ran up to him from the side. They asked him with concern what had happened to him. The emperor asked his subordinate, "Why did the Bao Kuai fall to the ground?" The spectators in the hall did not understand what had happened. The main character stood next to the girl. They silently and piercingly stared ahead. I asked the guy in a shrill voice in silence to help her. The girl excitedly told the guy that he could try to help her now. The girl burst into tears and asked the main character to kill the man. "Shoo, I remembered my burning house." She screamed angrily that she had completely lost hope. The girl, after a powerful blow from the man, flew to the side and fell into the snow. The boy laughed. He shouted to the lying girl that his father had taught him this skill last night. A man with another boy was standing nearby. The girl screamed that she needed to go home. The guy demanded that Shu get up and continue fighting with him. The girl jumped to her feet. There was cold around her. She stared intently ahead. The girl walked all alone through the abandoned forest. Her footprints remained in the snow. Shui was walking through an abandoned city. She approached an empty building. There was silence all around. The girl put her hands in warm water. She felt warmth. Then she washed her face. The little housewife put the kettle on the stove. Then she sat down at the table and turned on the lamp. After dinner, she washed the dishes. I was sleeping deeply on my bed. It was snowing outside. The clock on the wall was ticking. The girl suddenly jumped up on the bed and she joyfully shouted that her mother was back. A woman came into the room. She told the girl that she had to be late. She ran around the room in circles around her mother very happily and cheerfully. On the table in the room stood a photograph of the girl and her family. There were bouquets of flowers around. The woman sat on the bed and told her daughter that Dad had gone far away to fight. The daughter told her mother discontentedly that her father could have returned and helped the family. The woman stroked the child's head. She explained that the father had gone off to fight because it was his duty. He should be back soon. The mistress told the girl to go to bed early. She had to go to school tomorrow. Shoo! I looked at my mother in surprise and asked her to hug her very tightly. The daughter hugged her child. The girl then wrapped her arms around her owner. The mother asked the girl if she liked it. I tearfully answered the woman that she liked it. The girl sat up in bed and promised her mother that she wouldn't be late for school tomorrow. Then she went to bed. Shui was lying on the bed. She wanted to say something else to the woman and jumped up. The girl frighteningly told the woman to never wake up, otherwise she could be taken away to fight. The owner assumed a fighting stance. She promised her daughter that she would stay with her forever. After that, the girl went to bed. Shui lay down on the bed and closed my eyes. She fell into a deep and peaceful sleep. On a winter day, the daughter said goodbye to her mother. They waved to each other. The mother straightened the girl's clothes. She told her daughter to find some friends. I told the woman with displeasure that friendship was definitely not her thing. The mother stroked her daughter's hair and said that someday she would meet a true friend. Friends would help her and protect her. Shu asked her mother with excitement, will she really ever have such a friend? The woman answered her daughter that she absolutely would. A woman hugged her daughter on an empty, snowy street. She promised her that everything would be okay. Shu, I walked away along the snowy street. At this time, her mother began to lose consciousness. The woman collapsed dead in the snow. She suddenly lost consciousness. The girl cried in fear and screamed for her mother not to die. The patient on the bed explained to her daughter that she was simply overworked. The patient explained to the child in a weak voice that all her money had gone toward the treatment. She would really like to move to a new house in the spring. The patient anxiously told her daughter to forgive her and not leave her. A doctor came into the office. He told the mother and daughter to keep quiet with an air of displeasure. Shu stood next to the patient's bed. She anxiously asked the mother, will everything be okay? The woman looked sadly at her daughter next to her. The mother called her sad daughter to her and wanted to cheer her up. The patient smiled and promised her daughter that life would only get better. She would find a friend and live a happy life. The woman stroked her daughter's head and said that everything would definitely work out. The patient promised her daughter that everything would be fine. She wanted to reassure her. "Shoo," I calmed down. She looked happily at the woman with a smile and said that everything would be like this. There were many human bodies lying on the streets. Everything around was on fire. There was a man's body lying in the room with beads in his hands. The photograph on the table was broken. A girl walked alone along a snowy street. A snowman stood behind her. A man in glasses greeted her. It was her teacher. The man, smiling, promised the girl that she would receive free tuition and a subsidy of 500 yen every month for good academic performance. I called my mother on the phone. She joyfully shouted to her that she would be attending free training. The mother asked her daughter to bring her lunch. The girl promised her mother on the phone that she would bring her food. She turned around and saw someone throw an envelope under the door. "Shoo." I looked closely at the envelope in the room. The woman asked her daughter what had happened. The daughter read the death notice of soldier Shu Xiangro in the envelope. His family was promised a pension. The woman, frightened, asked her daughter on the phone if everything was okay. "Shoo." I came to my senses. She told her mother on the phone that nothing had happened to her. The girl looked at the letter with tears in her eyes. She told her mother that they would see each other later. The girl hung up the phone. She bowed her head on her knees and looked at the letter for a long time. The daughter felt great grief. She began to cry when she remembered her father's death. One of the patients brought the woman some fruit and treated her. The mother happily said that her daughter loved apples. The woman turned away joyfully and cheerfully. She decided to prepare some kind of gift for her daughter. The patient told her neighbor that her husband had gone to war. She does everything to make the girl feel happy. The patient told the woman that her daughter had a very wonderful mother. The woman happily said that she was very happy when she knew that her daughter thought the same way as she did. A very strong fire was raging outside. At that time, the girl was walking slowly along the path. Shu was walking down the street. She decided not to tell her mother about her father's death yet. People gathered around the hospital. A very strong fire was raging inside. The girl ran up to the burning building in fear and called for her mother. A strange man stopped her from the side. The man grabbed the girl and stopped her. He shouted that they needed to wait for the firefighters now. The girl activated a psychic barrier to push back the people around her. The daughter ran at full speed into the burning hospital and called for her mother. A powerful fire was raging in the building. The girl ran between the flames and continued calling for her mother. "Shoo." I ran fearfully down the hospital corridor. She kept screaming as she ran. The girl ran to the end of the corridor and saw a powerful fiery explosion in front of her. I collapsed on the floor. There was a very bright fire around me. Things were burning. The girl stretched out her hand in fear and went inside the room. There was a woman lying on the floor. Shu, in a breaking and frightened voice, continued to call for her mother. She approached the lying woman and placed her hands on her body. The daughter screamed at her mother that she was pretending and demanded that the woman wake up. The daughter sat next to her mother's body and continued screaming for her to wake up. The patient on the floor showed no signs of life. The daughter screamed at the woman to get up and not die. The daughter continued to sob. With tears in her eyes, she begged the woman not to die. At that moment, a stranger entered the room. The girl turned to him in fear. The girl decided that the doctor was in front of her. She asked him to save her mother. An unfamiliar man in glasses angrily shouted that he would blow up his boss's house. All this is being done by the life-giving power of the awakened one. I asked my interlocutor in a frightened voice, "Could it really be he who blew up the hospital?" The stranger with the burning hand looked angrily at the girl and told her to leave with him. The man rushed forward towards the girl. He was ready to grab her. The surprised stranger suddenly froze in place, his body no longer moving. The girl extended her hand forward. She angrily told the man that it was all his fault and everything happened because of him. The man glared at the girl and was surprised that she was also awake. He explained to her that her mother was an accidental victim. The girl stretched out her hand forward. She shouted at the man that she would kill him now. The frightened stranger shouted to the girl that he hadn't even really lived yet. He had only recently awakened. The man angrily shouted at the girl that her mother did not want her to become a murderer herself. The stranger swung his arm, and with a powerful blow threw the girl aside. Shu, I lay beaten to the side. She continued calling for her mother. Several unfamiliar agents in glasses appeared from the side. The man looked at them in surprise. Someone shot a dart with a sleeping pill into the girl's body. She looked at herself with fear. Two strangers grabbed the girl by the arms and began to pull her aside. She continued to beg for help. The girl began to gradually lose consciousness. Her eyes were closing. She kept wanting to save her mother. The girl on stage asked the main character to help her and kill her rival. I looked at the guy with fear and explained that she had already lost all hope. The protagonist raised his hand in front of him. He told the girl that he would not commit a crime for her. I fell silent. She looked at the guy with displeasure and questioningly. The protagonist reminded his opponent that she had to surrender so he could claim the championship. He rolled his eyes to see some of her skills. Shuya twisted her face and called the guy a fiend. I explained to the main character in a stern voice that her master was very influential in the city. The girl told her interlocutor that she was now being blamed for the fire that killed her mother. The real killer continued to live free. Money settled everything. The girl remained in the cell. At night, guards broke into the girl's room while she was in prison. They started harassing her. I told her with excitement that she was saved, only thanks to her superhuman strength. A man with a cigarette grabbed the girl by the hair. He viciously promised her that he would make her show him everything. Bao angrily threatened the captive that if she pulled any tricks, he would make her see real torture. Bao extinguished his cigarette on the girl's hand. After that, she screamed loudly. The girl told the protagonist that she just needed to commit suicide. If she left the arena, she wouldn't be able to do anything. Shan looked closely at his interlocutor. He asked her to show him her hands. The girl pulled at the clothes on her arm. There were many scars on her. The spectators looked at her with fear. The main character calmly promised the girl that he would help her get rid of the man. I was surprised when I heard such words from a guy. She looked at him with distrust. The girl asked the departing guy in surprise, "Will he really help her?" The protagonist looked closely at the lying man. He said in a thoughtful voice that he was the culprit of all the girl's troubles. Shan explained to the gentleman that he wanted to personally verify that he was so strong. Bao looked at the guy with fear. The protagonist turned around and pointed at the girl. She wanted him to hit the man and then get disqualified. I would then have a chance to win the championship. The girl screamed in fear when she heard such accusations from the boy. The spectators watched the whole incident in amazement. The protagonist sternly demanded that his interlocutor declare her defeat. The girl told the guy not to get involved in all this. The main character angrily asked the girl if she wanted him to beat her master. Shuya shouted that she accepted defeat. She demanded that the guy hit Bao as hard as possible. The main character looked angrily at his interlocutor and said that nothing could bother him anymore. 2 battered fighters lay in the arena. The protagonist's friends dealt with them. Zhang turned to the substitute players and told them to come into the arena. The substitute fighters raised their hands and said that they surrendered. The protagonist sternly demanded that the man summarize the results. He wanted to beat him up as soon as possible. Bao looked at the protagonist with anger and hatred. He didn't know what to say. Ma jumped onto the stage. He shouted to the surprised audience that he was giving his victory to Greentown. Mali handed the microphone to his father and demanded that he repeat his words. The man told his son that he was very smart. Ma shouted into the microphone to all the spectators that he was the mayor of Greentown and deputy head of Yongle. He declared Greentown the winner. The prize was to be presented by the emperor himself. Li was very angry when he heard such words. He knew that the man was not a deputy or even the mayor of the district. The protagonist calmed the girl with a gesture and said that he would take care of the rest. Bao waited for help from his bodyguards. The guards held a protective screen toward the man. He prepared to activate his defenses. The man grabbed the remote control and threatened the main character that he would tear the girl to pieces. Li turned to the man. He reminded him in an angry voice that the girl was meant for him. Bao angrily shouted at the guy that if he wanted to try to save the girl, then soon he would be collecting only scraps from her. Misu flew through the air. She grabbed the guy's leg. Mali doused the man in the arena with water from his mouth. The gentleman looked at his control panel in surprise and saw that the water had caused a short circuit. Shuai looked away with fear. She remembered her mother's words about not having met a good friend. The protagonist's hand glowed, and he prepared to attack the man. Bao warned the boy in an angry voice that he was the head of this district. The angry man viciously threatened the main character that he would torture him 1,000 times. Shan prepared to attack his master. He swung his arm and shouted that before his death, he had tasted life many times. The man pointed his hand at the main character. He demanded that the guards finish him off. The teacher and the rest of the fighters rushed from the side and scattered the gods. The protagonist jumped up. He prepared to attack the man with a bright lightning bolt from his hand. Bao told the boy in an angry voice that he wanted to start a war against him and against Emperor Li. The girl clearly remembered with excitement her mother's words about her friend. The girl's mother told her that she would always have friends. She should reach out to people, and then people would reach out to her. The main character swung his arm with all his might and struck the man in the face with a powerful blow. The protagonist swung his arm with all his might and hit the man, sending him flying far back. The girl and the spectators were very surprised when they realized that the guy had just hit the mayor. The beaten man lay on the floor. Someone in the audience demanded that the guy hit the mayor again. Bao thought to himself, in fear that he still needed to defend himself before taking the pill. The elite bodyguard squad arrived. The man pointed them in front of the main character and told them to deal with him. Ma and her colleagues stopped the guards. He explained to them that the guy and the mayor should solve this problem themselves. The emperor asked the commander with displeasure, "What does he want?" Ma answered the ruler in an angry voice that horses cannot talk. The man found the strength to jump to his feet. He picked up the remote control and activated the protective cage. The mayor found himself inside a thorn-like, highly durable spiritual cage. It was impossible to penetrate. Bao pointed forward at the girl and shouted that, in the future there will only be awakened ones. No one will care about the thousands who died. The man shouted at the girl in an angry voice that people were only attracted to her abilities. The protagonist told the girl to leave. She was free. Misu removed the handcuffs from the hostage. The girl turned around and asked the guy, "Did he really hit the mayor just for her?" Shan answered her that it was all true. Shan explained to the girl that after they had taken revenge on her tormentor, she could decide what to do next. The girl rubbed her wounded hands. She thought for a long time about what to do next. "Shoo!" I shouted angrily that she wanted to beat the mayor even more and leave this place. The protagonist glanced at the man. He replied to the girl that he wanted the same thing. Bao reminded the girl in a stern voice that his shield could block any attack. The man repeated to the girl with a smile that the shield could stop even an attack at the mind stage. Wow threw his remote control outside the cage. The girl activated a psionic blast. The remote control near the cage exploded brightly. The girl said that everything was ready. The man looked ahead in surprise and saw his protective cage crumble before him. The mayor was very scared. He began to anxiously ask the emperor for help. The ruler ordered his subordinate to stop. He threatened him with consequences if he did not obey his order. The protagonist swung his arm and rushed forward to attack the man, shouting that even the immortals wouldn't save him. Bao took out a box of pills and wanted to take them quickly. The protagonist smashed the bottle of medicine with a blow of his hand. The protagonist hit the man with a powerful steel fist of trust. Shan continued to beat the mayor with a large number of blows, causing the ground beneath him to break. Bao was lying on the ground. The protagonist sat on top of him and continued to finish him off with powerful blows. The girl stood to the side and watched attentively as the main character beat up her offender. The mayor's battered and unconscious body lay on the arena. He was completely swollen. The girl behind him told the main character that it was enough for the man. Shu looked happily at the protagonist from behind. She realized that she finally had a friend in her life. The beaten mayor lay on the ground. The emperor angrily told the protagonist that he had finally asked for it. He called on the fighters to gather. A dago in the form of a robot appeared in the hall. He shouted to the ruler that he had been waiting for this. The emperor's most loyal warriors arrived to help him. They were Zhang Dongyang and Buddha. A large number of bodyguards and teachers had also gathered in the arena. They were preparing to fight the fighters from Greentown. Ma looked ahead in fear and shouted that many people had gathered in front of them. The teacher said with excitement that their opponents were well prepared. The main character told his new girlfriend to be ready. The situation was getting heated. Suddenly, Xiaoyu climbed up behind the guy. She grabbed him with her arms and angrily told him that she owed him a favor. The stunned protagonist didn't have time to do anything before Hu Xiao attacked him. It all happened too quickly. Yu pierced Shan's body with a lightning-fast movement. As a result, the young master lost consciousness and instantly collapsed to the ground. Shu couldn't believe that the young cultivator was actually dead, and tears began to well up in her eyes. Afterwards, Ya ran to Huang and began to heal his wounded body. Feng, in turn, called on all the fighters to retreat. Everyone was shocked by what had happened. Suddenly, Xiaoyan rushed into the thick of things, ordering everyone to immediately make way. However, Shu continued to try to heal Shan because she believed that he would survive. Xiaoyu even felt sorry for the little girl because she killed her best friend. But after a certain amount of time, I actually managed to literally resurrect the guy. Hu was stunned by the inexplicable miracle. Shu also did not expect that she could cope. At the same time, Xiao was unable to understand how the spiritual energy did not leave the young man's body. Naturally, most of the Emperor's supporters decided to finish off the teenager for a generous reward. Using all their devastating skills, they launched attacks at Huang. However, Shu did not allow them to get close to her brother, saying that she hated fighting. But she had no other choice. Everyone immediately felt the girl's incredible aura. I continued to use unknown magic, striking down all the fighters with lightning. Feng, in turn, did not expect that Shu would turn out to be such a strong warrior. Meanwhile, Most of Emperor Li's henchmen were literally thrown out of the arena. At that moment, I was exhausted, which was taken advantage of by Xiao Hu, who immediately rushed towards Shan, intending to kill him. But Qianni came to his aid, and the battalion commander immediately struck Yu. Huandao didn't expect such a technique from Ma, realizing that he really wasn't that simple. Xiao, in turn, flew several meters and fell to the ground, which was extremely painful, after which she suddenly jumped to her feet. A stunned Ji asked if everything was okay with her. Teacher Feng was perplexed, because the captain of the ship, Lone Wolf, was still standing on her feet. But just a minute later she fell to the ground again, exhausted, and Dao immediately rushed to her aid. Naturally, everyone decided to deal with Qian, thereby avenging Yu Hu. However, Ma skillfully dodged all attacks, avoiding regular blaster shots. But one of the Emperor's servants still got close to Huan's body, and Yunfen and Hu Kei immediately blocked his path. The frightened Shu also did not allow anyone to approach Shan, continuing to heal him. Soon the others came to their aid, claiming that no one would harm him. I once again began to use all my strength to try to help Huang, while the team began to attack the overconfident Master Emperor. Wen Dao decided to remind Ma Yi that he was forbidden to appear in this territory, but Qian continued to beat the ruler of Fujian, insisting that they had confused him with someone else. Ji, in turn, saw a robot approaching them and noted that everything would soon end. Ma suddenly stopped and said that he really was an ordinary horse, but with magical abilities, which only angered Dao and the others. Huan was enraged by his behavior and called for an end to the battle, which was interrupted in the wolf zone. Xiaohu suddenly came to her senses and also threatened the battalion commander. Lord Li decided to help them in order to finally take revenge on Qiang and rid the world of his presence. Dago, in turn, joined the Imperial Avengers and rushed towards him. Li Feng was shocked by the fact that so many Mind Stage masters had gathered in one place. However, only Yi Ma was at the advanced level of the Mind Stage, which could play into his hands. Meanwhile, Shu was busy healing the main character, who never regained consciousness. I tearfully begged the young cultivator to wake up, because the thought of his death was simply unbearable. Kain was brutally beaten by 4 Imperial henchmen. The extremely self-confident ruler of Fujian said that Ma alone could not cope with them. Dago immediately rushed to the crippled commander, but he called Li to deal with a matter elsewhere. The enraged ruler declared that he had insulted him, and that this place was now his grave. But Qian noticed that he didn't have enough strength. Suddenly Xie Yan burst into the carnage, who bravely began to scatter the thugs to the sides, which was extremely timely. Huandao suddenly asked them why they obeyed Ma Yi. A puzzled Feng and Hu Kei asked him in return who he was. Ji naturally ignored them and said that today they would go to the next world, after which he rushed towards the masters, using his magical abilities. Thus, Yan Feng and the others were subjected to a massive flame attack. Dao noted that they should have submitted to the Emperor's will, but it was too late. Qin, in turn, flew into him like a bullet and thereby knocked him down. But Xiaohu came to the rescue, who pounced on Ma Yi, dealing him a crushing series of blows. In doing so, she used her special technique called Phantom Vanishment. Dago also hurried to fire several projectiles, making it difficult for Qian. Emperor Li was immensely pleased with this and also rushed to attack the commander. Yi began to mock him, saying that his insolence had instantly evaporated into thin air. However, Ji noticed the change in Qian's spiritual power, which had reached the peak of blood rage, and Ma immediately responded with his favorite technique. Xiaohu did not expect such incredible power from the commander. His eyes literally lit up with fire. Everyone was stunned by the fact that they themselves helped him break through to the next stage. The enraged Qian urged them not to delay and to choose the next suicide bomber. Huandao began to understand that it would now be quite difficult for them to defeat him. By then, the Imperial bodyguards had rushed to attack Mi Su's team once again. Zhou and Li set out to stop them, and a fierce battle ensued again. However, the forces were unequal, and Ma and Yuan found themselves in a difficult situation, after which they hurried to Huan's body and Shu, who was treating him, who grabbed Shan and hugged him. One of them instantly attacked her, but the girl used teleportation at the last moment. Thus they found themselves in a completely different direction, but they again rushed towards her. By inflicting fierce blows, they were able to damage her magical barrier, and it instantly became covered in chips. A distraught Ma Lu urged them not to touch Huan, but they ignored him. The furious guy walked towards them, his eyes blazing with bloody fire. After a couple of minutes, a huge amount of blood literally began to spew out of it, which simply washed away the thugs. They could not understand what was happening. Suddenly the blood began to corrode their skin like acid. The pain was unbearable. Lu, in turn, continued to fill everything with fiery blood, but soon it all ended. Waiting for the right moment, one of the Emperor's henchmen began to attack him in response. The other one threw Shu aside, saying that he would finally be able to finish off Shan. But Xiaoyan came to his aid in time and fought him back, cutting off his blade. Feng was shocked because despite such serious injuries, Liu continued to fight bravely. The bloodied girl boldly rushed into battle and declared that no one would leave here alive. On the horizon, the silhouette of an unknown person was visible. Upon closer inspection, Feng recognized it as Jiang. They naively thought that this was reinforcements, but Qian Yi stated that this was not help at all. Jinye, in turn, said that she was forced to carry out her leader's order. A stunned Ma urged her not to touch the children, agreeing to go with her. At that moment, a shot from the cloud cannon was fired at the commander. The ruler of the unknown organization repeated that she was following orders. The wounded team immediately blocked her path and declared that then she would have to fight them. Zhang clarified that she was ordered to eliminate only the young master. Therefore, she will not touch them. Naturally, they hastened to object to her, declaring that Jin would not come even a meter closer to him. Ye replied that she was much stronger and that they should give up, as all their efforts were completely in vain. The team fundamentally disagreed with this, and Xiaoyan suddenly attacked her, delivering ferocious blows. Zhang easily repelled her attack and rushed to attack back. Everything happened quite quickly. Thus, a fierce fight ensued between them, Jin being much stronger than her. In this regard, she urged Liu to retreat, because she had quite serious injuries. Yan continued to attack in vain, ignoring her opponent's comments. Jiang's palm suddenly glowed with magical light, and she again suggested that they surrender. But no one listened to her, and in the end, Feng began to restrain Yue's efforts with the help of a shield, which, after a couple of seconds, shattered into small pieces after another blow from Jin. She knew the team was extremely strong because they were able to withstand an incredible amount of attacks. At that moment, Yunfen attacked her from behind, but Jiang managed to block her attacks. Xiaoyan urged them not to let her get close, as she had no equal in close combat. Ye praised them for their unexpected zeal and asked if they were trained by Qian. Feng said he could only guide people down the path of recklessness. Jin once again urged them not to interfere with the mission, but they continued to persist. Then she used her magic technique again, trying to deal with them in one blow. Having said that, she would deprive them of the opportunity to attack and would soon send them into pitch darkness. A moment later, an incomprehensible circle appeared under their feet, which immediately froze them in their tracks, after which Jiang began to deliver her crushing blows. No one could resist her, which Yue took full advantage of, continuing to beat the petrified warriors. Soon it was Xiaoyan's turn, who immediately collapsed to the ground unconscious. At the same time, Jin acknowledged their strength, saying that they were truly worthy opponents. Unexpectedly, Teacher Huke decided to stop the powerful Jiang. Everyone began to dissuade him, since he was simply weaker than Yue, but he did not listen to them, sealing himself in a triangular barrier so she couldn't break through it. However, with just one movement, his shield was destroyed, and Hu himself was thrown to the side. Jin, in turn, said that she did not want to kill them, and again demanded that they retreat. Since they had no chance of defeating her, the team continued to resist. As a result, they suffered incredible damage, and Yue rushed towards Shan. Approaching him, she looked at the guy for a long time, saying that only he was left, adding that she was truly sorry, but she had to carry out her patron's orders. The teenager remained unconscious, not even realizing what was happening. Jiang then began to use her special technique to end it all. But at the very last moment, the brave Commander Yi Ma rushed towards her and struck, after which Yue suffered significant damage. Everyone was stunned by this outcome. Huan Dao and Captain Hu Xiao couldn't believe that he was still alive, because just a few minutes ago, Qian was on the verge of death. Dago followed after him, firing a huge number of projectiles at him. But this did not bring the desired result, and the commander held on with all his might. The enraged emperor could not understand how he was still standing on his feet. Suddenly, Qian performed some kind of manipulation on his body and seemed to become stronger. Dago rushed after him once again, and Xiaoyu was completely speechless. But after dodging the robot's missiles, Yima appeared before them again safe and sound. A shocked Huan Dao stated that he now understood why he was so valued in the wolf pack. The wounded commander, to his surprise, was confident in his abilities, which he stated. At this, Qian called on them to stop, saying that they would not be able to defeat him anyway. Ji noted that he would not last long like this soon, since his abilities were quite energy-consuming. Feng, who was lying on the ground, admired Ma Yi because he had single-handedly confronted 4 masters at the mine stage. The emperor, in turn, said that there were no rules in a fight and ordered Daguo to kill Qian's son. The robot instantly turned towards Lu, and the enraged commander urged him not to do this, stating that they were unable to kill him, and so decided to deal with someone weaker. and Ma instantly grabbed a huge stone and tried to direct it at Dago. However, he didn't have much strength left, and with great difficulty, he lifted the cobblestone from the ground. Lee hurried to generate a magic sphere, saying that he would not survive now, after which he directed a lightning beam at Qian and his son, which ultimately resulted in an explosion. But the commander managed to block the blow with a stone, which shattered into small pieces. The bloodied Ma Yi survived once again, shocking those around him once again. He even had the strength to stand up. But at that moment, Jiang ran up to him. She instantly bound his hands behind his back with a magical rope, urging him not to resist. As it turned out, these were proton shackles of antimatter, and they were extremely difficult to destroy. Xiaohu thanked her for her help, but an angry Jin Yue ordered her to shut up. Huandao, in turn, noted that they were both recruits from the same regiment. The bloodthirsty emperor immediately rushed to deal with the body of the young cultivator. Tian began to tell Jiang that she was making a terrible mistake, but the girl obeyed only her leader. Li meanwhile released another beam of magic, but again he was met with failure, because Huke and Feng repelled his attack with their barriers. But since they couldn't absorb the damage for long, another explosion thundered. In doing so, the ruler expended a huge amount of energy and felt a sharp weakness. Suddenly he began to lose consciousness and began hitting himself in the face to keep from passing out. Then he tried to generate a thundersphere again, but it evaporated in an instant. The Lord immediately resorted to the help of miracle pills in order to gain at least a little strength. After hitting himself a few more times, he seemed to have actually managed to shake off the sleep, after which he again began to prepare the final fatal blow, shouting out that no one is allowed to go against the Emperor himself, and it always ends badly for them. Shu continued to treat the protagonist and thereby support his grave condition. A couple of seconds later, a huge beam struck the magical barrier I was using, and it shattered into hundreds of pieces. Thus, the blow hit the target exactly, which naturally made the ruler overjoyed. Everything around began to shine with a bright light, after which there was an explosion, and everyone became silent for a moment. With only one question in mind, whether Huan and Shu had survived, the fog soon cleared. The team was horrified to discover that there was no one inside the crater that had been created. Jinye, in turn, said that they died because they were unable to avoid the explosion. The ruler could not believe that he had finally achieved the desired result. Qian and the rest of his teammates were horrified, realizing that everything had been in vain. Suddenly, a distraught Li laughed, declaring that he wanted to look at their corpses. But at that moment, an unknown magical sphere suddenly appeared behind him, from which Shan and I flew out, absolutely unharmed. Everyone was shocked by their appearance. Even the Emperor's henchmen could not believe what was happening and literally froze in place. Mai asked the teenager how he was able to recover so quickly. The guy stood in the middle of the destroyed arena and looked around at everyone with a frowning gaze. They soon realized that the boy had used his psionic flash ability. Confused, Shu asked how he could use her technique, and Huan replied that it was a long story, after which he immediately used psionic suction and directed it towards Li, which was immediately drawn into a fiery sphere, which eventually took the place of the head. It was unbelievable, and no one dared to move, realizing how strong Shan was. After all, he managed to somehow use the technique of those awakened by the mind. But the most amazing thing was that the guy had the ability to control the skills of two types of awakening at the same time. No one had ever seen a double awakening, and so everyone began to take it seriously. The Emperor could not believe what was happening at all, calling him the devil incarnate. The main character could actually learn and use several abilities in seconds. The ruler of Fujian noted with horror that he had never seen anything like this in his life, and that was precisely why the young master posed a serious danger, because if he had been on Li's side, the question would have been posed differently. Mai Yi immediately urged Jiang to let him go, but Yue still stood her ground and said that she had no such order. The Emperor immediately ordered the destruction of the young cultivator, because in the future he could become even stronger. Huanda was only too happy to nip the weed in the bud to avoid a disastrous outcome. Huan told Ya that she was now safe, since he had become their main target. She instantly attacked Shan, claiming that there was still a two-stage difference between them. Then the guy used psionic flashes once again, which Dao began to break one after another in order to find which one the boy was hiding in. However, the young man suddenly appeared before him in a split form, thus giving him two clones of himself. The teenager seemed to be mocking everyone, literally starting to dance in front of them. The stunned emperor could not understand when Huan had managed to adopt his skill. Huando, in turn, rushed to attack again, claiming that he was much stronger than him. He soon managed to eliminate two copies of Shan and headed towards the last one. Naively believing that this was Huang, he caught up with the guy a couple of minutes later. Subsequently, which dealt a crushing blow, but it also turned out to be a copy. Shocked, Ji began to look around, not understanding where the teenager was. Shan appeared behind him with complete calm and announced that he had created 3 clones. The enraged Huando attacked him again, but the situation repeated itself, and 3 copies of Huang appeared in front of Dao again. Everyone was simply perplexed. Ji challenged him to be a real man and fight him in a fair fight. Li, in turn, asked if he could do the same, but Limao noted that his body would not be able to withstand such a load. After a certain amount of time, Huandao was exhausted, but continued to run after him. Shu knew very well that it would be quite difficult for Shan to use this skill, because it consumes too much energy at its level of development. Hu Xiao and the Emperor decided to help catch the teenager, as this could take a very long time. The extremely stubborn Ji again rushed towards Huan, saying that he would soon get tired. But suddenly Shan used a magic cage, which instantly sent Dao flying away. At the same time, the young man noted that this barrier is capable of holding back attacks at the mind stage. Enraged, and having lost a huge amount of energy, Ji was ready to give up. Han knew that he needed to become stronger in order to control such powerful skills. The embittered ruler of Fujian said that this shield works in about 5 minutes. Surprised, Shan asked again if his calculations were correct, because if so, then this time would be enough for him. After which he closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Everyone looked at the guy in bewilderment. Li stated that he wouldn't be able to do anything in those 5 minutes anyway. But soon the teenager opened his eyes and fixed his confident gaze on the Emperor. Then he released an attack of incredible power. Everything around was covered in numerous lightning bolts. The dumbfounded Huando suggested that he had taken some kind of elixir, but Hu Xiao contradicted him, having said that in that case, his meridians would not be able to withstand such pressure. Even Jin Ye couldn't understand why his spiritual power was growing at such a fast rate. Soon, Huang's power increased to the advanced stage of enlightenment. At the same time, the pace only increased with each passing second, which is what Xiao Yu said. After a couple of minutes, Shan found himself at the peak of enlightenment. Everyone was shocked by his power. They simply watched what was happening, because they could not interfere with the process. The guy, in turn, began to emit unimaginable magical waves from his body. One of the beams suddenly shot into the sky, indicating that the fusion level had been reached. At the same time, the young man remained inside his barrier, which remained safe and sound. A dumbfounded Huando asked how he had reached such a level in such a short time. After all, his aura became much denser, and for this, at least 5 rings were needed. Huang himself smiled and said that he finished it in less than 5 minutes. Then they realized that they were dealing with the strongest man they had ever met. The main character became so powerful that his rivals began to doubt their own strength. The young master could truly be called the king of all kings and their ilk. With the help of the received improvement, the young cultivator could use skills much more often. Even on the brink of death, Shan managed to learn a third-party ability, which once again spoke of his perfection, and everyone understood this perfectly well. However, the extremely self-confident Huando still tried his luck and attacked the teenager, and instantly began to fight off his fierce blows and carry out his own series of attacks, after which he used the division again, but this time it was slightly modified, and instead of 3 copies, Shan was given the opportunity to create as many as 6 clones. She was horrified by the evolution of the young man's skill, realizing what he had to go through. Then Dao began to look for some flaws in the copies of the guy in order to find the real Huang. At this moment, one of the clones suddenly looked at him, and Huan Dao immediately rushed towards him. He soon dealt a crushing blow to him, but it turned out to be Shan's clone. When dying, the copy emitted a blinding light that could actually deprive a person of sight. Then he split up again, the enraged emperor ordering his minions to attack them. But as soon as they took a step, Huang again split into several clones. After a couple of minutes, there were even more of them, and it was simply impossible to find the real Shan. Xiaohu was shocked by what was happening, realizing that even if they killed half of it, it would split into several clones again. Suddenly she said that it looked like mitosis. The copies immediately stopped and began to explain in unison that this is not true at all, and in fact he has replication, and he only copies a person's appearance. Unable to bear such mockery, the emperor rushed to kill one of them. A few seconds later, a blinding light struck the eyes of the overlord and Captain Xiao Yu. Feng and Qian were also shocked by the teenager's incredible skill. The Lord of Fujian became enraged and said that he was tired of this constant division, after which he also tried to use replication and created 3 clones of himself. Then he began to nervously declare that he would now definitely deal with Huang. The copies instantly began to repeat his cries and movements. Li was surprised. Realizing that they were completely copying his behavior and voice, this began to irritate the ruler, which immediately destroyed them, causing a blinding light to strike his eyes. Captain Xiaohu, in turn, began to laugh at the foolish emperor. Lai continued to rage, realizing that if this continued, he would simply lose his reputation as a king. He had worked hard on it for so many years, so it was necessary to get rid of Shan as soon as possible. Jinya immediately threatened Qian and urged Huan to surrender immediately, as Ma Yi might die, adding that if the guy uses even one more skill, the consequences will be dire. Huandao also directed a fire sphere at his friends and ordered them to stop this circus. The Lord, in turn, used his last strength to generate a thunderbolt, and he even sat down for a while. However, he did manage to create a huge magic ball. Li stated that if the teenager did not appear immediately, they would all die, and the deaths would be on his conscience. Xian shouted at Shan not to fall for their tricks, especially since they wouldn't live anyway. After all, if he dies with them, then all efforts will be in vain. But this way, there will be a chance for his salvation and revenge. Because the world of Reiki is initially built on bones, and in it there is only one line between a partner and a burden. Besides, he had never met a greater genius in his life. No matter what methods Huan uses, the most important thing is that he is alive and can help the others by dealing with this scum. All of Shan's copies suddenly turned around and looked at the commander in surprise, after which the guy confidently said that only the last coward is ready to abandon his friends in trouble. Everyone was stunned by his statement and continued to listen to the young man in silence, who stated that he understood perfectly well what consequences awaited him, but he became a completely different person. The perplexed Ma Yi could not understand why he was showing off, because they could all die. Suddenly Qin urged the protagonist to run away, but Huan refused to do so. Huandao and Zhang instantly launched their lightning attacks towards Shang. The emperor also hastened to generate another magical sphere, saying that soon everyone would die. After which, the ruler of Fujin fired a huge beam at the young master. The young cultivator instantly covered himself with his hands. Yima knew that he couldn't block this blow. However, Huan actually survived, and the stunned Li began to attack him again. The teenager, in turn, demanded that he not touch his friends, and only then would he do whatever was necessary. However, Chen continued to insist that the boy's life was far more important than any person. The emperor said that he had sacrificed 10 years of his life for this attack, and that someone would definitely die today. Shan instantly became enraged, and replied that if he killed his friends, he would greatly regret it. Li felt the young man's murderous aura with his whole body, and couldn't understand what kind of technique it was. At the same time, he understood that if he didn't deal with him immediately, Huan would become even stronger in the future. Zhang and Ji were shocked, because despite everything, the ruler still decided to deal the fatal blow. Xiaohu and Dao urged the ruler of Fujian not to do this, as they risked death. However, Li, who had gone mad and lost all reason, declared that this was the only way to deal with Shan. The teenager himself was prepared for something like this and only watched what was happening. Suddenly, an unknown voice ordered him to stop immediately, because in the future, Huan will sow the seeds of discord, and then he will not be able to avoid shame. The perplexed emperor could not understand what was happening and who was speaking. Suddenly, clots of bright light appeared and rushed toward the ruler. Lu and Mi Su recognized them as the balls of the demon monkey and realized that nothing good would come of this. At that moment, they flew into the emperor's sphere at great speed. Li was terrified, realizing that the thunderbolt could simply explode right in his hands. At the same time, everyone wondered who exactly was attacking him from such a great distance. The balls continued to hit Li's sphere, and eventually he let go of it. Turning around, he saw pitch darkness, in which an unknown phenomenon was visible. A magical clot containing something resembling a dragon was rapidly approaching him. Sai noticed that there was a strong spiritual vibration. Jin added that it was a B-class monster. Soon an ice dragon appeared before them, its presence terrifying. On his tail were demonic golden monkeys. No one could understand why they appeared. In the middle stood their leader, whose skin Huan took, which Misu reported. There were a huge number of them, and moreover, the monsters were Class C, which spoke of their incredible strength. Xiaoyu called on all the warriors to unite in order to be able to defeat the monkeys. A moment later, the ice dragon rushed towards them and landed quite abruptly. A glow appeared on his head, and everyone wondered what it was. As they approached, they recognized a girl named Jinglei, which surprised them greatly. Hua, in turn, saw Shan and asked him if everything was okay with him. The guy was surprised and stared silently at the young lady, as if he had lost the power of speech. Soon, Jinglei came down from the head of the ice dragon and headed towards the protagonist. Yu and Huandao were stunned by what was happening, because she could control such powerful monsters. But Jinya was more concerned about the fact that Hua knew the young master. The young cultivator, in turn, continued to remain silent and look at her. Suddenly the girl said that they didn't really know each other, but she knew him. Huan was perplexed and tried to understand how she knew about him and who she was. Xiaohu immediately said that higher powers are strictly forbidden from invading someone else's territory. But Jinglei replied that all the people here were strangers with powers of the higher order, so you ordered Ji to kill her. Dao immediately began to carry out the captain's order and directed his fire spheres at her. However, this did not produce any results, and Hua easily repelled his efforts. Shocked, Xiao noticed that the flame balls couldn't even reach her, not understanding how she manages to block any blow, because she just stands there. Ji, in turn, stated that his fire was attacking chaotically, while Jinglei had taken an ideal position. At that moment, the girl said that she did not intend to fight them, especially since they could not hurt her in any way, adding that they are actually quite strong, but they have absolutely no idea how to fight against people like her. But she needed to punish them for their insolence. After a couple of seconds, the dragon began to spew out an ice beam. The monkeys also rushed to release a huge number of glowing balls. Everything around started exploding, and Jin Yue and the others simply didn't know what to do. Huang's team also didn't know how to escape from such a crushing force of the stranger, who stated that she was going to destroy Xiaohu's ship and Miss Jiang's car. Stunned, Yue couldn't understand how she knew about the device's location. Yu's ship suddenly caught fire, and she called on Jinglei to stop it immediately. But Hua continued to smile sweetly and talk about how she wanted to destroy it all. The enraged Xiao began to generate a magic sphere and said that in that case, she would personally finish her off. Of course, the others had great doubts about this, but suddenly Jinglei jumped off the dragon, rushing straight towards the enraged Hu, who continued to attack her to no avail. However, as before, she was not afraid of all the captain's efforts, and she went down absolutely calmly. But at a certain point, Hua changed course and headed towards Shan. The dumbfounded Xiaoyu couldn't figure out how to deal with her, because Jinglei simply avoided all attacks. Qian and Jiang began to realize that they really couldn't defeat such a powerful man. Meanwhile, Lei was approaching Huang. The guy stood silently in place, staring at her. At the same time, the young man did not feel any fluctuations in spiritual energy and did not know what it would do next. Suddenly, the girl extended her hands to him, saying that it didn't matter who he was. After all, even if he was the king, it still wouldn't change anything. Soon she landed right in front of him. Jinglei smiled sweetly at the protagonist and said that she was very glad to see him. Suddenly, Xiaoyan became furious, and Feng urged her not to touch Hua. Everyone was shocked by what was happening. At the same time, the girl added that the young master should not pay attention to her, since she was used to talking to herself. Then Lei turned to the warriors and announced that the battle was over for today, because as long as she's here, no one will dare to harm the young cultivator. Jinyue, like Xie, understood that they really had no other choice. At this moment, Hua suddenly flew up to the bewildered emperor of Fujian. Then, just as casually, she ordered him to announce the results and distribute prizes to all participants. After all, if he didn't do this, she would simply kill him. The old man understood that it was better not to provoke her. In connection with this, he agreed to admit defeat, looking at his terrible reflection. At the same time, he began to rethink what had happened, where hatred had blinded him. The ruler also said that he was ready to wait for the rise of a new brilliant warrior. Huan replied that even though he could not kill his friends, in any case, there was no forgiveness for him. Soon the ruler announced the team from Greentown as the winner of this competition. Everyone was sincerely happy that they were able to defeat the 5 powerful camps. Li, in turn, agreed to provide them with a huge amount of material. Even though everything was over, one thing remained unknown: who this Jinglei was and why she came. Hana said that they shouldn't torment themselves with this question, and when the time comes, she will tell them everything herself, adding that she actually knows Shan well and simply spent many years in hibernation. Suddenly, the monkey lord approached them and began making strange sounds. Lei said that he wanted to know where his fur was, which Huan stole from him. The surprised guy replied that he himself gave it to him, and now the carpet is lying under his table. Suddenly, Feng walked towards them and said that he had a question for her, but the girl got ahead of him. Noticing that he was clearly wondering if she was the one who sent the demon monkey when they were on a mission, Laya was shocked, saying that this was exactly what he wanted to ask. A smiling Jinglei said that she would do everything for Huan, after which she abruptly declared that she would no longer answer their questions. But an enraged Ma Yi urged her not to take them for fools, because she understood perfectly well that everything was not so simple. But Hua calmly replied that he shouldn't be so nervous and panicked, especially when it came to trusting loved ones. But Qian let it slip that she was deliberately hiding her identity, and that she had a rather strange motive. But Lei smiled once again and said that if he was confused in his thoughts, it was better to listen to his heart. However, the serious-minded commander said that the unknown person was an enemy. The girl asked him, quite casually, what he was going to do with her then. The distraught Qian instantly attacked her with his fists, while Jinglei continued to stand calmly in place. Using his favorite skill, Yima tried to defeat the stranger with one blow. However, he was unable to do so as Hua blocked his strike. The main character couldn't understand how she managed to block all the attacks while standing still. Suddenly, she noticed a flower growing through the destroyed foundation of the arena. A puzzled Qian believed that she was deliberately pretending to be so unperturbed. At the same time, Jinglei urged him not to be so puzzled, because this was her unique ability to predict events. But the enraged Yima tried to hit her again, and only waved his arms. While Hua easily avoided all of his attacks, the commander eventually ran out of steam. Lei smiled and said that this was her skill. She knew what his next steps would be. However, Qian did not believe her, saying that even he himself could not know this and that she was simply deceiving him. After which he suddenly began to dance and asked her if she knew that he would want to start dancing. He then rushed towards the ice dragon and dealt it a crushing blow, while Jinglei turned to Shan. After giving him the letter, she asked Huang to pass it on to the director of the training camp, Shui. The young master agreed and asked if she could really predict. The girl smiled and asked him in return whether he wanted her to help him get even. Hana showed him a certain talisman and said that this was proof that she was not lying, adding that it is an extremely rare anti-shock spiritual stone, and it reflects physical damage. And at the moment of his next replication, he should simply summon her double. The young cultivator decided to test this technique and immediately created a copy of it. A few seconds later, Jinglei's clone suddenly appeared behind the teenager. At this time, Chen once again rushed to attack, trying to knock the young lady off her feet. Without even realizing that it was a copy of her, the explosion subsequently occurred, which blinded everyone around. Huan did not have time to stop the battalion commander. Thus, a huge crater was formed at the site of the explosion. Shan immediately rushed toward it. To find out whether Yima was still alive, it was unclear where Hua had gone. Finally, the smoke cleared, and the guys saw Jinglei smiling as always. The girl sat astride Chen and declared that he had foreseen all of this, so it was better for him not to waste his last strength. She also asked the young man to hurry with Ma Yi to the Wolf Zone and deliver the letter to Chui, adding that at the moment Huang is not strong enough and is easy to catch. A puzzled Shan asked her again, because he really didn't understand what she was talking about. Then Li said that she would tell him differently, so that he would not waste his time on her riddles. In fact, his father is looking for him, and Hua called him her imperial prince. The stunned teenager couldn't understand what was going on and why she called him that. Soon the young lady said goodbye to him, saying that they would definitely meet again, after which the girl suddenly disappeared, leaving behind only rose petals. Surprised, Huan wanted to ask her about the things that interested him, but Lei had already disappeared. Picking up one of the petals, he wondered if she really knew who he was. Meanwhile, Shan's friends arrived and were sincerely glad that he was okay. However, they could not understand what had happened to the commander and why he was stuck with his head in the ground. Soon the team, led by the main character, returned to Greentown, where they were warmly welcomed. The young master hurried home to rest as soon as possible. He also needed to return the fur to the demon monkey, but since it could not be found, he sold the skin at the market. The young cultivator couldn't get everything that had happened out of his head and was lost in thought. At the same time, Shan noticed that his spiritual power had increased, but his meridians were damaged. Naturally, he was haunted by the mysterious figure of Jinglei, who could predict the future. Because if she really did send the monkey, then everything becomes much more confusing. But the most amazing thing is that Hua knew who the teenager really was. He didn't like this situation, because nothing was known about Lei, but she had him in the palm of her hand. At that moment, his gaze fell on a certain notebook under the pillow, and of course he became curious. Taking the notebook in his hands, he realized that it was Huang's diary and decided to read it. He soon discovered that Shan was a real hard worker and wrote down various thoughts every day. He also improved himself all the time, after which the guy began to think about how he could increase his strength. Looking around, Huan understood the conditions in which his predecessor had lived. But even so, the boy did not give up. And this is the most important thing in people's lives. Motivational posters were hung all over the apartment, which Shan studied with pleasure, realizing that if it weren't for that terrible incident, Huang would have achieved great success. The next day, all anyone could talk about was that Qian was no longer the battalion commander. Naturally, Hui took his place, and everyone actively discussed these rumors. At this time, Yima was in Chuao's office and they were discussing what had happened. She asked him if he was ready to return to the Wolf Zone. Qian answered positively. The former commander asked if she wanted to go with him, but Shui refused. Saying that he clearly didn't give her his post for nothing, she also thanked him for everything. In response, Qian began to claim that she was indeed suitable for the role of battalion commander. But suddenly Ma said that he wanted to take his son and his friend Huan with him. Xiao understood that it was because of the colonel, whom he was still angry with. Tian himself did not deny this, but he also wanted to understand why the leader was so eager for him to return. Shui also asked why he didn't take Shan with him initially. Ma replied that he wanted to help her with the emperor, but the girl said that this was a lie, because he could have sorted out his own affairs and then helped with Li. And now he came here just to say goodbye to her. Qian decided to remain silent. Realizing that Xiu had truly become smarter, he would miss her greatly. Suddenly, Yima asked what was in the letter intended for her from Jinglei. Shui noted that she had outlined the necessary measures to finally bring peace to Greentown, and she even pointed out how to eliminate the emperor and his henchmen. But the newly appointed commander didn't know whether she should listen to her. Tian said that it was really better to trust her, especially since they had no other choice. They soon said goodbye, and Ma hurried to leave his former office, while Xiao agreed to give Huan to him. Shui also urged him to take care of himself, and not to rush into all sorts of troubles, as he likes to do. Wandering the streets at night, Tian thought about his regiment, realizing that the consequences would be irreversible. Besides, tomorrow morning they have to set out on a long and difficult journey. Returning home, Yima poured himself a cup of tea and calmly began to drink it. But at that moment, Shan approached him and urged the former commander to set out immediately. Soon the protagonist, along with Qian and Lu, rushed off into the distance, Ma noticing that he had bought himself a pair of sunglasses. His son was genuinely glad to return to the border of the wolf zone. Huan walked forward silently. At the same time, they constantly talked about how they had never had fun together before. Suddenly, little Shu stopped them and began asking to join their team. The young master was extremely surprised to see the girl at such a late hour. Naturally, the young cultivator did not want to take her with him, so as not to put her in danger. But he didn't have the right to dictate, so he said that she was free to make her own decisions. And the guy called her a strange name. Lu, in turn, began to show him photographs of his friends and ask how Shan remembered them. He also asked his friend what name he called him among others. Tian interrupted their fun and urged them to take this expedition extremely seriously. After all, the place where they were going to go is not famous for its friendliness and is quite a dangerous place. After a certain amount of time, Lu became exhausted, declaring that he could no longer continue on his way. Mai noted that his son was too weak and needed to prepare well for what was to come. The young man in turn asked his father to give him something to drink, and Qian immediately gave him water. However, he began to drink it in an extremely strange way, which only surprised me. They soon checked their route on the map and came to the conclusion that they needed to find the hidden store. After some time, they checked the map again and found that they were going in the opposite direction. As he moved away from the store, Ima began to realize that his problems were just beginning. However, even so, Chen did not lose heart and said that they could take on various tasks. Then, putting on their horse mask, they continued their journey through the wolf region. They soon came across a huge number of scorpions, which they set about destroying, which came to them without much difficulty, and only Lu was unable to distinguish himself with his fighting skills, after which they hastened to attack a flock of wild birds and also eliminated them. But Junior Ma again blamed his middle stage of enlightenment, which is why Shu began to tease him. Tian then urged them to finally find this secret store, but Huan objected to him, asked how they would prove that they had completed all these missions. The former commander reported that to do this, it was necessary to collect trophies from killed monsters, so they had to go around the entire area again and only finished in the evening. It was obvious that Ma was not the best team leader, but soon they were lucky enough to find that very store, where they bought a car to move around the wasteland much faster. Suddenly Qian gave the car a name, Sandboat, but his son was indignant, saying that it was a car, and Ma urged him not to argue, since in his opinion, the name had a certain charm. After some arguing, they finally set off, but Lu suddenly fell out of the car. Meanwhile, Zhou, Mi, and Cao were in Greentown and were indignant about Shang's departure, who did not tell them about the trip to the wolf pack, which they began to question their new commander about. Shui stated that if they wanted to catch up with him, they would first need to reach the fusion stage, adding that if they dared to leave the city without permission, they would face inevitable punishment. She also assured him that everything would be fine with Huang, since he was under the supervision of the experienced Chen, who at this time successfully crashed the car, driving into one of the trees in the wasteland. Lu noted that he should have clarified the driving aspect, since he doesn't know how to drive a car at all. An enraged Ma Yi urged his son not to be clever, because this area was quite dangerous. Finally, Shan couldn't take it anymore, and hit the former battalion commander to calm him down. Shui, in turn, did not expect the team to react so emotionally to Huang's departure. At that moment, she discovered an envelope with a letter on her desk and became curious. Where Liu Yan announced her resignation without even asking for money, Xiao found it strange. At this time, the main character and the others continued their journey without a car. Lu kept blaming Ma for everything and insisting that they would now be stuck in the wolf zone. Extremely displeased, Chen demanded that his offspring not forget himself and not dare to speak to his father in such a tone. Unexpectedly, Shu asked them not to quarrel, especially since the commander knew the way. Then Lu reminded them that he had initially been unable to navigate the map and had led them into a dead end. This time the old man decided to remain silent, realizing that it was indeed his mistake. Suddenly, Qian sensed the approach of a strong spiritual force and called on everyone to prepare for battle. As it turned out, it was Xiaoyan who rushed towards them. Stopping near them, she recommended that they make her the commander, since this was a usual thing for her. Naturally, everyone agreed to accept such a competent Liu into their team. After all, she really did have the necessary skills. And suddenly she asked Shan if he had forgotten her. The young master smiled and noted that of course he remembered her and would be happy to accept her into the team. At the same time, the young cultivator called her mechanical ears. Lu noted that he remembers everyone by their characteristics and asked her for help, since they had reached a dead end. Yan replied that this was exactly why she was here, but Chen countered, claiming that he was the leader here, something everyone had doubted after recent events. Lu also said that they could move to her team, and then he would be left alone. Ma immediately objected, having declared that no one would follow her, but everyone hastened to convince him otherwise. Yan soon repaired the car altogether. This simply shocked everyone, after which they again set off on their journey through the wolf zone. After a while, they came across a huge wall. Lu noted that it was to hold back the monsters. At this point, Shu became interested in this question, and the younger Ma began to tell her about it in more detail. At that moment, the gates opened and an unknown soldier came out to them, asking what they wanted, adding that if they intend to go further, they need to have a fusion level to do so. However, Liu assured that her team is extremely strong and they have nothing to worry about. Xiaoyan was even at the merger stage, but did not have a qualification certificate with her. Naturally, the guard didn't believe her and said that even his son was more confident in lying. As a result, the girl became furious, tired of proving her strength to him. At that moment, they suddenly heard some suspicious noise and began to look around. Where they found a monster climbing the wall, it was a huge golem. The guards immediately began to open fire on him, trying to finally overcome him. However, his stone skin blocked all their efforts, which became a real problem. Xiaoyan immediately called on her team to help them move forward. Shu, in turn, asked Lu to take more water into her mouth and soon splash it at the demon. The girl herself began to get closer to the monster, and the younger Ma immediately splashed water into his eye. In doing so, he deprived him of the opportunity to see what was happening. I continued to climb the wall. Thus, they distracted the demon as much as possible. Shan and Liu Yan immediately rushed to attack, and within a couple of minutes they successfully eliminated the huge monster, which suddenly flew off the wall and fell down. Everyone immediately began to run in different directions. The guards at the security post were stunned by the team's incredible abilities. At the very last moment, the soldiers ran back to avoid a collision with the beast. However, Qian did not have time to do this, and subsequently he collapsed straight on top of him. But using his incredible technique, Ma Yi pushed the monster back onto the wall. At the same time, he began to assure that he did not expect such a result and did not want to harm the wall. But the most important thing is that they were able to defeat the dangerous monster and clear their way. Xiaoyan noted that in these parts only the strong are respected, and this should not be forgotten. So the guards let them go and they headed deeper into the wolf zone. Another soldier noted that they still had not presented the necessary documents. The partner replied that it was not a problem, because they helped them fight off the monster.